I don't know what's going on. I think StreamYard has completely lost the thread of everything that's supposed to be happening. Why is it still?
I don't know what's going on. I think StreamYard has
Oh goodness. Okay, this is the second time it's done this to me, where it tried to pop up Zoom when we went live, and started like doing weird feedback because it thought I was talking to myself. I don't know what's going on my computer. Gremlins, go away, or at least stay in Yoda's arms. All right, hi, I'm Charlie. We're gonna be doing stuff today. The chaos is real, people. The chaos is real, and just to prove it, we have pulled from the abyss the wonderful Megan.
Hey!
Zach, hey y'all.
Hello.
And as always, with possibly a cooking segment on today's show, Kat Leo. Hey, Kat. And joining us for the first time on Fanfiction Friday, we have the wonderful, the amazing, the, oh my goodness, I want to go into her house and take all of the really, really cool animatronic toys. Bonnie, hello.
You're too much.
I am. Just imagine being my hubby and having to deal with me 24/7. All right. Did anybody want to do a bit of an intro for themselves? Like, Megan, how's the job doing? How's everything going with that? And
the job's going well. Getting used to it still, but it's going well. That's about it.
Update over. Kat, are we going to be getting the mystical cooking session that the people crave?
Yeah, because I'm a dummy and I didn't eat today. And it's like 5 o'clock, and I haven't eaten anything today.
Do you have a stream before the next Wednesday one with the folk doing the wonderful Sims?
Yes, every Wednesday we're going to be doing that.
Do you have one before that?
So on Wednesdays, I'm still going to do my 8:30 a.m. productivity stream, and then that will end at 11, and then I'll have an hour, and then at noon Eastern, we'll start on my Twitch for me creating the Sims, and then at 2, we're going to go to Jace Maxwell's channel for building their house, and then at 4, it'll probably be before those times, but those are just the times we're giving. We'll go to Meadows.
Because I am warning you, I am going to go and I'm going to grab the sound of you, Jace, and Meadow just going woohoo noises, woohoo noises, woohoo noises for use on this Friday stream. So be aware that that is a thing that is going to happen. Hello, Bonnie. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm Bonnie. My channel's Bonnie Phillips Writes, and I will be writing Pokemon fanfic tonight. And I got my little muse and my little buddy, like Charlie said. So you might see me in the background a little bit.
These are cute.
Adorable.
And those helicopters that you had zooming around yesterday, like, oh, it was all so cute. So cute. So let's see who is here, shall we? I'm sorry, I'm kind of amped up. I wasn't, and then like I hit live and everything went chaotic, and I'm like, I'm home. The chaos has found me. All right, let's see who's here. Brandon is here. Hello, my lord. I hope the blood of all of the cattle is feeding you well, because you know my hands are so dirty. We're into chapter 3. That's awesome. I can't wait to see all of this coming to life. Alexis is here. Oh, or not. Wait. I think you're here. So, anyway, hi, Alexis. How are you doing? Yay. I got confused by my own inability to read because I'm good at things. Hello, my unholy weird one. I am glad that you are here. Glory is here. Hello, Glory. Nice to see you. And Devin is here. So beware, the chat shall be lively. Orla is here. Hello, Orla. How are you doing? Don't forget to let me know when you want to do the chat thingy about branding, because I'm looking forward to that. CB is here. I'm glad that you found some notebooks to continue your writing and to push on and to fight, because
Woohoo!
writing is hard, y'all. Writing is hard.
Very hard.
Isaiah is here. Hello, Isaiah. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm in a perpetual war with my cats, who have apparently, I don't know, they just killed them. Oh, it's a fly. Okay. They were attacking something in the corner of the room. I just beat it up. Ooh, you figured out what caused the glitch last night. That is important. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Yes, I don't. This is the second time that's happened with me, and I'm gonna have to figure out why.
Didn't they do it on Wednesday?
Yep, it did that on Wednesday too, and I don't, because it loads Zoom, but it has me talking to myself on Zoom in the background, and I don't StreamYard and Zoom should be two separate things.
Yeah.
I don't know how my lines got crossed. I really don't understand it. But that's what caused my entire computer to crash Wednesday, was it kept trying to do Zoom, which makes me wonder if Zoom and StreamYard use the same API calls and there's somehow crossing the streams in the system.
Interesting.
But it was weird, and I don't like it. Okay, I know I've heard how to pronounce your name, and I really apologize for this. I'm going to say Ayane. I don't know if that's right. Let me know, because I do not want to get your name wrong. I'm terrible mispronouncing things. It's kind of my thing, but let me know, and I will do better. You are still awake. I am excited for that. No, you're not getting up here. I'm still mad at you. Sorry. I have a cat.
We're not doing cat cuddles today.
Yeah, cat cuddles is not a thing today. Hello, Jules. How are you doing? You are compiling your blog post for September Analytics. Fun times.
Ooh.
Yeah, I realized this morning that I had basically, after the last 2 days, I had forgotten to put my numbers in my Wordy spreadsheet.
Oh, no.
So I had to quickly go back and do that. Luckily, I hadn't cleared anything out, and I knew what I had done, so I was able to grab them. But that was a whoopsie.
Are you pretty on track for Mo Wordy so far?
I am more than on track as of right now, because I actually have my newest numbers in here. I have done 109,248 words in total.
Wow.
So that's
a lot of words.
Yeah. And let's see, this month, I've done 5,027 this month so far. So
wow. We're only on day 2 of this month.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
I just need to remember to put the numbers in there, because
this is what I've written this month. This page.
Something. It's only day 2.
I have moments of just sheer insanity. That's all I'm just yeah.
I did some
What?
I did some behind the scenes things that needed to be written out too.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm going to count some of that too, because I've got some stuff that I need to work on for figuring some stuff out. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to count all the words for that too, because they're still creative. Hello, Rosalind. How are you doing today? Hello, Natalie. How are you doing? Anybody playing bingo? The chat just jumped. I repeat, the chat just jumped. Cecily is here. Hello, Cecily. How are you doing today? Sarah is here. Hello, hello. You're chopping vegetables and prepping chicken for the oven. Oh,
ooh.
I want a good rotisserie chicken. That's all I want. And our rotisserie oven thingy that we had broke, so we don't have that anymore. So
no.
I can still do baked chicken, but I can't do the rotisserie chicken, and it actually makes a weird difference. So, but we have hope.
Yeah.
Just like Kat has a merch store.
Yes, Devin sees me, and the link appears.
Hello, Bella. How are you? Books by Adrian is here. Hello. The Pikachu getting some love.
You can actually train this. It has like these little spots, and if you do certain things, oh, maybe I should turn it on. But if you can train it. You touch certain sensors, and it'll react different ways, like over 100 different ways it reacts.
Wow, that's actually impressive.
Yeah. It gets annoying though.
As with any talking
Tail lights
toys.
up. Yeah, it does.
I picked my reminder cup today because with everything the cats and I have been fighting, like, yes, I need to see this message. Like, yes, I love my cats. I do. I love them, usually. That is a hard choice, Glory. That is a really hard choice because I love doing vector graphics, like especially now that I'm getting a little bit better at doing vector graphics because it used to not be my thing. But I don't know. You're gonna have to let us know which you end up choosing. Thank you,
got it
Natalie.
at Target. It was like $20.
Thank you, Natalie, for reminding people to hit the like button. That does help out a lot. Hello, MM. I hope everything is going well. Alrighty. Yep. See, I there are a couple websites that I post stuff to, but with the exception of one, because I have had lots of conversations with the actual developer of the site and trust them. Most of them I do not write directly onto the site. I write in something else and paste over.
Never write directly to a site.
Because the only exception that I have of that is if you are a guild member, because I don't think Apollo is available for everyone yet. Apollo autosaves every 10 seconds like Google Docs does on World Anvil now. So it just keeps it's like working on Google Docs. It's always saved and it's always there. So that's the only site that I actually write directly into. Because oh no, blasphemous sin. Didn't they learn from Ghostbusters? Never cross the streams. No, they didn't. Hello, Nikki. How are you doing today? I saw that you were streaming and I wanted to be there, but I had stuff to do. The cats did things. I've basically spent the intermezzo between Jules' stream this morning and my stream tonight cleaning up after the cats.
Those cats.
2 hours of cleaning up after cats. And yeah, these poor people had to deal with Angry Me when I showed up in the backstage.
I like Angry You. It's not that bad.
Ooh. Yeah, electromagnetic storms are always fun. Oh, yay. I pronounced it correctly. Yay. I try. I try really hard, and I don't always succeed. So, that is very much their point of view today. Like, just very much, because it's been a war. Like, they even ganged up on the dog earlier today. Like, all three of them jumped on the dog, and she just jumped up and looked at them like, what did I do? Like, they're just filling their oats today, and I don't like it. So we'll see. I think they finally realized they outnumber us. And that time she was chasing a fly and she leapt and there was nothing underneath her. Like, she completely Wile E. Coyote'd after the fly and was able to twist around enough to grab onto their cat stand and claw herself back up. I really need to get a GoPro that we can have as a separate stream just pointed over there so you can see the mayhem that is my cats.
One of my cats decided to take out a curtain last night. So,
So what fanfics are we working on? I am debating between all of mine. I don't know. That's what going to be my first sprint, is figuring out which one I'm doing.
I'm going to be working on my Pride and Prejudice fan fiction. Charlotte is going to meet up with Mr. Tarvin and have a good time.
Yummy.
I might actually do fanfics. I might not because I'm working on my prompt list.
Well, Bella, okay, let's just get to that right now, shall we? I understand that not everybody is doing fanfics, so let's just invoke the rule now.
It took the eyes of a child to see what we were blind to. If it wasn't for you, we would still be following every little rule in the book.
Wait, is that bad? Because I love rules.
We're instituting a new ship-wide mandate, and we're calling it the Boimler Effect. The Boimler Effect is about encouraging shortcuts and preventing people from just blindly following the rules. From now on, the crew can build in buffer time whenever they deem fit. Congratulations. Dismissed.
So, whatever you feel like doing, that's what you're working on. And I'm really proud of that. I made that video.
was great.
I love that perfect usage of it.
So whatever you feel like working on, it's fine. The rules are completely suspended. The Boimler Effect is initialized for this stream. Just have the fun, and we will get through this. The pronoun I is here. Hello, hello. I am such a big fan of that show. I am so happy with how that video actually turned out. Like, I've never actually made a video like that before. So I'm I'm very excited for it. Yes, I really want to get the cat cam set up. I mean, we have one cat cam like right there, but you know, she doesn't perform tricks. She's like an actual cat. Like she doesn't perform tricks. Like no matter how many treats we offer, she's just like, the hell with you. I'm better than that. Because, you know, she knows. Alrighty. So let's just...
So the one day when we were off a stream and you just pointed your camera at your cats and I just watched them like hitting the wall.
They do random everythings. It's yeah. I forgot to put second me into the chat, so this will take just 1 second. I figured we will continue with our regular. Wait, I almost did this the bad way. There we go. I'm smart. Okay, so I figured we can use our regular monster. There it is. Okay.
Woo.
Is it just me or does it look like they changed the art slightly?
Is this the actual one you've been using or a different one?
This is the same one I've been using, but that looks different. I'm going to do a quick 5-second one. Like, oh, they changed it.
Oh,
This is a different timer.
interesting.
Because this is the same page. I didn't leave the page. Like, I just left it open over there. They changed it. So we have little monsters and oops, I got tricked into clicking the ad. Yay. So let's actually see how this one works, shall we?
Pumpkin's gonna. Oh no!
Nope.
Pumpkin's not gonna win.
That's weird. That's very different. Why did they change it?
Why is there blood?
Right.
But okay, so it's different. It's okay. So all right. So how long do y'all want to go for? And I may find a different timer after this one because it got weird, y'all. It got weird. I mean, I like that there's more kinds of monsters, and I'm wondering if it's going to do more randomized monsters, maybe this time around. I don't know. Let me know how long you're wanting. I'm thinking like a 15 or something kind of short to get us started because I got to figure out what I'm doing. And I know for some people, they're just starting their day. So I'm just going to make an executive decision. Hey, yeah, look, random generation.
Ghost. Oh, and death.
Ooh, who should I choose?
Ooh, well, as always, since they're there, I have to go with Ghost because if you have Ghost, you have everything. But I do like Blue Frankie. I'm just saying.
I like Blue Frankie too. I'm contemplating between Grim Reaper and Blue Frankie. I think I might choose both of them and then
hedge your bets.
Yeah.
100% chance of winning.
Back.
I'm gonna go with the Blue Frankenstein also.
Hello, Alexis. Alrighty. So, is everybody ready? Make sure you're saving your documents. Make sure you're backing your documents up. We do not need more people to feed their words to the gremlins. The gremlins have taken enough from us, haven't you? You bad little gremlin. Bad little gremlin. Be good. Especially don't feed them after midnight, since I know it's close to or after midnight where some of you are. Please do not feed the gremlins after midnight. Alrighty, make sure you're hydrating. If you haven't gotten up and moved around for a while, do that. It's very important. I'm not going to do a forest room this time around. Let me know during the sprint if anybody wants a forest room, and I'll do that on the next one. Let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! I do like how they're like slower and a bit more menacing. And it looks like our escaped patient is in the lead. But you know how these go. It's anybody's race coming into the final stretch. But, oh wait, he actually won! So whoever had number 2, I think Nikki had number 2. I'm not sure who else did. You won! Yay. It's a weird race. I'm just gonna say it's weird. I don't know how I feel about the changes that they have made to it. I'm not
And it's cooking with cat time.
What's Cat making?
Got it.
Currently I'm making
One
ranch.
second.
Ooh. Everything is better with ranch. All right. So how did everybody do? I just performed fanish behaviors because I put on some music trying to figure out what I was going to do. And like that new Marilyn Manson song that he did with Shooter Jennings, "We Are Chaos" came on, and I sang along to that. And then "History in Black" by Priest came on, and I sang along to that. So basically, I just had a little sing-along party here in my house, and then went, "Oh crap, I was going to be writing something." And then I looked up and I was like, "Oh, there's 10 seconds left on the timer! Yay!" So I had a dance party, y'all. What'd y'all do?
I got 31 words. I had to do a lot of thinking because I haven't looked at my fan fiction for so long. I've forgotten most of it. I had to read through the whole thing, and
I feel that. I feel that. Like I discovered an entire setting that I thought that was dead to me until after the plague, and then I've been like rereading all my old stuff, and I feel like I'm writing fanfic in it now because I don't remember writing most of the notes that I have. So it's like, wow, I discovered this entirely new source book to work in. How did you do, Bonnie?
I got 103 in my fanfic, and Misty has socked Brock in the stomach and told him he hasn't got a shot with Nurse Joy. And so she's laughing at him as he's groaning, and she's trying to drag Ash away because she's hungry. And I put some tea water on.
I'm going to say some blasphemous things right now, but I never really watched Pokemon. Like, it was on at a time when we didn't have ready access to television, so I didn't really get to see it then, and I've not gone back to watch it. But because of the ubiquity of Pokemon in pop culture, I understood everything you just said. Like, I know who
I have kids, so I've seen every episode possibly known to man. Probably.
I know all of those characters by name. I could picture them as you're saying it. And yet I have not watched it. Like, I feel like Pokemon has reached that Star Wars level of like cultural saturation that whether you've seen it or not, you just know. Like, you just know it now.
Well, right now Brock's fixated on Nurse Joy while she's trying to take care of Psyduck. So that's where we are.
And see, now for some weird reason, I want to do like some old school Dragon Ball Z, just like fight 'em ups.
Friday's my free day. Like, there's no rules on what I'm writing. So
yeah, that's my problem. Is like, I really like the 2 stories that I have, and they're literally warring. Like, I just flipped back and forth between them. Mm-hmm. Like, I could work on and then I started singing.
I work on the Pokemon when I'm upstairs, and I work on another one when I'm downstairs. Different atmospheres. So.
Hello, Chloe. How are you doing today? I am glad that you made it. We've only done 1 sprint because, you know, it's me. I talk. Blah, 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 blah. You had to pop out for a bit. Brandon, what terrible thing is happening amongst the gods that made you have to pop out? Inquiring minds want to know. Yay, this. Wait, I didn't mean. I know. We writer people, yeah.
I'm falling in love with Kat.
It's not hard to do.
I love food I don't have to cook, and I'm watching her make it.
I know.
All I know is it involves ranch. Ranch is being made right now. I don't know what the ranch is going to be used for. But.
She put something in there. It looked good.
I'm going to, because I'm also going to have salad with my food, and I can't eat store-bought ranch.
so I'm making ranch.
It looks good.
And Caitlin can be heard.
Let's see. Yeah. Yay. No.
Caitlin.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hello. I just got that. I'm sorry. That took my brain a second to get that. Good on you, MM. That I like that. Bella finished editing a chapter and had a minute left, so decided to watch the timer instead of starting a new chapter. I
I'm
get
so
that.
entertained with cat.
I get that. I'm not sure if I like the new art style on the timers, but I have to say, I really like the weird shuffly creep that they do when they're moving. So I don't know. We will see. So Ayani got 385 words. Snaps. I've been forgetting to give out the snaps. Snaps for everybody that I've already mentioned. I'm bad at it. Sorry. Is there?
It's the first time I'm using this bottle.
Is there? Is there something we have to tell Bella? Is today's Bella's birthday? I don't think it's Bella's birthday. Is it? What do we have to tell Bella? CB got 531 words. That's awesome. Snaps for you. You've returned from your voyage. Wait a minute. We're getting shushing of the Brandon. Is this your birthday, Bella? Is that what's going on? Is this secret birthday?
I'm making a mess. I'm so sorry.
That's what makes it more enjoyable. Like, you don't know how tempted I am to just continue reading these like that, but then it covers up the bowl, so I don't know how much other people would enjoy that. So but I have the temptation to just make you full screen and have like the most disjointed narration to what you're doing that could ever possibly be imagined.
Are you making ranch?
Yes. The salad.
Sarah got food in the oven. Oh, chicken. And now back to work. You're working on character development. Drew some tarot cards to give you some inspiration on some of the suspects in the mystery. Yeah, that I do that. It's not that for what you're doing, but you know that cozy mystery I keep talking about doing. I want to work on it, and that might be what I do. I might just break down. I don't know. We'll see. The pronoun I read 3 pages and took some notes. Awesome.
Great. Y'all heard Cat? I heard there's a funnel for cooking.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Orla is beta reading for a friend. That's always a wonderful thing to do. I'm always afraid to send my stuff out to betas, not because I don't think I have faith in my own work. It's more like I don't want to put people out by saying, "Could you read this for me?" So Isaiah got 342 words. That is awesome. Yay, it seems like a perfectly sane. Let's see, you got your notebook pages for October made. That is awesome. I wish I did really cool, like I watch all these people doing their planner videos and I see them making all these cool spreads in the planners. And I want to go to there, but I'm not good at it. Yeah, I pretty much am writing fanfic. Like, I feel like that's most of what I do now is just write fanfic of my own stuff and like hope other people like it. Because I'm just like at that point in my life. Because okay, that's weird. It sounds like there's a squeaky toy outside my window. I don't know what kind of a bird that is, but if y'all can hear it, I'm sorry.
Sorry. No.
CB got 531 words. Let's see if I can do this. Turn the camera off because I have to lean over to do this properly. If you want it to end, go ahead. I'll understand. I said, fighting to keep my voice level and steady. I guess I'm not really cut out for a relationship. Uh-oh.
Trouble in paradise.
Well, you know. Sometimes the pepperoni is spicy. That was bad. I'm sorry. I want to apologize to everybody listening for me having tried to make that joke. It failed. I recognize my failure and I apologize for it. It's like one of those things. It's like going through your head and you like wish you could claw it back. And you're like, oh well. Live. Jules recorded a video and then started making dinner. Yay!
Ooh, what's for dinner?
Oh my goodness. I could just imagine my adventures with Yoda. Like that would be like Charlie and Yoda go to a bar. I don't think anybody wants to read that. It would get all kinds. Oh my goodness. MM Ward says my mignonettes were huge fans, and I know about 700 Pokemon. Wow. Like, how many are there in total? Does anybody know? I'm sure somebody's counted. Because I know they just keep adding and adding and adding. There's so many theories about why Ash never ages. Is Ash in a coma? Is he trapped in a virtual reality? Or is it a multiverse?
Ash is a cartoon.
Or, the worst possible thing, Ash actually loses most of the battles and they just keep pulling out a different clone every time, but the clones are all roughly the same age. Pop out at roughly the same age.
I don't think I would like it if they gave me like a teenage Ash. I don't think I would. I like originals too much, maybe.
All right, we're going to speed up just a little bit because I want to get to another sprint because
Maybe that would make a good fanfic.
I may have an idea.
Misty and Ash are teenagers.
What mischief? See, if you do that though, what mischief would Team Rocket be up to at that point? And see, I shouldn't even know how to say that because again, haven't watched the show.
I
know too much about Pokemon for having never watched or played it.
They'd be like finally be the ones in charge at that point. It'd flip script. Like they'd finally be in charge and Meowth would be out like with his team of like bad Pokemon.
One of these days when I break
Rocket
down,
would be running the show. Yeah.
One of these days, if I ever break down and watch Pokemon, I swear I'm going to end up writing a Pokemon versus Yu-Gi-Oh fanfic series because every time I see the art style, I just want that to happen. But I don't know enough about Pokemon, but I may or may not have watched Yu-Gi-Oh because reasons.
You can ask. What about a Pokemon versus Digimon fanfic?
Don't know enough about Digimon personally, but others might. I feel like there's an overabundance of faces, and I need to there we go. Only so many people can be live at one time.
I like that alcoholic Pikachu. He'd like zap, zap. We'd just be electrocuting everyone, like you said. What? Zip. He said alcoholic.
Ooh.
That's funny.
That sounds like fun, Brandon. I can't wait to see what comes out from this.
Okay.
Yeah, it sometimes is a cooking show. It is what it is because cat food is a thing.
I'm here because I live here and food. So
I have water on. I'll be right.
And you're secretly amazing. I'm just gotta put that out there because people don't know and they need to.
Kat, what are you making today? Like I know you said it's shrimp and salad, but like
Shrimp and this will be in one pan. Or mushrooms.
That's
I'm just gonna leave this here until Kat sees it.
It's a sticky note and point down.
Kat Leo, Gordon Ramsay, but better. Yes. That's right. Fucking fight us, Gordon.
Just figured that needed to be there for a minute. Let's see. I don't know if you saw my comment or not. But
also, it's coming from my favorite commenter so far.
Is in the hospital.
Oh no.
I did not see that. Yes, I will definitely give
Sending
vibes.
good vibes your way.
I did hear from Tessa last night, and she is home, but she doesn't know how long she's going to get to stay at home. But she's got high hopes. So.
Oh, good.
I did hear about that, but no, I did not hear about this. I will definitely send some prayers that way because yeah. I don't know. I think she's just censoring herself. It's like Gordon Ramsay for American TV, but Cat Leo equals Gordon Ramsay, but with less F-bombs and idiot sandwiches.
That's what the peanut gallery is for. I drop the F-bombs and I am the idiot sandwich.
Yeah, I do too. I hope he gets well soon.
All right, do you want me to hit mute again?
No, I only muted it because of the water.
Oh.
Let's see. That's cool. I'm going to speed up just a little bit because I do want to get to another sprint. And y'all are just all the talkative. And I loves it. I'll probably just be in the chat responding to a lot of this. Ooh. First of all, I don't know what world you're writing in, but I just need to have chapter 17, y'all, in one of my books now. I'm just saying. That just needs to happen.
Yeah.
Chapter 17. Y'all.
Where all of the chaos happens and the one brain cell character comes in and it's like, y'all.
That's like all my characters. No, not really. Most of my characters are too smart for their own good because they've actually either read or seen movies about the kinds of stories that they're in. And they're always just like, oh, no, you're not killing me that way. I know. No. We're not doing that. Like, the printer rule has been instigated. Yes, print it all out. If Kat lived closer, that would definitely be a thing. But
you would be working at Charlie's husband's restaurant.
I can't work around Onion.
I can, and I kind of can cook in a good space, but I burn cookies.
Yes, but you
are you allergic, Kat?
I'm allergic to onion, so I can't.
My sister's boyfriend is, and it makes I have to be careful. Like, deathly allergic. Yeah.
She has an EpiPen for it, and I had to do a practice run with the practice pen.
Yeah.
I missed the first one.
Every time they're coming over, I know I have to steer clear of all that. Yeah.
That sounds
just the worst allergy. One of the worst.
That sounds like fun, Brandon. I'm just saying. And I think I am mostly caught up. Stack two mushrooms on top of each other. I'm not worried for her safety. She might summon a toad from Mario.
Well, let's go.
Oh, I don't know why I love that so much, but I do. Alrighty. So, no. Do things.
Hey,
there we go.
Cat's allergy is actually sulfur, right?
Technically, but we're not supposed to be able to be allergic to it because our bodies naturally produce it.
Well, there are people that are actually allergic to water, like legitimately allergic to water. And we're mostly made out of water, so life's not good for them.
When you're so antisocial that whatever made you is like, yep, you're going to be just allergic to people.
I'm surprised I'm not that. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized we can maybe up the number of critters. Oh, wait.
Oh, all the way to 100?
Did it actually let me do 100? Do y'all want like a complete monster mash? Let's see if we can do a complete monster mash. How long do you want this sprint to be? Like 20, 25? I can do weird numbers because it lets weird numbers in. Let me know. I am going to try for 100 BCs because I need to see that. It's probably going to be like, no, you have to have a pro account. You can only have 4.
Well,
but
always good to try and see.
Well, last time I gave you that option, that's what it yelled at me about. But it actually yelled at me when I moved the slider. So, hashtag 100 Monster Mob. We have a 2827 from CC. Does anybody have a counter vote? Because it's a long one, but so we have a long or a short. MM is going for 1234.
I think I'm doing laundry.
Anybody? Going once, going twice. Because you know me, I like long sprints.
Whatever.
I like long sprints.
Oh, that was 3110 Halloween.
Oh, you know,
I like your style, Devin.
just this once, Devin. Just this once, because you invoked the power of Halloween. Like, that's cheating. And you got a Glory for a second vote. So, I can't not do what Glory tells me to. Like, I don't need to be kicked out of the Fink sandwich. That can't happen. Like, all right, I'm going to click set and see what happens. And, oh, wait, it's thinking, holy crap. It did it.
That is freaking awesome.
It did. So, everybody, just pick your favorite number instead of a creature. I'm going with 11 because 11 is our family's lucky number.
7.
Oh, my goodness.
19.
There's so many.
Actually, I'm switching mine to 33.
There's so many. Okay. I can control myself long enough to hit the thingy. Make sure you're saving your documents. Make sure that you're backing them up because that's very important. Don't feed the gremlins. They don't need our words. Make sure you're hydrating. If you haven't gotten up and moved around lately, do so. It's very good. Yeah, so many monsters. I just can't. Oh, I might end up just watching the monster mash happen. Hello to Mama. How are you doing? All right, we're getting started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my goodness. There's so many.
And they're off. It looks like 59's in the lead.
There's so many.
They left a lot of them behind.
Oh my god. I think our numbers got left behind.
Oh, we should mute.
And this is why I should not be typing in the chat while the timer's going on. So, the pirate one. I was trying to figure out, I saw in the chat, what's going on with your camera? And I'm just like, what happened to my camera? And like, yeah, oh yeah, I was trying to make Cat Leo. I was trying to do this one, but I wanted Cat to be here. So you all could see the Cooking with Cat show or the timer, whichever you wanted to do. But it wouldn't let me put Cat here. So, yeah, so it flipped about a bit. But we picked up some new people. Is this enough to... Hey!
Wow.
That kind of sort of worked. We have new people. We have Stephanie and we have Glory. And Glory, your mic is muted. Just in case you didn't realize that.
I had nothing to say anyway.
All right.
I'm so frustrated with Adobe. I don't have anything good to say right now.
That's called my entire experience with Adobe. But
it's fair.
I don't know what. Okay, I got like 200 and some words on one thing, and then I remembered I hadn't done my Japanese lesson today, so I did my Japanese lesson for the day because I'm going to be doing that every day. I got out of practice, and I need to get back into the practice of the practice. And then Wolf Totem by The Who came on, and I sang to that, and then, stuff.
Oh, I love
all
The
kinds
Who.
of stuff. So,
Nice, Sarah.
how did everybody else do?
I got 196 words
That's awesome.
in this time.
You're on
So-
camera. You can't for that.
Much
Oh, yeah.
better than last time.
True. What are they going to do? Hello,
I'm on camera, you're not.
Yeah, sure. What are they going to do? Hello, 911. Yes, I'd like to report an assault. I don't know where they're at. All I just know is that Cat Leo is beating her roommate.
What? Why would we call the
I'm still
cops?
gonna
We
eat
would
these
just be like,
numbers
point
anyway.
the camera that way. I'll make you full screen. Come on, we'll get all the views.
On OfferTube fighting.
At least then we would know what Karo's reading was about. Which I'm still freaking out about. So, Bonnie, how did you do?
I got 58 words in my fanfic and pretty much two
That's
pages
awesome.
towards
I
my
wish I could
nano outline.
Stephanie.
Let's see here.
I was
I
compelled to
jumped on. I started the timer. I was.
Wasn't that
messing around.
timer mesmerizing with all of the monsters?
There's so many people on there.
There's
Like,
so many
this is crazy. Usually there's only like 6 creatures or animals or whatever. Not a crowd of millions.
When I saw that I could pull the slider all the way up to 100, it wasn't like, you have to give me money for that. I was like, yes, 100. Definitely. That is the thing that we are doing.
Yeah,
All the 100.
Yeah, I just hopped in.
It looks
I didn't
neat.
do anything right then. I just got myself situated, got my water, got my index cards out that I'm giving a whirl using.
For anybody who wants-
Brandy wants to know. It smells amazing. It looks great. She's probably going to show you guys what it looks like.
Ooh.
Here, walk over.
Ooh, that
Yeah.
does look good.
It's
Ooh, I want some.
It's
mushroom, spinach, shrimp, minced
For anybody
garlic.
wondering what that ding was, that was Verizon letting me know that they're just going to auto send anything that they think is a fraud call to voicemail. Like, they're not going to make it not happen, but, I have to say, things are about to get crazy in here. It's about to get nuts because we're going to talk to Glory and we have a Jules.
Woo! Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I'm eating a peppermint. So, hello.
Hello.
I managed to finish fixing and eating my dinner before Kat did.
You didn't know you were in a secret race, did you, Kat?
No.
I love that look on your face. It was like, no, and if I did, I would have tried harder. I definitely would have been victorious. Like, I just saw that little shade.
Yeah, can't stand it to win it.
But I also did eat a salad during this, so.
So
there.
Glory Jules, did you
I'm
do
eating
anything
food
during
first.
that weird sprint?
I
Or
restarted my laptop. I messed around with files and tried organizing them, and then found out no, Adobe's like, no, not today. So I'll be doing something else for the rest of this.
And now this will sit in the box for another week.
Yeah. I don't have anything nice to say. No, I'm in a mood.
yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Adobe. I do have a Mac, and that makes a difference because I don't know what's available for Windows. I use Pixelmator for all of my artwork stuff, and I don't know if that's available on any other platform because I just don't know.
Yeah, it's been decades since I used Macs, but quite honestly, if you're trying to do graphics, a Mac is better. And I do have Hackintosh installed on this laptop, so technically I have no excuses except excuses.
So Pixelmator Pro works really, really good. They have an iPad app, a phone app, and a desktop app, and the files are compatible between them. So when you get an idea, you can start it like wherever you are and then finish it on the laptop when you get home. And I like that because they all share the same iCloud Drive destination, so it's just there when you get back to your laptop, and I love that.
I have so many trust issues with the cloud. I have trust issues. So I don't trust it. I need backup copy on backup copy.
Agreed.
See, I've just given up on trust because I've had so many hard drives inexplicably fail on me, and I've had discs that just were made out of the crappiest materials ever that you're like, oh, I need to get this off the backup disk. Why does it look like shattered glass on the inside of this? And I've had so many troubles. I'm just like, I don't know. I did a thing. Hopefully it will be there tomorrow. Yay!
That's scary.
I have most of my stuff backed up to both iCloud and Dropbox. So hopefully either on one of my machines, it'll be either the hard drive there or on one of those two services. It'll be fine, but
I've had so many hard drives die on me that Tom suggested that I get a Faraday cage to save my hard drives from my thoughts, because he says it's my thoughts that crash them.
Well,
I
had a hard drive. It was chock full of stuff. It was like almost half full, and I'm pretty sure my boy ate it because it disappeared and never to be seen again.
Oh.
I mean, he didn't eat it. It's just a joke.
Well, if the child
yeah, I thought you were saying my void, like you have a little personal black hole in the closet.
Like my boy, he's 7 now. It was like 2 years ago.
My
closet is a black hole. With our socks and
right now. Eat some things.
Like when something goes missing, I just blame it on him eating it as a joke.
All of the sock gnomes. Let's see how the other Pepples did. Because, yeah, I know, I heard a car too, but there's not a car there. Sorry. The dog's looking at me all confused because it sounded like somebody just pulled right into our driveway, opened the door, and started walking towards the house. There's nothing there. And the dog's looking at me like, what happened? And I'm just like, I don't know. Ghosts. I just don't know. So, Ayani got, wait a minute, 638 words and ice cream and water?
This is amazing.
Like, you were just succeeding at life if you got a bunch of writing done and ice cream.
Yeah.
Like, I really want to go to there. Like, that would be magic. Yep, the pirate one. Yeah, I kind of was rooting for the gargoyle because of that weird walk. Like, I do love how each critter has its own walking style, though. Like, they didn't just reuse the same animation. Like, they did improve it. It's weird now, but I like it. Tamama got 93 words. Snaps for you. So that round, I spent 15 minutes watching the timer, 10 minutes actually editing, and then 5 minutes hovering with the tissue near the wall, building the courage to kill a moth. Oh. See, I have cats, and I know, like, I should take care of the bugs, but I'm not fast enough. So I've kind of gotten out of the habit of trying. The only time I go after a critter in the house is when I see it's a spider, because some spiders can especially the ones we have around here, can kill cats. You know, because we have both the Black Widow and the brown recluse here. So I need to make sure what kind of a spider it is. So that's the only time I like intervene, and I just know that by the time I go get something to take care of the bug and come back, the cat will be sitting there going nummy num 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 num. Why bother? It's gone now. Well, that's a good thing. Just like make it gone. Whoop. Anybody playing bingo? We have a jump. We have a jump, ladies and gentlemen. We have a jump. All right, Sarah.
Is there a bingo card with nothing but jumps?
There is. That's why I announce it every time, because there is a bingo card that, like, I think if you fill the entire bingo card up, you're supposed to go buy yourself something nice. Like, it's an excuse to just do things, because the chat always jumps. And I see them every now and then on people's stories on Instagram. And so I'm just like, I want you to have an excuse to buy something. So every time it jumps, I just let you know. Like, fill them cards up. Buy yourself stuff. Treat yourself.
We have an excuse if you need it or you really want it, then you work, you get it. You know? When you can get it. You know what I mean?
I wish that I could say that I lived by that, but like, no, I have to come up with excuses, because
those daily affirmations. Good things come to me easily and effortlessly. Bullshit.
Speaking of fiction,
the closest thing that I get to daily affirmations is a little bit of Stuart Smalley, you know. Just look in the mirror, you know.
Towards the goal, and finally getting there is more like
I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. So Sarah is working on characters, doing some quick profiles on the main people involved in the story. Wait a minute. If you're working on the profiles for the main people, does that mean you finished all of your suspects? Because that's what you were working on. Are we getting closer to this getting written? Ah!
Cat fight.
Cat fight. CB got 238 words longhand, which gets the double snaps because one for the writing and one for the longhand. I gotta squeeze it in there because there's a lot of us on screen. The unholy weird one got distracted and listening to a mashup. Love them. Then they take an okay song and elevate it. That is the best part of like the mashups that are out there. That one that you put in there the other day, I swear, like, I'm not the biggest Taylor Swift fan, and that song was kind of okay. And I like Ariana Grande because I'm exactly that kind of a person, but I wasn't like the biggest fan of that song either. But put them together with the Phantom of the Opera, and that was magic. And I can't wait to see what the new one is. I'm excited. I turned it off because I was like, I'm just going to be in people's Discords in the stream if I don't close it down. I have done that. CB says, next morning, 3 helicopters arrived and started firing at the house. We're going to have to trust. You're going to have to trust me, Pepper. Yes, Pepper, trust him. Trust him. He's going to make you a really awesome suit. And you can be rescue. Hey. How you doing, Eva? You are not late. Ooh. You have arrived precisely when you mean to.
Oh, look at the food.
Oh, wait.
Nice.
We gotta.
That looks delicious.
There we go.
Oh, I want some.
That looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now I'm taking it back to the stove because it's heavy.
Oh, Devin, what happened? What happened, Devin? Chaos. There's your recap.
It's a fair enough one.
Your life sounds like mine, so like, I hope everything is okay, Devin. Hopefully, no idiots decided to start a fire on a windy day.
And then Devin just said chaos.
Let's see. I have a tower without a video card at the moment, and that's has a bunch of stuff on it. Most of the non-academic stuff was also printed, but I'm curious about my academic stuff. So someday.
Oh Jesus!
What in the world was that?
Are we okay?
Are we okay? Yeah, just a lot more wet than I wanted to be.
At least you didn't get burned.
Okay.
I mean, we were just talking about spiders, so.
Yeah.
There's
that
that.
like a spider yelp to me. So.
And the sound was somewhere between water splashing and like an electric sizzle, and that worried me
Burned on the
just a little
stove.
bit. Yeah.
I just took more senses as a kid. I don't think it can get me anymore.
I'm glad that you have a backup plan, CB, especially with everything that's been going on. Tamama says, can't really do that face. I'm bad at that face, but I tried. The 93 was me acknowledging the pirate win. Didn't write anything. Okay. See, you're just too honest. Like, let us give you credit.
Well, I know for
can't play.
I've been playing Animal Crossing.
Woo. See, I don't have a Switch. I have not bought a new console since, oh God, the Xbox One?
We don't
have a game system in our house.
No, I have a GameCube. And the only reason I have it is for the Muppets multi-game pack.
Oh my goodness. I have a GameCube.
And that's what I got in the divorce. It was like, no, it's mine. I fought for it.
When quarantine first started up, Kat and Natalie both of our Kat and our other roommate both had Switches, and they were playing Animal Crossing nonstop. Meanwhile, I was like overworking on my computer, playing Stardew Valley and crying because I was alone and I couldn't get them to play it with me. I saved up enough money for college where I hit a goal. I was like, I'm going to buy myself a Switch. And I did. And now they lowered the prices and I feel like I got gypped out of money.
Oh.
I know we paid like $300 for our son's Switch. And like he only uses it if we again, I have kids and my husband loves electronics, so we have like every
See, we got to the point where
I had
we
no
were
idea there was so much.
Yeah. I do have a Wii with a Wii Fit board that I don't use because it tells me that
See, if I thought it was all like completely backwards compatible, because like I am a Mario addict, so like if I knew that it would have all my Mario games on it, and I wouldn't have to buy them yet again.
Anything that you even so much as like look at when you cook it is fucking amazing. How is it? Because it is always delicious.
Here's my ultimate flex. So many years ago, like God, it has to be more than 10 years ago, some company made a backwards compatible Nintendo so you could use all your original Nintendo games in the machine. And I went out and got it in the only 2 months or 3 months it was available in my state before they outlawed them. And I was like, yes, I literally drove to another mall to get it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, because like seriously, there's no comparing to Zelda.
Oh, I love
Zelda. Or Super Mario Brothers. Or that Looney Tunes weird train game. I don't know.
See, I have to say, like, I don't think anything in my life will ever compare to the original Zelda game. Just because that's before there were a lot of game guides out. And so you really had no idea what you were doing. And the game the game did not handhold you at all. And so I remember my friend and I just sitting there drawing out all of our own maps. Like we went and bought graph paper, trying to figure out what in the world was going on in this strange thing.
All the caves.
Right. All the caves. And just because it really didn't even tell you what you were doing. It was just like, it's dangerous out here. Here's a sword. And that was it.
The whistles were great.
And so, you know, I in a lot of ways, like that to me is like the pinnacle of like ultimate gaming, because it was such a collaborative thing because everybody in the neighborhood had it, but none of us could beat it alone. So we were like creating our own little like cheat community where we were trying to figure out where everything was. And then there was that horrible wood that you would get lost in, and figuring out the right way to get back out when you accidentally wandered in. And like, it was such an amazing experience that is not really replicable anymore, because I guess an indie developer could just make a like poorly coded game that we all want to figure out how to do. But you know what I'm saying? Because there would be cheat guides immediately on, you know, YouTube and Twitch and everywhere about hey, I figured it out. It wouldn't. You can't have that experience anymore. And in some ways, that's better. As far as like you don't get as frustrated playing games because when you get frustrated, you just look up the answer and find it. But at the same time, that like interpersonal community thing, I miss because I remember that for that and a couple of those other older games.
I have a Zelda game that I spent like 7 hours one day playing it, and then I spent an hour trying to accomplish one thing, and my dad had gotten home, and I was like, I have to put this down. I'm swearing too much. It was before I was allowed to swear. So I'm like, I'm just gonna put this down, and then I never picked it up again because it made me too angry.
And then Zelda 2 Adventures of Link was the most depressing game I've ever played in my life. I beat it in 11 hours. I got it on a Saturday and had finished it by that night, and I'm just like, the last game took forever. You made it too easy. I was very upset.
I used to go over to my friend's house to play Zelda, and their mom, because it was technically it was two because of the twins. They were twins, and their older brother's the one with the Zelda, and their mom would make me Shirley Temples. So it was like hitting cocktails while we're trying to solve Zelda, and their older brother would then show us, would do an exhibition to show us the latest he had discovered since the last several days we had visited. To see and it was like, oh, this is how we do it. He's like, yes, you get here this way. It was just like, this is amazing. Sip, sip.
Oh, I know. Video games is the one thing that I proudly have old people back in my day chats with, because I was talking to somebody that they're like, this game is so hard. I was like, no, you don't know what hard is. Back in the day, we had a game called Rygar that you couldn't save. If the game system ever got turned off, you lost all of your progression and you had to start again. You would do things to hide the console from your mom so you could leave it running, paused in the background while you were at school, hoping that she didn't see that it was on and go, why is this on? Save power, and turn it off, and you'd have to start all over again. I don't know anyone that ever finished that game because it didn't have the codes, because some of the games back then had codes that you could type in to pick up where you left off. It didn't have that, and it didn't have saved games. You either played it all the way through, or you just and it was a nightmare. But it was such a fun game. Everyone I know had it. Everyone I know was trying to see how far did you get before your mother, sibling, brother, cousin, friend rage quit you on it. And sometimes if you left it on for too long, you started working out putting bags of ice on top of it because the game would get hot, and then it would just randomly restart your NES. So it was a nightmare.
Nintendo was the first system where we learned to literally lay hands on the machine if it was glitching, and then stick your hand into the void and just gently wiggle, but don't touch anything because you're trying to break up the electrostatic.
Yep.
But it was and then eventually Mom's like, what are you doing? We're laying hands on it. She's like, oh, are you praying? And we're like, oh, that's a great idea. Let's do that.
It can't hurt. It seriously couldn't hurt. That was the glitchiest.
It was so terrible.
Oh.
Blow, 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 tap, tap, tap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Blow on it. Here, you blow better. You blow on it. And
I blow it in the machine. Right.
And everybody had their own technique, and you'd argue at school the next day over exactly how you were supposed to
push it down as hard as you can sometimes. Yeah.
We'd literally note in the notebook everyone else's techniques and then go home and try that, see if it was better, then note that scientists. This one worked better, so we do this now.
Do you remember you couldn't save Mario 1 either. No. I remember learning to beat that entire game on one man because you just couldn't save it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's why there are so many conspiracy theorists in our generation. I'm convinced of it. The NES broke us, and we're just no, we're going to obsessively obsess over every little detail.
Broke us when we were still young and pliable and believed everything's ability.
Nope.
We still have all these game systems in our basement in a big trunk in the back with the games.
I don't have my original NES anymore. I still have my Super NES.
We do.
Yeah, I don't have my original NES. That was why I went out and got the Nintendo, because people were still selling the games at garage sales because these cartridges live forever, but the system doesn't. And so I was like, yes, I shall collect them all, including Indiana Jones.
We have 2 regular Nintendos and 2 Supers because my husband likes that junk, but nobody uses it. It needs to go to Goodwill.
Yep, grenadine and Sprite.
Yeah. Yes, with a maraschino cherry in it.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
are we having to have the alcohol now?
With the little umbrella, because you're fancy, and because the twins' parents owned a Cantonese restaurant, and they featured these, so they knew how to make it. Their mom made it just right. I mean, nobody's made it better to this day.
And then when you got older, you discovered Shirley Temple Blacks, which is basically a Shirley Temple with a shot of vodka in it.
Yes. And then you're like, hey, baby.
Hey, baby. Like, it's like my childhood, only it
Only
gets me
better.
record.
Never had a Shirley Temple.
Really?
Am I supposed to switch her
I
from
used
tea
to
to
drink those
alcohol?
all the time as a kid.
You
It
know,
was like all I would drink every time we'd go out somewhere
Yep.
for
Because you felt
lunch or
fancy.
dinner.
Because like my sister would order these like fancy cocktails and stuff, and that was like the only one that I knew that I could order because it didn't have alcohol in it, you know. So like, yeah,
I was just excited for the cherries in it.
yes, me too.
maraschino
And then
cherries.
my
were so
mother
good.
taught me how to tie a stem with my tongue, and I'm like thinking back, going, why did she teach an 8-year-old how to do that? It did work out really well when I learned to play trombone, but she couldn't have known that was going to happen 2 years later.
Oh my goodness!
Why? Why would adults do that?
I'm just gonna just put this here just for like not even for discussion, but it's odd that how certain skills and brass instruments overlap.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna put that out there because I was a trumpet player.
Ah. Yep.
It's odd that there are certain skills that are versatile.
Yes.
That you learn.
You never truly forget.
And can be
Muscle
used for
memory.
numerous things.
Right. Yep. As well as, of course, most boners have great sense of humor.
We actually have a band theory of people, and there's an odd correlation between people and what instrument they played.
Yes.
in school band.
Yes. I talk about that one too. It is pretty interesting.
Which is why I always just put it just like I'm just going to put this here. I used to play trumpet, and because that really does like if you knew a lot of trumpet players,
Then
in
you know
school,
all trumpet players. Yes.
Yeah,
It's true. It's true.
you know us.
It's true. Versus the clarinets. Oh, they were the scariest ones in my school.
And my best friend played the sax.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, they always belonged in front of the trombones, and frankly, sense of humor wise, it was fair. It was fair.
And his girlfriend's best friend thought she was my girlfriend, and I just didn't correct her.
At a certain point, just run with it, you know, get them off your back.
I played a few instruments.
Orange.
What was your first
when I was in 4th grade, and they would not let me play because the first day I had the trombone, I hit the kid in front of me's head.
Yeah.
So they said, nope.
You're supposed to save that for later.
Yeah.
You know, when you're like,
so they gave me the trumpet in 4th grade, and then 6th grade I liked boys, so I joined I played drums. I was the only girl in the drums, and I was in a marching band in 6th grade. And then I played.
I can see you really liking the drums.
Yeah,
I love the drums.
Yeah.
I shall return momentarily.
Okay.
I'm not
yeah.
very good at any of them, so at all.
I was always good friends with the percussion section, but yeah, being one of only 2 girls in the trombone section was wild.
Yeah,
because
it's your lip. You must have better. It tickles too much for me. I can't play that anymore.
Oh no, I love it. I personally prefer it to the trumpet. The mouthpiece is so much smaller; it's uncomfortable for me.
Yeah,
I think it's really about what body parts you got that work right for.
That is the best part to come back into a conversation. I'm just saying. I'm not entirely sure what preceded that. And I'm just like, I really. Am I going to have to flip this over to adults only? Or?
Sorry, I'll shut up.
Who else played instruments?
I played the violin and the piano.
Nice.
I sort of kind of learned how to play the piano. I'm just no good. Like my father's side of the family is very, very musical. My grandfather and grandmother had a radio show of their own for a little while.
Wow.
My grandfather could play the piano like a whiz. He played the organ as well. So did my grandmother. My mother's side would like to be musical. And I got my mother's.
I love that, like, would like to be. Like, just a little bit of shade. just ever so slightly.
Well, I mean, they're full power part of the choir, but they're like way in the back because, like, don't put them near a microphone. You know, that kind.
I never am anywhere too far away from my drumsticks, and if I could ever afford one, I want an electronic drum kit, just so I don't annoy the neighbors.
That would be cool.
Actually,
drums are loud.
I think the first instrument I ever played was the recorder in 3rd grade.
Yeah, that was the first one I played, was the recorder.
No?
Three blind mice. Yeah.
I actually have it. I inherited it when she passed. My grandmother had an organ in her house that was really cool because it actually, I need to get it fixed because it actually had an airbag in it that you turned a fan on that actually blew air through it, and it was actually worked kind of like a small mini pipe organ. And she taught me how to play a lot of hymns on that, and I would play the music and she and I would sing along to it, and that was the first instrument I learned how to play.
Nice.
And I just remembered I have that in the back room, and I need to get that fixed because it don't work no more. Catherine's here.
Hello.
Hello, other cat.
Hello, other cat. How are you doing, other cat?
It's so nice streaming with all you guys. Very cool.
Like hanging out, you know, like people do at home or used to in the before.
In the before, yeah.
In the before time. Because I've noticed that like everyone is talking that way. Like I really like when you used to watch those like post-apocalypse shows and they're like, in the before time we had this, and you're like, that is the worst dialogue I've ever heard in my life. No one would ever talk like that. And now here we are living in the midst of the apocalypse, and people are like, I remember in the before time.
Yep.
Oh crap. I have to write apology letters to all the screenwriters that I blasted for using that language. Because wow, we really do.
Also, we have to retire the saying avoid it like the plague.
Yeah.
Yes, because here we are, and ain't nobody avoiding.
Yeah, and we're in a very interesting place because I'm just gonna say this. Please don't take this any other way other than sympathies, because he is technically a human being. They just moved the president to a military hospital.
Yeah, over to Walter Reed, I think. Was what the headline I saw.
That is probably just a precaution because of his position that they want to be able to monitor 24, like monitor and make sure, but that's never a good thing when the president of your country gets moved over to a medical hospital for observation, which does beg the question, is Pence technically president right now? Have they invoked the 25th? Inquiring minds have to know.
That Trump would be working from the White House offices within the military hospital, because apparently there is a designated presidential suite within that hospital.
I think there has been since Reagan. But these are just weird times. Like, just
amen. Well, I saw something on BBC when I checked it this morning about how if Trump becomes incapacitated, it passes to Pence and then to Nancy Pelosi. And then they phrased it as if she would not be able to take control because the White House would refuse to let her. And I was like, this is a weird phrasing. I'm not sure if I like that idea.
Can I just say, watching British people, the British news talking about everything going on in the United States, just really makes me feel really bad. Like, I feel like things are messed up here, but seeing an outsider perspective on everything going on here just really adds to everything. because like I like to watch the Sky News because that's Rupert Murdoch's channel over there. So that's basically Britain's Fox News. Because I'm always curious what they're going to say because they're always going to take the conservative side, and when they're just like, America is a messed up place right now. And I'm just like,
yeah.
Wait, what? Like you're not even like, no, rah rah rah. Like oh our country, like oh, hello Mindy.
Hello.
But oh my goodness, it is a strange time to be.
Okay. How many of y'all played Oregon Trail on your computer?
I played it, but I don't remember it enough to like.
I played it.
I know I died a lot.
I want it. So that was. My dad was always a computer nerd, and so I got my first computer, like tower and everything, when I was 11. And he had already installed that. So that was the very first game that I played on my computer.
Oh, wow.
And I remember being obsessed and dying happily all the time. It's like, oh, dysentery. All right, I'll start a new game. Oh, flood. All right, that's cool. I'll start a new game. Oh, I died again. Too bad.
we used to play that at the computer lab in school. And it was so funny because you would just hear people they would just shout out what killed you. Like we would just be sitting there and like everybody was quiet. Like it was the only time I've ever been in a classroom that was like completely quiet because we were all like crazy obsessed with this stupid game. And you would just hear somebody go, whoop, dysentery. And then there's a chuckle would move through the room. And then a little bit longer, wasn't ready to ford the river.
Yep.
The only words that would
I
ever pop
loved
up.
that game in middle school so much. And when my brother told me that there was an Oregon Trail, the musical, I like flipped out and was like, where do I have to go? I'm watching all
There's
of it.
a what?
Oh, you did not know? I know
did not
something
know.
that Charlie did not know.
Yes.
It's all on YouTube, baby. It's all on YouTube, including all the different. At the end, they do a choose your own adventure, and they let the audience pick who will make it and who won't. And then, so the scenes, will vary depending on the versions. And they have all of them on YouTube. And I was just like, yes, it was great.
I feel like I have to look this up just to find out how long our next sprint has to be.
Yeah,
Like I should know the answer.
I will look it up and I will post links in our next sprint. That is what I will do instead of what I was planning. Because y'all need to know this wonderful thing. It is so entertaining and it's great. It was done in the spirit that we all love Oregon Trail. Yes,
oh my goodness.
Done by people who love it.
I don't know how you would not like that game. There was just something about it. Had an odd charm. It's the only video game it's like the most gleeful roguelike ever made in the history of gaming.
That was like 93, 92, right? Something like early 90s.
Yeah. So like the graphics are terrible.
See,
the story is very
90,
simple.
91.
Yeah.
But it was so much fun. It was so terribly fun. Like I remember them trying to get us to play. There was this other it was like this math thing where you play like a frog and you had to jump on the right answers. Like it put the things up.
That's a baby's game. They're trying to trick you to learning.
And we were like,
no,
Oregon Trail. Come on.
Carmen San Diego was also awesome. I like
Which one?
Diego.
Which one?
Star Kid.
Oh, Carmen San Diego. Yeah.
But then we, since my dad was a computer nerd, we had multiple computers in our house. And so our house became the location where all the neighborhood kids would gather for a local area network game. And so we had Doom. We had like all the first person shooter games because that was what the boys in our neighborhood wanted to play. And I refuse to play any more first person shooter games with my brother. I refuse because he has super fast reflexes. If he wanted to, and if that had been like an option when he was growing up, he totally would have become a professional video game player. He totally could have. But the first weapon that he always finds in those first person shooter games is the sniper rifle. And then I die like a bajillion times until the game randomly regenerates me behind him with your little starter knife, and I get to go like all shower scene it on him. And I swear to God, I hate those games because of him.
I feel like this is like more like a narrative about something. It's a little deeper. I'm not sure, but I'm really wanting to watch this.
I'm just saying, if you want to do
like I am here.
If you want to do the sequel series to the Awkward Sibling Hour, that could just be like. This just sounds oddly entertaining to watch. I'm just saying. Like we could do a spinoff here.
Yeah, I'm very much like let's talk, Jules.
Okay, Sarah, that is awesome. Number one.
Yes.
Number two, that kind of makes me want to find a copy of Oregon Trail that we could play on a stream and then have like play up until somebody dies. And then that's the challenge. We do a sprint and everybody writes their version of what had happened up to that point in whatever genre you want.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
I love that idea.
I might have to try to make that happen because, we're only going to be playing for like 5-10 minutes and then, dead. Okay, everybody, let's.
I don't know if the music for Oregon Trail is copyrighted. So would we have to do that on Twitch, maybe?
I don't know.
Or do it with the sound off.
Yeah, just turn
Yeah, I don't know.
We all know the songs in our head. We're all.
I really don't.
Oregon Trail.
What did you sneak in here, Laura? I don't remember seeing you earlier. Hello.
Hello.
Oregon Trail 2, the game we do not speak of. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm sorry. I just keep seeing this over in the chat box, and I just have to click it. I feel like that's the anchor point for the chat right now because that cracks me up. Okay, does everybody want to do another sprint?
If you wondered where I disappeared to, my kids are betting each other money to eat hot sauces. And
Sibling bonding experiences.
That would not work well in our house. The hubby and I have a fondness.
Betting money to eat hot sauce and stuff.
I think I don't know which is considered to be less spicy, but I think the least spiciest ones we have in the house is either the gochujang or the sambal olak.
Yeah, I think we have ranks and jalapeno.
And then up from there. So, yeah, that would not end well for any child trying to do that here. Oh, Tetris. I had a Game Boy, and the original Game Boy, and the Game Boy games were so freaking expensive, but it came with Tetris. So I got really, really good at Tetris because that was like the only game we could afford.
Oh.
I ended up getting a couple others, but
my mom worked at the National Center for Physical Acoustics, and for some reason, all their computers were automatically installed Tetris on there. I guess supposedly because they had some sort of thing with, there was a Russian version of the same center.
Yep.
I don't know, but the Russians sent it over and said, "Here, you like it? It's a game." Maybe it was spyware. I don't know. And it was just like, ooh, it's like stacking. I will get all the suitcases to fit. And it would sing to you while you played, and in Russian though. So it was like, I feel so very much in the Russian Navy right now. I feel strong playing this game with the Navy. They'd sing these Russian choral Navy songs while you play. Series, true story. It's crazy.
In the Navy, we serve the CCP in the Navy. Sorry.
The 90s were wild.
The 90s were a wild time. I have to say, if I ever hear the music from Tetris, my fingers just automatically start doing this. Like my thumbs just start bouncing around like crazy because it's like, have to save it, have to make tower fall. It's not healthy for anybody. So let's see. Anybody actually want to get work done? Because are we still writing? Hey, I see a 17-minute. Okay, times have started appearing in the chat, so we might do that.
Disclaimer: Fanfiction Friday. Gosh.
Do I need to play the bumper again? I mean, the boiler effect has been invoked because I'm so proud of that. I have to say, I am so.
I love it.
Proud
I love that
because I actually made that in Canva Pro. So
nice
for anybody who wants to know what you can do with that.
Yeah, I just saw that. You could do the little intros.
I clipped the audio. Well, you can make any kind of video in there. But I I edited the sound together in Hindenburg because that's my main audio thing right now because I'm looking at DAWs again. So if anybody has any DAW recommendations, I'm definitely open for that. But digital audio workstations for anybody who hasn't been way too long doing audio engineering, because I don't. The ones I used to use aren't updating anymore, so I need a new DAW. I need a new one.
I can get the Oregon Trail 5th edition from GameFools.com.
Dial up.
Yep. Do you remember when all the AOL discs started appearing in people's mail?
Yes.
And it was like, oh, where can we try out these free hours? Oh my gosh.
And that's the hardest thing to get people to understand nowadays, because they're just like, oh, my internet is so expensive. Like, they used to charge by the hour. Like, luckily we stopped that. If we stop that, we can stop this foolishness too. We just have to band together. Because the 90s were good times for two reasons. One, it was literally a much more innocent time, which is hard to say, hard to believe because of like crack and like all the other messed up stuff that was going on. Sure. But somehow oddly more innocent. And two, the music was more intense, and I love that. We need to get back to more intense music. Like, it's not that I don't like some of the stuff that's out nowadays, but you know, I want my party anthem to cause people to bleed just a little bit, just a little bit, like just a skosh. Oh, and I don't know if I remember to put it in the thing, Jules, but My Worlds Collided. There is a video of Marco from Nightwish singing "He Is" by Ghost. Like, he was hanging out with a dude, and I know you're a Nightwish fan, and like, I don't know if I put it in the Discord or not, but like, My Worlds Collided. I'm like, it's Nightwish doing Ghost. There's chocolate in my peanut butter. It's really good. Like, Marco, you need to.
I will have to do a listen during this next sprint.
I think I put it over there. If not, I'll definitely have to do that. But it was just like randomly out of nowhere, my internet thingy was like, hey, would you like to watch this? I was like,
yes.
That's a thing? How is that a thing? YouTube, you actually recommended something that, yes, all of that.
All of it and more.
All of that and more. And then some.
I might have just found
Nightwish.
Of Oregon Trail 1.2.
We have started Kat on a quest, so we know what she's going to be doing. What do you think for the timer? I would say let's pick the length of a Nightwish song, but that's either going to be really short or really long, depending on the album that we pick from. I wish I don't know. If I get working on my voice, I might be able to do Islander someday. I think that's going to be like the closest song to my new vocal range, because I will never get up into Taria's. That will never happen. That will never, ever happen. The gods don't like me that much.
Oh, I vote for a time of 18 minutes and 7 seconds.
Oh no, what happened?
No,
what have you found?
That's just my
randomly completely unbiased for no reason in particular.
I mean, I do take the current time and turn it into minutes.
I love Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Yes,
oh my goodness.
baby.
Downloading the game.
Ghost Love Song.
I may or may not be downloading it, and I'm going to have to scan it just to be safe.
Yes. Be very wary of anything that comes down from the internet.
Laura's making broccoli cheddar soup, and that sounds so good.
I love that.
I actually saw Jersey Boys at the Shea in Buffalo, the Broadway musical.
Alrighty, so since Kat politely asked for 1807, I guess we'll do 1807 for the next one. Do you guys want the 100 again? Because I don't know if any of us are going to get anything done, because I could not stop watching them.
It's like a monster marathon, as they're all breaking out, and just
because they've always had the option to put like an obscene number of them in there, but usually it's like, nope, you have to have a pro version of this site before you can do that. And it didn't make me have a pro version, so yay, 100. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let the insanity. I can't even.
I call 23.
11.
72.
64.
There's so many. And the fact that you could see all of the evil clowns because their heads poke out.
They have those little balloons.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll pull myself together. This should not crack me up this much, but it does. Alrighty. I see people are picking it in the.
I'll go with 99.
In the chat.
Oh, Bella got 99.
If you want me to, okay, Eva, you can have 11. I'll pick it. I will pick 42 because I don't think anybody picked 42. So I'll go to my second favorite number. Alrighty. If you have not been hydrating, hydrate. If you've not saved, do it.
Save yourself and your work.
Feed not the gremlins. For anybody who wasn't here at the very beginning when the gremlin onslaught occurred and there were like 3 of me talking for some reason, just don't feed the gremlins. Save. All right, we are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A go.
I'd like to state that I'm sober.
What the heck? Everybody's not even on the screen. No.
I would like to state that I am also sober.
I would like to state that soon I will not be sober.
And this has turned into the awkward ASMR sprint.
I would like to say that I am regrettably sober.
Yes, Glory and I. Squashmallows for the win.
I want to say it's either the pirate or one of the mummies, but oh wait, a bunch of them are coming up from behind. It's definitely probably going to be a mummy. No, maybe a clown. Oh my goodness, everybody! It's an alien. Where did the alien come from? Where was that alien hiding?
He did the Naruto run from the Area 51 raid all the way up to the end.
Like they all decided right at the end, like just run. I'm very excited for a thing that is about to happen. Wait a minute. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
All right. Yep, she's leaving.
And there's the cat. Oh.
Oh my.
We get a glimpse of the tail and then it's off.
Oh my.
Yeah, I just wanted to try this out.
Well, it's a good place to try because if the chaos is going to happen, it's going to happen here, and then you've gotten used to it, and everything that happens on anybody else's stream is fine. Alrighty, so I actually got some writing done, probably about 200 words. I'm not really keeping track because I don't know, it's fan fiction. It feels dirty to like keep like serious track of my work progress. I don't know. I have issues. How did everybody else do?
I'm playing Oregon Trail.
Of course. Have you died yet, though? Is that
no?
Ooh.
Ooh.
I finished.
Oh, my kid has gone with me twice.
I finished making the visuals for my analytics video. So
nice. I got about
Is it
90
wrong
some
that
odd
I'm
words.
like going, ooh, an analytics video and like getting excited? Like, that's a good.
No, I love
analytics.
analytics videos. They're my
Like-
favorite to watch. I love watching
I get
them.
so excited
love to
when
watch them
Natalie
too.
Locke puts her videos up because I'm just like, I know one, we're gonna get to see the dogs and stuff, but yeah, no, we're getting charts. Charts are coming. She got to go through all the charts. She's like, woo, chart time. Just like, I am such a nerd. Such a nerd.
I don't have charts, but I've got graphics.
Nice.
What were you saying, Bonnie?
I got 1.5 pages, and I switched from tea to a cocktail.
Ooh. I just have to say, Bonnie, this is not a place for like ultra politeness because it's the problem with streaming. You can never tell when somebody's starting and when somebody's stopping. And if we all just like are polite, nobody will say.
I'm just a talker, and I don't want to over talk. You know what I mean?
Oh my god! Between you, me, and Glory, like the fact that anybody's gotten any words in,
okay,
all on the stream,
we're all good. We're all
it's
good.
a miracle. Speaking of which, Glory, I saw you playing with all you toys.
I played with my baby doll, and by the way, her name is Octavia. She is named after Octavia Butler, the first woman I read in science fiction that I really liked in a short story. And I was like, so yeah, I used to have a subscription to Asimov magazine. And then my brother offered to pick up dinner for me. So then it was like, ooh, what do I want? And that's the rest of the time.
Really, I feel like you just gave a disclaimer for me, so I'm A-okay.
Ooh,
Jules. Yum.
Oh, I can share the cheap wine in the regular glass. The cheap wine in the regular glass, because that's how you.
Hey, baby, look. I mean, you could drink it out of a bottle for all I
I
care.
usually
Have a
like
good time.
vodka with some kind of juice, but I'm out of juice, so I'm drinking grape vodka with cherry Coke.
Ooh.
So we'll see how that works.
Nice. Yeah, when I was not 21, I used to like Barks root beer with light rum.
Okay.
I can move to White Russians if I need to. I think I got some Kahlua and milk.
I do believe it takes a certain darkness of heart to like one of my favorite drinks, because I've never met of anyone who likes them that isn't like really into goth music and goth culture. So I love a vodka and Coke, like a straight up vodka and Coke. And I remember I'm very bad at being on airplanes because I've been in a plane crash, don't like flying. And we were on the plane and the stewardess comes over and she's like, would you like to have a drink? And I'm just like, yes, I would like a vodka and Coke. And it was that scene from The Simpsons when Marge is trying to order coffee. Oh, rum and Coke right away. No. Vodka and Coke. One rum and Coke right away. No. I want a vodka and Coke. One rum and Coke right away. My sister, seeing the frustration, like she knew like I was already like about to explode just because on airplane, was just like, I would like a vodka and they would like a Coke. And so she handed the little bottle to my sister. She handed the Coke to me. Sister popped it open, poured it into the cup and was like, and I would like. Yeah. Because she just couldn't understand like the idea of putting those two things together. Just a rum and Coke. No.
My go-to is a vodka cranberry, but at home I like vodka with this orange pineapple banana juice.
Yes, I love that stuff.
It's so good.
One of the greatest drinks in the world, vodka and Chambord. It's called the Vampire's Kiss. It's very good. The two are magic together. So
every time I'd have a little money, it's like, it's time to go get some more Chambord and the pretty bottle afterwards.
The beautiful bottle. Oh my goodness.
Auction it off to my friends for who loves me more. You can have the empty bottle. Several of them have an empty bottle. I'm like, why do you want to collect? They're like, I don't know.
That's a really pretty bottle.
It is. It looks like a perfume bottle.
It does. It really
like
does.
An enormous one. And it smells so good even afterwards.
Oh, it does. It does.
But yeah, my go-to drink is a Scarlet O'Hara. It's Southern Comfort cranberry juice and a twist of lime. It goes down a little too smooth, though. I have to be careful at sci-fi conventions.
I'm just saying that's like a perfect drink to be called after Scarlet because it's a little bit trashy and like people still think that it's like posh. Like you have to.
What? Yeah.
You have to get that like right mix between trashy and posh, or it's not Scarlet O'Hara.
Right. But I will say the reason that was my go-to for so long. Number one, I love Southern Comfort, but number two, I used to be a medical recruiter, and you always start off the schmooze with a regular alcoholic drink, but you, as the recruiter, need to stay sober-ish. And so I would go to the bathroom and on my way go by and find my cocktail waitress and say, from now on, I'm going to keep ordering Scarlet O'Hara's. No Southern Comfort, just cranberry juice and lime. And no one can tell that you don't have any alcohol in your drink. So socially, it worked really well.
That's true.
That's a little tip for people.
We actually started carrying Republic of Tea at our store because they did a push of for designated drivers. They actually sell pre-made tea in what looks like a wine bottle. And because they have a lot of red teas, when they get poured, it kind of looks like a wine in the glass. And so it looks like you're having alcohol with everybody else. So you don't like stand out at the table, but you get a very tasty beverage. That's actually how we got introduced to them. And
nice. I like that.
Yeah, I thought that was a really smart idea because the worst thing about needing designated drivers is that they always just order like boring stuff. And so I think we really as a nation and as a culture need to step up our non-alcoholic drink game because one, not everybody wants to drink, and two, you don't have to just be boring because you're not putting liquor in things. And so
exactly, 100% agree.
I've only been drinking when I go online. It seems to calm me on the streams. Other than that, I don't drink, but well,
it feels so social though. Like we're all together and it's almost like we're in the same room.
Almost.
Most, you know.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Tamama. Did you have anything that you wanted to... Did you do anything during that sprint?
I did absolutely nothing.
Was it everything that I ever imagined?
Maybe.
I saw that the Quiet Adventurer arrived. Hello. I know that's a Squisms thing, but you know, you just got to do it sometimes.
I wonder why that is, CB.
So let's see. Ayani got 413 words. That is amazing. You need at least another sprint to finish this. Then we will definitely have to make sure that you get another sprint. That is amazing. The Quiet Adventurer got 259 words. I can't believe. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We talked about that a little bit already. Well, I'm more in shock that the Secret Service didn't find a way to end run around things, because as somebody who's had to deal with the Secret Service on numerous occasions, because I used to live in Frederick, Maryland, which is just not that far away from Camp David. So, like, if anybody's old enough to remember the whole debacle when the first President Bush, Herbert Walker Bush, bought the socks and got confused at how like scanners worked at stores, that was at the mall I worked at. Like, he was just like a couple stores down, and he actually stopped by the store that I worked in while he was on that shopping trip. But so we interacted with the Secret Service a lot, and they're really good at like trying to weed out stupid, and it amazes me that, you know, they weren't able to do that, because they're really good at their job. Plus, we have had our local congressman do meetings at our restaurant from time to time, so we've had visits that way. And of course, W came to town, and we had to deal with the Secret Service then too. So even here, I've had to deal with the Secret Service. And once I accidentally wandered onto the grounds of Camp David, and had a lovely chat with the Secret Service that time. But I ran into President Reagan's niece. That was actually the first person that I ran into. She was horseback riding, and she was very, very nice and very kind, because I was very young. And then the Secret Service scared the living crap out of me and sent me back to where I was supposed to be.
Statistics.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Statistics are our friends.
Who knows?
Oh, that's okay, Nicole. You just do you.
Everyone at the moment.
Oh yeah, like I said, between Bonnie, Gloria, and I, we've got the words covered. I mean, it's just any extra that people want to contribute, more power to.
I'm excited listening to everyone's dinner. Laura's broccoli cheddar soup is ready.
Oh my goodness! So
I want to see it.
CB got 84 words. Snap, snap. Oh, and for those on the Discord who are having trouble putting stuff in, I think I fixed it. I fixed it.
I was able to post a picture of last night's dinner.
I figured out what went wrong, because I'm stupid.
Because I was like, how are you doing that? I want to show you what I ate.
I didn't want people just putting pictures in the general, because it's the first one that new people that sign up get thrown into. And so I didn't want, you know, if I thought it'd be easier if a troll storm happened for it to be in the other channels and not like where most people talk. And that setting got translated into everything else. So whoopsie.
Catherine and I absolutely love Isaac Asimov.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the whole laws of robotics and Robbie the robot, and yes, Robots of the Dawn. Oh, I have so many things to say about Robots of the Dawn.
So my brother, when he was really young, wanted a robot. Like, that was all he wanted for Christmas. He didn't care if he didn't get anything else. And so my parents looked into robots, and this was when they were not as commonly in the stores where you could buy them, much less for anything that was really like affordable. And so they went to, I think, Radio Shack, and they found one of the robot coin banks. So he had his hands out, and so you would put the quarter or whatnot on his hand and then like crank it down. And so then he would like open his mouth and slide it, so he would eat the coin. That was the only robot they could find for my brother at that point. And he loved it. And I remember sitting there just like on rainy days, just like, here's the coin, boink, have it, eat it. We would turn it over, or we would just like take the flap off of the belly. And so it would just drop right back down. So you could just continue to do it all day long.
Nice. Nice.
That's a good use of your time.
I remember begging my parents for the robotics sets when they first came out that build your own robot, and they never were as cool as the ones on TV. Like,
Tom had all these little Radio Shack motors, for the robots. This was the early 90s. And we would just, for fun, because we had no cable, watch the motors walk or rumble across the table, and then we'd have little races. And this was like Saturday afternoon for the whole afternoon. That's what it was like, children.
I've still never had cable other than at the dorm. So.
Well, now cable's a relic. But I mean, at the time, it was the only form of entertainment if you weren't just totally into PBS all the time.
See, I haven't. I'm weird for my generation because we stopped having cable when we moved into the townhouse because we just couldn't afford it. So that would have been about 97. But when we moved out to California, the little aerial on the top of the house picked up like 27 channels broadcast when we were living in Oakland. So, and it was great. Like, I don't speak Spanish, but I watched so many telenovelas. Like, I barely know what happened in any of them, but I'm fine with it. Like, I religiously watched a lot of those. We had a channel that was put up by a renegade group of the Nation of Islam, and that was insanely funny because they wanted to keep their not-for-profit, so they let people from other faiths be on there, and there was always that one FOI in the back just kind of staring at them while the Christian preacher's giving his sermon, and it was the greatest thing to watch, like, ever. Like, 'cause you're just like, I don't know if it was, I don't know if anything's gonna happen, but I'm gonna leave it here just in case. Like,
okay, yeah, that sounds great.
Like, it was so fun, and we got Deutsche Welle was actually broadcast on over the air, so that was good because I actually spoke German, so I could actually know what was going on there. And we got a couple other channels too, but it was, so we didn't have it there. And then when we moved here, we just started doing everything through online streaming, like when that was really hard to do. So like I go visit my sister and she's just like, here's the remote, I think the thing's on channel 83, and I'm like, oh crap, yeah, I have to remember numbers. Like, no, don't make me go back. And then there's the commercials, and I'm like, how do you live? It's like 5 days of commercials for every hour of television.
Yes, this is the book I'm currently reading.
What does it say? Oh,
I'm trying.
Nice.
I have the second one too.
Yeah. I will admit that the second one has been in my Amazon wish list for like 15 years now.
Can you bring the?
But I mean, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money.
My husband's been doing a huge TV tropes. He's been doing a huge TV tropes. All the TV tropes pages for the Asimovs.
I mean,
wow, that's
like,
a thick book.
I made
We were actually able to negotiate the seller because they'd been wanting to sell this, the first edition. They've been wanting to sell it for years, and so we bought it for $150 for both of them.
Sweet.
We're like, yeah, we'll take them.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I made a decision when I did have a little bit of money to buy Isaac Asimov's Guide to the Bible instead of any of his autobiographies.
We have
the fact that he had just the unmitigated gall to write that is one of the things that I love about him.
My husband's just enjoying showing. There's half of it.
Yes.
If you go onto TV Tropes and you look at Asimov, you will find a lot of articles because my husband's actually troping all the books. He's even talked to the estate about a lot of this. So
nice.
I
literally saw a doctor
apparently
this year. I saw a new doctor this year, and I mentioned, I don't remember why I mentioned science fiction, but she's like, "Oh, I like science fiction too," and I'm like, "Well, I think I might have mentioned Asimov," but she was like, "Who?" I was like,
oh, that's
Isaac
sad.
Asimov, do you not? Oh, I think maybe I mentioned the laws of robotics, and she was like, "Who is Isaac Asimov?" I was like,
"Oh my
one
god,
of the like super like big
He's one
deal
of the
science
three."
fiction." She's like, "Let me write this down, and I'll look him up." And because she's like, "I love science fiction," I'm like, "I feel so old and decrepit right now." Why do people know?
He's one of the three that Campbell, brought into. What was really great is knowing that it was because of Robert Heinlein and Sprague de Camp that they met in the naval yard and said, "You need to write, boy."
In Virginia.
Yes.
Virginia. Yeah. This is fast. I mean, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
I admit I did not know much about Asimov before I met my husband. I knew of him because my parents were into it, but my mom was more into Mercedes Lackey and
I love Mercedes Lackey
and C.J. Sherrill. Which, fun fact, I actually pen palled C.J. Sherrill for many years. Actually, we were talking about our dogs.
Yeah, I used to meet Mercedes Lackey at Southern Science Fiction Convention. She liked to come to New Orleans.
Nice.
A lot of writers like to come to New Orleans. So the best stuff. And, just hanging out with her before I ever knew who she was. And then like, oh, she's that writer of all the books that Tom has. Oh. Sorry.
Yeah.
She come to our room parties.
It's fun when you get to meet people that enjoy.
Yeah, the real life people. Yeah.
Now, we are going to do. We are going to
never sprint again.
Well, I'm going to say we do have a request to do at least one more sprint, so we are going to do at least one more sprint. But for anybody who wants like super productivity or like closer to more productivity, Sarah Sharm-Weber has started her productivity-ish thing. It just started, so if you're wanting much more productivity than what might actually happen here.
Harlan Ellison is pretty famous as well.
Oh, I know Harlan
know
Ellison.
that is available.
My husband wanted to show off this one. This is iRobot with Harlan Ellison and everything.
Yes.
Harlan Ellison is a hero of mine.
I really liked the documentary on him on Amazon Prime, and I made Tom watch it, and I'm like, look, see, I don't know what's holding me back.
They might have been rivals, but Harlan Ellison cried when Asimov.
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you for a second, Catherine.
Sorry.
Harlan Ellison was a rival to everyone.
Yes, he was just so angry.
Harlan was just the angriest sci-fi writer that has ever sci-fi written in the history of sci-fi writing. Everyone was Harlan Ellison's rival, at least in Harlan's mind.
Did you know, he talks about that he mailed every single thing he ever published to that professor who told him he'd never make it as a writer.
Yep.
And that's like at the end, the professor kept it all. So there was over 1,000 documents that he eventually donated for Harlan Ellison of like his, here you go, so angry. And
apparently my husband has an objection. What were you going to say?
Charlie said that Harlan Ellison was the angriest science fiction writer. You don't need the superlative. He was the angriest writer.
Yeah. Yes, I was going to say. I think he was just angry as like all writers. Like he's angrier than everybody.
I mean, just remember, Harlan Ellison, Harlan Ellison's last great action on this planet was to screw over J.J. Abrams because he found out that they were going to use his ideas from City on the Edge of Forever, the Guardian of Forever, from City on the Edge of Forever in that movie, and he sued J.J. Abrams personally for violating his copyright and threatened to asked. I think one of the things he asked for was like his dog. He just went after him. And they were just like, oh, I don't know, red matter.
That's hilarious.
He believed that writers should always have their rights, and so he held on to his rights even to the stuff he created for Star Trek. And he was, because I have this wonderful video like in my favorites where he's just like, if they would have asked, I would have just named them a price, but they didn't ask, so
screw up.
They're gonna burn in hell and pay me millions of dollars.
It feels kind of similar. Like you didn't ask. Well,
yeah.
I brought out my husband by us talking about sci-fi. Believe me, he could go on forever, except that he doesn't like showing his face on camera, so he just kind of.
So he's just off. He's like off stage. Just there's the disembodied voice.
So we actually came up with a team because you know about Lewis Padgett, where they were a husband and wife couple. We're actually a husband and wife writing team too, and we go under Catherine. That is the name, and that is what we chose to do. I am the what was I called?
Storyteller.
I'm the storyteller, and he's the redactor. That is our names for each other.
I like that.
Yeah, because he started out being my editor, and then we started finding out that the way he edits my books makes things sound better, because I'm actually I don't English well because it's not really my first language. I learned German and English at the same time, but I speak more Yoda-ese because of the way I learned German, because I lived in Germany for many years. So he comes in and he actually makes things sound appropriate for an American audience. So I said, Hans, why don't you just, and he's German, Hans. I said,
I think the birthday.
Yes.
Ooh, we had the second Charlie for a second.
We're about an inception here.
Oh no, there are two of me in here.
I just said, why don't you be my co-writer? Because he makes things better. I can come up with the ideas and make a first draft. He can do the rest.
Nice. I wish I had somebody to edit me.
The saddest thing is we're not.
I sell his services.
There we go. That's better.
I will sell his services for people. He's a freelance editor.
Oh, baby, I ain't got no money. Are you kidding?
I understand that very much. So, yeah.
What is
like,
money?
You want something crocheted? I can crochet something in payment. A whole wardrobe.
What is money?
I don't know
what that is, Charlie.
I've hardly ever seen it, but I've heard about it in science fiction stories.
Right? Oh, yeah.
They talk about credits all the time.
Credits.
Right?
Yeah.
No, I've heard about
credits.
If I had money, I wouldn't be, selling my calligraphy for money.
Right.
It's like, no, money? What's that?
I'm sorry, my whole thing, my mind just had a moment of, if I had money, I wouldn't be selling my soul for money.
Right.
I would just be giving my stuff away. I wouldn't be like, please give me money, please. I need
Maybe it's the way you're thinking about money.
No, we own a restaurant. We are forever going to be in need of money.
Well, business, right? Business takes money, right?
Yeah.
I understand. I own my own business as a financial auditor, but I can't go to work because of the pandemic and being high risk. So what's work? It's like I'm still employed, but I'm not getting money. So what's work?
Right. Exactly. Oh, amen.
Thankfully, my husband's a teacher, so he's at least getting something for us.
I'm going to put this to the chat real quick because I feel like we've hit that point in the evening. 3 hours has been passed, and I know my streams on a Friday night when we hit 3 hours. Does anyone want a last call on a sprint? Last call on sprinting. Let me know in chat because we've hit the 3 hour mark and it's us.
We'll be speaking for another couple of hours, right?
Probably. I'm just saying, we may have hit the wall. We may have to truly invoke Boimler's Law. Oh, what the hell? I'm gonna play it again. It's my stream. I'm proud of it. Play it again.
It took the eyes of a child to see what we were blind to. If it wasn't for you, we would still be following every little rule in the book.
Wait, is that bad? Because I love rules.
We're instituting a new ship-wide mandate, and we're calling it the Boimler Effect. The Boimler Effect is about encouraging shortcuts and preventing people from just blindly following the rules. From now on, the crew can build in buffer time whenever they deem fit. Congratulations. Dismissed.
So we're definitely at that point of the stream. So
I don't know. Was that the captain? My husband's wondering.
No, yes. That was the captain and Boimler. Yeah.
Yes, he was playing the boiler.
Oh, I was thinking the captain from the red hat lady.
No, that was from all from.
No, I remember what you're talking about.
That was actually the alarm sounds from TNG and the vocals from Lower Decks.
Lower Decks.
Got it.
How is that the best Star Trek that's come out since
It's
Enterprise
so
went off the air?
amazing. It's so wonderful. I
So
love
good.
rewatching
I
it all
almost
the time.
cried at the end of this week's when it popped up next week on the season finale. And I'm like, no!
But they already are. They're already going to have a second season, so
Yeah, I know.
we are
But
sure.
Still, the season's too short.
Tamama looks so relaxed over there with the cat.
Yeah, just chilling.
It's really more like a cat channel in the corner. Yeah, cat worship.
This is mine.
Oh, Asheron.
He is very, very happy with
I'm
that.
just slow.
What?
I was trying to zoom in, but by the time it zoomed in, you had turned away.
There he is.
Oh, his eyes are open now.
Sort of.
Hello, sleepy kitty.
Aw, we do.
Asheron.
I love when they have
I won. Yeah, he plays.
Well, see that's
Cat, you
secret-
didn't die.
Yes.
That's actually secretly one of the reasons why I'm asking if we're doing any more sprints, because then I can make secret me go away, because there is a secret me like just off the screen. Because that's where the timers come from, is from secret me over here. And if with secret me here, we're at our limit for number of people that can be on the stream. If secret me can go away, then we actually have room for one more.
It's always room for one more.
I'm just saying.
What? I know if you guys are keeping me from staring at the Pitch Wars things all night, so.
Oh, that's going on right now.
Oh yeah, well yeah. The submission window closed last night. Yeah, and they have till November 7th, but that doesn't mean they're not putting out teasers and everything. So of course I'm just like.
Charlie,
and the silhouettes.
If you need room for one more, I don't mind bouncing out if you need.
Oh
room.
no! I don't know if we have any more wanting to actually be here. I'm just saying, if we are actually done with the sprinty sprints, secret me doesn't need to be taking up a slot, because I'm only allowed. I think it's 10. Is 10 the limit for a play? So. It looks like there's 9 of us here, but there is secretly 10, because I am in multiple places at once.
And on the screen is what it is. I think we can have more than that backstage.
Yeah, I think you can have more backstage, and that becomes so much work. And
Well, I think Sarah wanted to sprint at some point.
I think so. That's why I was asking. I was giving people. Oh, wait.
Hey, Tessa!
Hey, Tessa!
Hello!
I hope you're doing well.
Yes, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying being at home.
Yeah, I was.
Yes. And having access to your computer again, so
Yes.
you don't have to write by hand.
Hey, some of us love writing by hand.
Can I just say,
I love writing by hand.
I want to make a comic book that's Secret Charlie and the Sprinters. Like that sounds like the title of like a 70s comic book series.
Yes.
Or a 70s like some competitor to Johnny Quest or Scooby Doo.
Yes, I was thinking Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Secret Charlie and the Sprinters.
Charlie, like as the guest on Scooby Doo. Oh, it's Secret Charlie and the Sprinters.
So, speaking of comic books,
Which I'm going to write that down. I might make merch for Secret Charlie and the Sprinters. Where's my merch?
For Charlie and the Silhouettes.
I would love it if we could get a bus or a van or something, and then go and solve mysteries.
And Charlie, can you
get
make
good restaurants?
Catherine's things bigger?
I'll be Daphne.
so speaking of comic books, this is actually my web comic that I started a long time ago.
Oh, wow.
It's all hand drawn.
Nice.
Eventually, I need to actually finish it, but I actually have it all scripted out.
Very cool.
That's so cool. Yeah.
Lovely.
But I was like, ooh, comic books. Yeah, I've got one.
I wish I could draw. And before anybody starts like coming at me, I can't draw. I can, if you give me a brief, like make this thing happen, I can make that thing happen. If I need to create the same character multiple times in different poses, that will not happen. that absolutely will not happen.
I was about to say, it took a while for me to learn. It does take a while. I went to college for it, so
I've done like a lot of art classes over the years. This is not a skill set that my brain allows to be installed. I know this quite well. Like my OS is not compatible with that patch.
and that's why you've got some comic books that have the artists and you have some that have the writers, so that you don't have to be the same thing.
That's why I started playing with the 3D models, because like for the video I did for the Orla thing, I could create a model of Gray and then pose differently. And I've actually thought about using that for making a comic, but I need to get a better computer first, because each one of those images takes like 3 to 6 hours to render.
Yeah,
oh my goodness. That's
hated,
a long time.
Yeah,
I hated 3ds Max. I couldn't stand it because they only did vectors, which for some reason I don't like vectors. I don't like working with them. And they had no undo button. So if you pulled one vector wrong, you couldn't undo it to fix it. You had to scratch the whole thing and try again.
we're celebrating. They finally gave us duplicate.
Nice.
Which
time.
Oh, tell me about it, because like if you're doing a crowd scene, like you only have to make a couple different versions of people and then just
instead of
proliferate
individually doing
it around. Yes, and prior to the one of the more recent updates, you had to make each one by hand, which is why,
my goodness.
like I never did crowd scenes there because
now I was one of those weird students in college that actually liked hand animation, but most people don't realize that even a 2-second illustration takes like 5 hours to hand draw everything. But I loved it. Like I said, I couldn't. One reason why I just didn't finish that college was I just did not like computer animation. I'm very much hand animation heavy. I'll take those hours.
See, I'm just happy I finally figured out how to do lighting in there, because I realized I was stupid.
Which one do you use? Do you use Maya or 3ds?
Actually, I'm using Daz 3D. The software is free, but they have models that you can buy, and models that are really alterable.
Nice.
To get them to look the way that you want. But the nice thing is, like as far as like clothes and stuff, I don't have to worry about freaking creating clothes. Like if you're just supposed to have a shirt and tie on, I can just you can just buy a shirt and tie and put it in and dress up. You know, so like for simple things, you can just get them out of the catalog. They've got some really nice stuff in there, and I've been using them for years, and it's been getting better and better and better. But you know, I like it because it's also, once you have something done up, you can actually, they have bridges to all of the main other apps. So if you use any of the others, you can just take what you have and just shoot it over. So.
Yeah, 3ds Max was all individual.
Yeah.
You literally just had that grid with the little blob, and you had, that gave me such a headache, because I'd see all the beautiful stuff people did, and I'm like, how? How do you do it without the undo button? There's no undo button.
The thing I really like about them is they have blanks. They're called the Genesis models that are it's just a blank that you can then deform and make, but it's already rigged, so you don't have to put the bones in. Like it knows where the arm joints are and the finger joints are.
Oh, that's nice.
Because rigging 3D is a nightmare.
Yes, it is.
At least for me. So
I probably would have liked 3D animation if we used something like that.
Yeah.
When I was in school, this was 2004, it's early 2000s. they were like, "Oh, 3ds Max is easier than Maya," and I'm going, "Are you sure?" Are you sure?
It depends on exactly how you're using Maya, because Maya can be insane. I'm just saying. Because
yeah, and I can understand why 3ds Max was easier, but it just bothered me that a simple bowl, I felt like it shouldn't take 12 hours to try to do vectors right and scrap several things. It was so frustrating.
yeah, but like I said, the thing that makes me really happy about it is once you actually get, especially with the newer stuff, once you have it figured out how you want everything to look, it just flows so much easier, and it's nice. But I feel like I got us off on a weird tangent, and everybody else is just like, I don't know what's going on. As I do.
They're just sitting there listening to us talk about 3D animation, going, "Yep,
Basically.
And unfortunately, we don't have Laura here.
So
this is like the one time we really need to have Laura
I'm working
on
my fan fiction, so
this is where we really need Laura on the screen because she actually knows this stuff, like inside and out.
Yeah.
She does it professionally.
Yeah, I only know basics because it just drove me crazy to the point where I'm like, if you want to do animation, I will do hand animation for you, and we can use a flip book or something. And
yeah, Lizzie, we kind of have a full house at the moment.
Yep.
It's a story. Lovely lady.
All right, so before I let us meander too far down the primrose path, because you know how I am. It's Friday night. I have peach ciders in the other room that I can just go grab out of the refrigerator.
Nice. Yummy.
I'm just going to put this out there. This is seriously the last call. If anybody wants to sprint anymore on this stream, speak now or forever hold your peace until we convene again next Wednesday. Because I know what this point in the evening is.
Yeah, because I'm like, if we're sprinting, I'm going to the little fridge to go get some Cayman Jack.
How about this?
I'll just be continuing to read.
How about this? Let's do a 15.
Enough to get a cocktail.
That gives people some time to get some writing if they want to get some writing done. And for those of us who want to go get a beverage, we can go get a beverage. It can be an adult beverage or a not so adult beverage. And for anybody else, there is a amazing race.
Yeah, I'll probably just get more hot chocolate because boy, that Kraken rum just gave me a nasty hangover yesterday.
Because can I just say, this is the most exciting race. I wasn't quite thrilled until I figured out I could do 100 because you actually see them coming up on each other and falling back and forward and back and you never know what's going to happen. And I still don't know where the alien came from that won last time.
Right.
I only got to see 7 once, but at least 7's a dragon, which I'm good for. I'm here for.
I'm going to do my normal 11. Okay, we have a request for 17 minutes.
Yes, we got hot cocoa.
We have a request for 17 minutes, and we will do that for you,
about hot chocolate earlier.
Hot chocolate sounds so good right now. I think I might go get some.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some in my little skull mug here.
So I'm gonna do number 11 and see if I can see where the sirens are going.
34.
I'm gonna do number 7 again.
I'm craving hot chocolate, but I don't think we have any.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I used to work as a barista, so I stocked up because you could get free stuff once a week.
And I'm sorry for not talking much.
Oh, that's fine. As long as everything's okay. I understand you've got stuff going on, and hopefully your father will be fine.
Believe me, I will sit here and chat until people are annoyed with me. I don't mean to; it just kind of comes out.
They said he's fine. They said
That's
he's okay right now.
That's
I don't know
good.
really what's going on.
That's good.
But yeah, he's going to be okay.
Yay!
Alrighty, let's get this started in 5, 4,
I picked 31.
3, 2, 1. Sprint.
Oh,
So
63.
many. There's just so many.
So many.
Oh, I see 46. It's an ant. It's a dragon.
Now, I don't want to jinx it because that evil nurse is so far up in the front, but we know. Yes, here they come. Here come the hordes. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? It's anybody's game. They're all running. And death number 8 takes the win. Death number 8 takes the win. So if anybody had Reaper 8, and just a quick zoom in before we go back out to Brady. Beverage procured. Yeah, a little Cider Boys Peach County cider. Very num.
Ooh.
But I may or may not be a fan. If anybody wants to say what they did during that sprint, more power to you. I goofed around with music and got me a.
And I got 130 in my fanfic.
You got 131?
Nice.
Productivity.
130 on my
130. Nice.
Nice.
And the cat takes over to Mama's table.
So I mostly got my self another hot chocolate, but I at least did a little bit.
Excellent.
I was gonna say this is a close up of my face, my cute cat face. That's a running joke in our family. Anytime somebody has like a close up of their face, or like they were on camera and they're like, they're like adjusting themselves, and my face goes like that. We're all like, ooh, and this is a close up of our face. We're like, yep.
I did about the same thing as Catherine. I got myself some hot chocolate, then I drank it all, and then I did a little bit more writing. Nice. And now I wish I had more hot chocolate.
Yes. I wish I had Catherine's handwriting.
Aw.
It's beautiful.
You do too. You do too. I wish I had yours as well.
I know that I want to try to be a part of IMPEth, which is a whole bunch of calligraphists. And there's actually only 12 master penmanship people in the entire world that have gotten the title of master penmanship, but you have to impress them for them to take you on as an apprentice. You can join and pay dues, but you cannot be, and you could learn to be better, but you can't be a master unless they decide to be one.
Catherine?
Yes?
I got a message from you saying that you would like to join me.
Huh?
I was checking my phone with a confused look on my face because I just got a message from you saying you would like to join us on screen.
Yeah, I was getting us in. I was getting you in both places.
I was very confused because I'm like, but you're here.
It's not the real Catherine.
Body snatcher.
I realized there. You're here. You're here.
No, that's a fake.
No, it was actually, that message was sent maybe a minute after the one on the chat. It's funny that you just received it.
Yeah, I just looked down and I'm like, but she's here. She's literally right there. Like,
it's magic.
I can poke the top of her head. Poke, 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 poke.
It's magic.
Okay, now I do want to say, I did get, I found in the little fridge some hard cider. But then I thought, because like I had designed this can koozie of Snow White's stepmother.
One moment. Let's do this right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Nice.
Ooh. That's so cute.
It is an original design.
It's got the collar and everything.
Is that knitted or crocheted?
It's crocheted, and I am all about the collar. Like, yes, I'm an 80s child, so it's pop the collar, baby. Right? And then I could not find Snow White because I made a Snow White. But I could find one of the dwarves.
Oh my god.
And he has
a
hat that folds down, and then it'll cover it because here where I live in the deep south flies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, makes sense.
I mean, I'll admit, I did not finish it. I didn't sew it because, let us say I literally got the opposite of support down here for my cute little Snow White and the Wicked Witch, stepmother, and by the way, these are drinkable, and they were meant to go with the Coke because, like, it was an entire arc thing of Snow White is Coke, and her dwarves are the little mini cans of Coke.
Oh,
and then the wicked stepmother is wicked apple cider.
Nice.
But yeah, that didn't apparently go over well in Mississippi, so whatever. And so I didn't make the rest of the dwarves.
Oh.
As a fellow denizen of the South, they don't like imagination around these parts.
They don't like anything new, anything they haven't already seen 1,000 times.
Did you see the plans for the coronavirus plushie that you can crochet?
Yes.
Oh,
I have not seen that.
You should look it up. It's under one of the free. I do some crocheting, although I'm not nearly as good as you.
Uno momento por favor. And Yanni's got 387 words and finished tonight. Yay! I'm glad you finished.
Is that person in Unity? I haven't seen them.
They've been around for a bit. Preptober project involves some inspiration from Seven Dwarves.
Ooh!
And of course, I read this just as Glory runs off to get the food from Tom. I'm assuming is what's going on because I can have my own headcanons about you all. I am allowed.
I was gonna make a Wizard of Oz can koozie set and everything. I was like, because I love all those iconic. As an artist, I'm fascinated by what is the most minimal abstract version that you can make where people still recognize it.
You should still make them and sell them like on Etsy because maybe the South doesn't like them, but other people are gonna like them.
I had an Etsy store at one point, but nobody seemed interested in it. But not to say I knew what I was doing. What?
I need a Glenda. How much does that cost? How much?
Baby, I love you so much. I could not charge you, but I would be happy to make you a gorgeous Glenda. You're going to have a petticoat and everything because I am all about that glam.
I have a question, Gloria.
Yes, ma'am?
Glory. How much would Death from Terry Pratchett cost?
That would be so interesting.
You can see that I'm one of those people.
Yes, I mean, I have to think about things because, this one is more like $20, just doing the living wage of $15 an hour. What did you say?
I said I think we have another request.
Oh, Smurfs. Yeah, because I can't do the widow hats. Isn't the hat just so cute?
Yeah,
I love that.
As a little can cover.
As somebody who fights a perpetual war against the flies and gnats that we have in these swamps.
And the wasp and the yellow jackets, sitting out there with a can of Coke or what have you.
Yep.
You need to protect it from accidentally drinking a yellow jacket. I mean, that's real down here.
That is real.
Well,
and I thought people would love this, and they were just like, "Oh, what's that?" And I just was like,
you were just showing it to the wrong people.
Exactly.
I just shriveled up to myself and went, I'll take my stuff home now. I had a little farmer's market booth and everything.
Aww. Trust me, figure out how much a death would cost from Terry Pratchett, and we'd be in contact.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting idea. I would be interested in just trying it out just to see. Because I love Death from Discworld.
Oh, God, yeah.
Girl, that's my jam. Okay?
I'm so nervous.
Discworld, I did not cry when my mom passed away, but I cried when Terry Pratchett died.
Oh, my God. So did my husband, and he doesn't cry much.
Right. I'm not much of a crier, but when Terry Pratchett died, even though I knew it was coming, I cried for 3 days off and on.
Yeah, it
was embarrassing.
Pratchett and Spock. Can't get his name right now, but Nimoy.
When if you've watched any of the behind-the-scenes stuff that Neil Gaiman did for Good Omens, the Good Omens show, where he talks about the scene that he and Terry Pratchett wanted to have with them in there, and that he almost let himself be in there, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it because Terry wouldn't be there to join him in the sushi shop. And it just, I broke. Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
Oh, that just got me. That got me.
Kitten, I know you're being very
Okay,
polite, but
so I feel like I need to give Bonnie the warning now. Welcome to the Forever Stream portion of the evening.
It's a chat that never ends.
I'm sorry, I'm high. I was running around trying to find Snow White, and I was like, why have the gremlins taken yet another thing from me?
Oh gosh, you're a gizmo.
Don't mind me. I'm in the zone. I'm writing my fanfic here and there.
So some people continue to write, and more power to them. But at this point in the evening, the Forever Stream has begun, and
we could be here for 8 hours. Well, I mean 5 hours.
There's chat.
I am making my sticky notes for my Kanban board because I have not done that because it is blank and
think
colorless.
Sarah Schwarnenweber is on right now.
Yeah,
and
I think
want to be
Sarah
more
is-
productive.
for everybody who needs.
By the way, Charlie, it does remind me of that quote because it's Friday. You ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Yeah. So Sarah and Sarah is still streaming, and Jessica
I
Williamson
think
is doing a read with me.
the 12 o'clock stream, I think, is on Sage's channel, but that's not till midnight.
Yeah. Is this better?
I'm not sure who else is streaming.
Is it
I was
better?
just looking on the other
sweet baby.
machine.
He's very polite. I'm wearing my shawl, and if he wants my attention, he starts pulling on the bits of the shawl and looks at me and meows at me. He's a very polite young man, but he's being very ornery right now.
I just love everybody's cats and dogs who come on because my babies have passed on and I haven't had our kitten ones. So I love seeing everyone else's. Thank you so much. You make me feel better. I miss my baby.
Yes, Eva.
Oh, sweet. Put upon kitty.
She's been sleeping here the whole time, but I don't know who's noticed her because she just blends into the background.
She's so sweet, though. I love it. I love it when cats are like moving statues. They're like, you won't notice till you know statues move.
And I do have a Minerva down here, and I think I'm close to forgiving her, but she knows what she did.
Asheron, he has enough energy that he's not one of those moving statues. You see him, you know him, but Maine Coons have that type of chittery thing that goes around.
Right.
He's very demanding, but he does not like being on your lap unless he decides to be on your lap. And then when he decides to be on your lap, you can't get him off.
So
I thought about getting a Maine Coon, honestly, is for my next cat.
They're wonderful. Now he's a mini Maine, so he's only 10 pounds versus the 20 or 30 they get, but he's still bigger than most small dogs. And he likes water.
So if I can, just for anybody who might be new to my
Good, welcome to Forever.
Explain the Forever Stream. This is the portion of the evening where we just talk. We also I pay attention to the chat. So if you have any questions, comments, or things that you would like to pitch in, please feel free to do so. But as far as sprints, they probably won't happen beyond this point because Charlie has gotten liquor.
Amen.
Woo!
That's
Party
time.
I have liquor and water, so
That's what I was laughing at before because you put up
you
put up the banner right there. That's why I was like dying. I was like laughing so much just a little while ago because you kept putting the Forever banner. Forever
Well, I
Stream
feel like I
banner
need to. This is the next bumper that I'm going to make for the stream is a Forever Stream. Like, warning, we are entering the Forever Stream.
That'll be great.
I haven't figured out what I want it to sound like. I actually have some visuals that I really like for it, but I haven't figured out what I want it to sound like. So.
Oh yeah,
very cool.
The Forever Stream.
I am so.
Do you like how I'm doing the sky?
Yes.
Hold on. It can't be properly seen. Hold on. Let me just pick the camera up.
We're in your hands, Kat.
Literally.
I like it.
Nice.
Okay.
I really like that.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a human-y eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have to say, as a fan of the band that is all about the heterochromia, I mean, like all about the heterochromia. Like to the point where even the Funkos are very obvious about just one white and one black eye. With the exception of the one that they messed up on, who has 2 white eyes. But that's okay. Yeah.
My husband actually has heterochromia. He looks like he's got 2 hazel eyes, but when you look at one of his eyes, he's got a mole that is brown. It's like a brown blonde-ish spot in his eye. And we looked it up, and
Does he have a star in his eye?
No, he doesn't. It's not a star, sadly.
So close, so close.
Yeah, but he does have the belt of Orion. He's got a mole here, he's got a mole here, and then he's got a mole in the eye, so it lines up.
That's neat, though. Like he's like a constellation.
Although we will be getting rid of the mole on the bridge of his nose, because though it's not cancerous, it did swell up and it's been bothering him. So they want a biopsy. They want to remove it, and he's like, that's fine. It bothers his glasses, so
I could see that.
He will not sadly be Orion anymore in that belt.
David did not, in fact, have heterochromia. He got into a fight when he was younger and damaged the pupil and iris in one eye. So one eye was dilated and the other eye was not. It was a camera effect of always having one dilated eye that made him look like his eyes were 2 separate colors.
Oh, interesting.
I just wanted to bring that up because every time I say heterochromia, somebody is just like, David Bowie had that? No.
No, he had many things, but not that.
He of course had to have something not normal because he's Bowie, and
he
returned from the dimension that he reigned.
David Bowie as a kid.
Oh yeah, him and
y'all.
Him and Sting. Those were the 2 I liked. Was Bowie and Sting.
Can I just say I had a very because I had the I call it the radio. It's the auto-generated forever playlist that Apple Music makes, and it played out of just randomly. It played David Bowie's "I'm Afraid of Americans."
I love that song so freaking much.
It has such a different vibe now. 1, with him no longer being here, and 2, with everything going on, it's just like preach.
So I have an interesting David Bowie story to share. I don't know how many of you guys, I've already said I do LARPs, a lot of anime LARPs. I even work for Otakon, right? We were at one anime LARP at the end of the year, beginning of the end of the year, beginning of the next year. And it was all David Bowie Labyrinth themed. Even though it was an anime LARP. What's really bad is that at the end of the LARP, it goes on for 3 days. They killed David Bowie / the Goblin King. 2 weeks after this LARP ended, he died.
No.
I said,
now we know why he left.
What?
Now we know why he left.
I know, right? I actually shared it on the
we aren't worthy of him, and he went back to the dimension that he and Prince reign from.
Right.
Oh, well, yes.
I actually shared it on
There's only one refugee from that dimension left in our own, and that's Nicolas Cage, who is an international treasure. Who, if you have never read any of his descriptions as to why he makes the decisions that he makes, so that you also have great grand respect for him, like I do, because when you understand his reasoning behind his decisions, it makes so much more sense, and you're just like, I think he may be the only sane person on planet Earth.
Probably.
Because it's one of those things. Either Nicolas Cage is the only sane one, or not.
Yeah,
but
I subscribe to Douglas Adams' view about the asylum, frankly. Yeah, if you don't know, read a box of toothpicks.
Yeah. So.
Oh dear! I've shut down Charlie for a second.
Oh, no. It's like for anybody who doesn't know that that's the name of a book, it just sounds like you were being so like dismissive. For anybody who doesn't know, go read a box of toothpicks.
like I'm just like, welcome to the Mean Girls. I wasn't trying to be mean.
That sounds like a line from an 80s movie that like a Heather would be like, "Oh, honey, if you don't know,
like when you said it, I suddenly heard it in my head and went, oh, I did not mean to be those bitches." Sorry.
That's why I lost it. It's like suddenly I was like,
I am capable.
Winona Ryder and Christian Slater are going to come for you. You gonna drink bleach, honey. You gonna drink bleach.
Look, though, but see, I would really love it if Winona Ryder and Christian Slater come for me, though. Like, I will enjoy the moment, though. I'm just saying.
For some strange reason, my whole body just had the woos. Just
yes, like it's like, oh, finally the promised land is here, y'all.
My heart is a little Twitter-pated.
Oh, so much 80s. So much out of the 80s.
Oh.
Like the greatest thing in the world about Stranger Things. Well, two. One, they gave us Millie Bobby Brown, who will be one of the greatest superstars this world has ever seen.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And they gave us Winona Ryder back.
Yes. Yes. Although, what was that movie she was in with the same writer from Heathers, 100 Ways to Die or something like that? Yeah. I thought she actually was surprisingly good in that.
I love Winona Ryder.
She pulled it together for him, and I respect that.
With the exception of the version of Little Women that she's in, that if you ever need to see one of the greatest train wrecks ever committed to film.
It's beautiful!
Because everyone tries to do a British accent, and none of them has ever heard a British accent before.
No,
I am convinced of that.
No, it's absolutely. Why would you have a British accent for that movie? Why?
And they also have like a weird random generator for like every time that they need to say something, like because they never have the same accent for 2 lines in a row.
No, what is that about?
Like, it's never the same accent. And you just sit back and go, "How did this movie get released?" Like
I am that Winona Ryder gif when their accents keep changing and shifting. I'm like, what? But
how
why?
drunk, high, or just like cashing the paycheck was the director of that film for not going, can you at least say 2 of these lines the same way? Like just
So I have a theory. Okay, though. Anytime when it comes to Hollywood that you're like, but why? But why would they do that? The answer is cocaine. The answer is always cocaine. That was the why they did it, why they thought it was a great idea. Cocaine.
That's my husband's response to everything. Like, why did they let this happen? Cocaine is
cocaine. Okay.
I think
it's a hell of a
do it
drug.
on purpose because they just want to make us scream. Like they just want us to follow them.
But like when I was looking up why did they do 20-minute chasing in Blues Brothers, and I looked it up, and the answer was cocaine.
Cocaine. Yes.
And like the in-depth explanation of what cocaine did to the Blues Brothers production, and I'm like, now this explains Hollywood in general.
The answer to
I love the Blues
Brothers
so much. So much.
Yeah. The answer to everything in the Blues Brothers is
cocaine. Yes. I mean, Carrie Fisher talks at length about this and about the bar of cocaine they kept 24/7 during production. And I'm like, this explains not just this movie, but everything else that doesn't make sense to me about Hollywood is cocaine.
Gad.
I'm here for this.
And her thing froze. And then it unfroze. Right in the middle for a second.
Oh my
cocaine.
God. Cocaine. Just
cocaine.
Oh.
That's the meme. Cocaine.
I just oh my goodness. Just
Jeez. Ooh.
Nice.
You guys want to see how close I am to 25K?
Okay, Nina, one moment, Nikki. To answer your question, Nina, I would say 25.
25% in.
We've crossed over into the forever stream portion of the evening.
Right.
So if you really want sprints, I think Sarah's still sprinting, but we're in the.
Oh, that's because we're in hour 4 now.
Yeah. Yes. We're
Oh, wow.
Have we been on for 4 hours?
Yes, we have been on for 4 hours.
I'm that entertained. Nice.
No, there's a reason. Like this is not a joke. This is not a joke.
Charlie didn't think he'd be able to beat the 7-hour stream, and then we beat him
did.
by 8 hour.
I don't think I'll make that. I'm drinking. I'll get too obnoxious before then.
Well, you know, Kate Kavanaugh and by the Brook does like the drunken writer stream. So I think.
Well, they do, but they edited it. They are such nice girls, rather than just no, baby, we're live streaming. We don't know what'll happen.
Can I say I know the kind of girl that Brooke is because we can sense our own. I've been to the club with Brooke my entire life. And I would love to go to the club with Brooke Passmore. Just saying. But oh, honey, we need to talk. We need to talk. There's some soulmatery going on here. I know what I'm saying. Though I do believe that she was probably much more well behaved than I am, because that's really not hard to do.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Nice.
Where's my pen?
That is awesome. So what happened, Kat?
Did I bring my pen? That the mystery package my sister sent me.
Oh.
She wouldn't tell me what it was. And then a month later, I got it.
We got a mystery package. It was pomegranate molasses that was supposed to arrive 2 months ago. The vendor didn't send it, so we did something else at the restaurant, and now we have a whole bunch of pomegranate molasses.
Well, you know what you do with pomegranate molasses, baby? You make grenadine for cocktails. So saith the panda.
See, I have to.
RP.
I am not sober enough for that thing.
I'm sorry.
See, I have my.
I'm
I have to avoid grenadine because it makes me think of my friend Tiger, and I get all misty-eyed. So I try to avoid drinks that have grenadine in them or other things because.
Is that a calligraphy pen, Kat?
It's a glass dip pen. I don't know what kind of pen it is.
Oh, the glass dip pens, yes.
And then it's like, and then if I twirl it, this part, the glitter is rolled into it.
It's beautiful.
Hopefully they gave you ink to go with it.
Yeah, it came with these came with a couple little jars. And then she also got me UV ink.
UV ink.
Yeah.
They're not.
Oh, very
That'll be
cool.
fun.
Yeah.
Are they waterproof or not waterproof?
They will dissolve in Kat's tears. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm off the chain tonight. I apologize. This mouth.
The only reason why I ask is I know about calligraphy pens, and I always tell people be very careful about the ink you get, because if you get waterproof ink, it has shellac in there, and they will destroy the pens.
Oh,
And
I
these
thought you were
little-
waving the pen. I thought you were showing a pen in particular.
Sorry.
So I zoomed in on. No, that's why I zoomed in on you. That just.
Now, this is just one of my calligraphy pens, but no, I was just saying that if you guys have any questions about fountain pens and dip pens, I mean, that's what I do.
I avoid them like the plague because my favorite style of art is basically pen and ink, and I like to use brushes and brushes and quills and whatnot, but it takes an infinite amount of time to make a picture because I'm all about the stippling. I am all about the stippling. I am queen of stippling, and stippling looks beautiful, but takes forever.
Yeah, I don't have the patience for it. I always give up in the middle. I'm like, okay, this was a fun idea, but this is a little too much work for me.
Yeah, and I definitely like to do that kind of stuff, but it does take a long time.
None of it, I can't give answers because I don't think those parts are in English.
Uh-oh. What language? Maybe we have somebody here who can.
Yeah. Hey.
We
got people.
Various languages. What language is it?
What does it look like? Cyrillic, Japanese?
That.
German.
Okay, make it big, Charlie.
I'm getting there.
Charlie, we need the help.
There's so many of us. I have to scroll to get to.
Hold on, I'm trying to get it far enough back that it focuses.
Like Chinese.
Yeah, it looks kanji.
It does look like
there is like English, like here underneath, that tells you how to dip it, and then English word in here.
Well, Catherine, will the shellac ruin glass calligraphy pens then?
I don't know. I've never done the glass. What it ruins, let me see. So what it ruins Let me try not to get all my ink on
totally
me.
here for this class.
So what it ruins, and of course this one can function as a dip pen, but what it ruins is in here in the channel itself. It actually gunks it up to the point where no matter what you do, you can't clean it.
Okay,
and
that
so
makes
it will not
sense.
come out. The best way to find out if your ink is waterproof is put it on a piece of paper, see if it washes
Right.
off.
Yeah.
If it doesn't wash off the paper, then it is not. If you're using a dip ink and you're just dipping it, you should be okay, but always clean it. Every time you use one of these is clean it. And hopefully they gave you cleaning solution, because if not, that's...
No, it just says to put it in water.
Okay.
So, yeah, then it wouldn't be waterproof.
And glass could be different. Glass could be different. I use, like, these are steel and brass tips. So...
Yeah, and those
they-
are the
they
only
might
kind
be-
that I own are the steel and brass tips with the fountain. With the...
Yeah, this guy's an Omicron, and it is actually what, 1960s. It's very old. This guy's old, and he's got 6 different tips on him, and they actually come off. I'm not going to take this one out because right now it's got ink in it, and it has a piston. It has a piston right here, a screw piston. So this guy is no, not the piston cup. Love my husband.
I just want to tell you guys,
The peanut gallery.
I'm gonna be out. Thank you for having me, Charlie, and it was nice hanging out with you guys.
Bye.
Good night,
This was
Bonnie.
fun.
Night, Bonnie.
Enjoy the rest of your sprints.
Night.
But yeah, I've already promised I'll be doing more calligraphy workshop lessons for people. So
cool.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
My husband keeps telling me it's not AuthorTube appropriate, and I told him who cares.
Exactly. Amen, sister.
I'm
Who
putting
cares?
Sims
It's
on
2020.
mine.
Nothing matters.
Well, I already write in calligraphy. This is AuthorTube, so I don't see
Amen.
why. It's like,
Amen.
It's close enough. It's in the same niche.
Yep.
You guys want to see
What?
how close I am to
Glitter?
25?
Glitter.
Oh, sorry.
It's like a glitter ink?
Yeah, it's got, so like you can see that.
I would need Carly to blow it up.
Charlie has walked away. We lost Charlie.
Glitter.
But yeah, it looks like glitter settled at the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, I would think that, hopefully, for one, it's glass, so it's probably different. It doesn't have all the little gauges that this thing has, and the little holes and all that weird stuff.
Literally
Plus,
spirals.
yeah, it looks like it's just one full piece, so it should be fine. I don't think it's going to go in or anything. But it's definitely a tip if you start collecting fountain pens. Be warned, they're very expensive. I think my cheapest is at $100. I'm not sure. I've got a friend who collects pens, and he has $10,000 pens. They are expensive, but they are great. I mean, the quality is unmatched. Once you start with fountain pens, you don't want to go back to ballpoints. Just don't.
I
Sure. I mean, you could drive a car for that amount.
Right. Well, yeah.
Not a great car, but a good car.
I don't know how much this one cost, because this was given to me by the guy who owns the $10,000 pens, because he wanted me to have a good quality pen.
Aww.
But I believe I looked up the price, and it's because this thing's old. I mean, you can't. Omicron no longer makes pens, so this thing is.
Oh wow.
This thing's definitely old.
So Nikki, how close are you to 25,000? You said.
Hold on. Gotta put my phone up. Hello.
Yeah, the phones don't perform well. Oh, nice.
Ooh, that is very close.
Excellent.
Just a few short sprints away.
Yeah, I didn't write that much today. I wrote a little bit this morning, and then I haven't felt like writing.
Understandable.
So what's your full word count goal? Or are you doing like a novella or something?
I'm trying to reach 50K.
Nice.
50K by the end of November.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to be a nano rebel, so.
I think I've been a Nano Rebel all 13 years I've done it. Has it been that long?
I didn't know you could because I didn't know what that meant.
Feels about right.
It's like they didn't call it Nano Rebel until like 2 years ago or so, but it's all a what do you call it? It's all an honor system. And for me, I'm like, well, my goal is to finish a novel, so okay.
Right.
For me, I was looking at Preptober and going, I can't do any videos about Preptober because I'm a pantser. I don't prep. I don't do any of that. So
I was having problems with the fan fiction because I am a plotter, and I'm basically pantsing the whole fan fiction, and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I need to know what I'm doing.
And 10 of those.
I'm sorry, I missed Bonnie slipping out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love my cats.
And for me, if I try to plot, I get stuck. I feel like I'm kind of stuck. My brain does not realize I can change the outline.
Yeah.
What'd your cats do this time, Charlie?
Let's just say I had a bunch of stuff to clean up because
Oh no.
one of the cats has decided that her litter box is not good enough for her.
Oh.
That's lovely.
I love my cats.
My cat will do that if he doesn't get his litter box cleaned every day. So
we do that.
Have to be cleaned every day.
We do that. Sometimes multiple times a day because 3 cats. But it depends on how their cycles line up.
I guess you just need a potty trainer now. They do have those that you can actually potty train your cat. It's very interesting. Although don't teach your cat how to flush, or they're going to keep flushing and hike up your bill for the water.
Yeah, we've thought about that. So that might be a thing that we do.
Yeah, I like the one where it's like it sits on the bowl, and you start it with, it's got litter, a small little thing of litter, and then it's got a little hole, and it starts getting bigger and bigger the longer you have trained the cat, to the point where you can take it out. But the litter makes them believe they're in the litter box.
So I don't know how many.
Yay! And there's a lot less stickies on it, so it's a lot less chaotic looking than last time. What I learned was if it's too overloaded, it does not work for me.
I don't know how many of you answered Nina's question.
Oh, well,
no.
I have a video.
I was going to say, this one did a whole video about that.
So, like I said, I'm a pantser. I don't do anything for Preptober.
I'm a gamer writer, which is right in between doing different, but it's different enough that I can't use any of the other names that people use. So I am trying to figure out exactly which stories I'm going to be telling in November and getting them lined up, because I want to do an entire serial for that month. I want all the bits done, or at least as close to done as possible. So I'm looking at maybe doing 4, maybe 5 novellas that month.
Sorry.
And sticking to a series. That's the main thing, is trying to get myself amped up to stick to a series.
I decided I was going to do calligraphy-tober. I'm just going to do different calligraphy, how-tos. Learn how to do calligraphy with me. I was like, that works for me.
The biggest thing that I'm prepping for now, even though it's 2 months out, is World Ember. This December. It is basically Nano for world builders in a way.
Ooh,
basically,
nice.
20,000 words of world building in your setting, which basically, since the average world building article is about 500 words, so 500 to 1,000 words, you're looking at needing to have roughly 20 to 40 things that you want to build up and develop. And I would like to try to do World Ember for several of my settings to get them much more built out. So I'm trying to get myself set up for that, so I know which ones I'm wanting to do, and that's going to take some time. But I'm really excited about that.
I realized I need to. I haven't taken care of dinner.
Understandable. I think I've only eaten once today.
Cat?
I know.
Yeah.
I put the link.
What in the world was that noise?
That was me running away from Charlie saying I need to eat.
Yeah, it was a very appropriate motorcycle.
I just heard that noise. I was like, what the heck? I was on a different tab talking to a friend. And then all of a sudden I was like, totally in conversation. And all of a sudden I heard that. I was like, what the hell is that?
It came from one of the screens, probably just some car revving up.
I'm surprised it wasn't here because the motorcycles keep going down the street here.
We have interesting things here, but I live in Baltimore where you don't know if it's a firecracker going off or if it's a gun going off. So it's like, which one is it?
Good morning, Baltimore.
Thank you.
I know, right?
That's what every time she mentions Baltimore, that's all I could hear for like a solid day in my head. Every time I'm like, it's time to watch Hairspray again.
Yeah,
because you can never watch Hairspray too many times.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, that's some truth there. Also, I have an entire file called Waters Divine, and it's just on Waters and Divine films. Because, like, look, I grew up with Lust in the Dust.
Can I just say, for anybody who does not know that Divine had a disco album, go hunt down Divine's disco album.
Yes.
It is I Am Beautiful is one of the greatest songs ever committed to vinyl that has ever been recorded, especially with Divine's voice, because Divine did not try to have a beautiful femme voice.
No.
So it's I'm beautiful. Great.
My parents were like, when I was a kid, like that. My parents, when I was like 5, 6 years old, was like Glory is a cross between Divine and and Miss Piggy.
Yeah.
And they bought me Lust in the Dust and Miss Piggy's Guide to Life and did not tell me these were jokes. I thought it was real when I was a kid. And I was like, oh, this is femininity. Miss Piggy and Divine. Okay, I could do this. And I rocked it, baby.
I always loved, my mom called me Miss Piggy and Cruella DeVille. I don't know what that says about me, but apparently, like my mom would say Cruella DeVille, Cruella DeVille. If she doesn't scare you, then Katrina will.
Don't get me attacked by Disney.
Sorry. But yeah, she would say that I would be the one that would scare people.
I just wanted to be the dragon.
Yeah. The dragon in Sleeping Beauty or the dragon, which one?
The dragon from Sleeping Beauty, and then I also wanted to own the Beast's library.
Yes.
Like, God.
I mean,
I think we all
want the library? Yeah.
Yes. I think we all want the library.
Right. Yes, the library.
Yeah.
For my 18th birthday, I went to the Huntington Library, which is like this library in California with all these old books. And oh my God, I was in heaven just being surrounded by all those books. I was like, I could live here.
Nice.
Although I think the library that I want more would be the Doctor Who library in the library.
With the
mine
pool
is,
in it?
yeah, mine
I
is
could
the
deal with
little
the
shadow.
Vashta-Narada.
Yes,
Right.
mine is the Vashta-Narada.
Shadow in the library is basically the same building as the story of the library. Short story where every book ever written, ever could be written.
Mm-hmm.
You could find your own autobiography.
Oh, God.
That would not happen. I would not ever write an autobiography, so that one would not exist.
I have on several occasions started work on a memoir, and then I just like read back on my memories, and I'm just like, I can't publish this. Like, nobody's going to believe any of this, like, ever. And I stopped.
Frankly, I'm just waiting for a few people to finish dying, and then I plan to publish.
You know, there's this video, or there's this book idea that I've been, toying about wanting to write, where everyone actually has a floating book that follows you through life, and it's recording everything. And then when you die, a Grim Reaper type, takes the book and puts it in the library where nobody can get in. And there's one girl whose brother dies in the library, or dies, and she's convinced he's not actually dead, and breaks into the library to try to steal his book. So it's like a fantasy.
I like that idea. You need to write that so that I can read it.
I mean, Catherine, how much money of my money do you insist on taking when I have nothing but crochet to barter with? Okay?
I think we've already all admitted that we will accept things in barter for some of those koozies.
I mean, why did she do this?
So it sounds like
I've already assented to this.
I'm just going to be an indentured servitude to Catherine now.
It sounds like she wants a first handwritten draft of the book for death. For death.
It sounds like the plan has now been complete.
She's got me good.
It's on the docket to be written. I just haven't done it yet. It sounds like I need to expedite.
I think that prioritizing certain stories. Yes, I think this might be necessary.
So I've had this up on the screen for a bit. Jules, I'm fascinated by this idea of using the moon phases to regulate writing. And I've thought about trying that for years, and I have never actually done it. I'm really curious to see what your results are going to be.
Me too.
Let's all find out together.
To be honest. But yeah, so this was an idea that my friend Erin from Learn Tarology, she sort of sparked it in my brain. And so I did a video explaining sort of what I will be writing, or in this case, planning for Preptober, and sort of going through the moon phases. So like yesterday was the full moon, but typically with the full and quarters, full new and quarters, you have like a 3-day window. The day before, the day of, and the day after, you can do those.
Hey guys, I gotta go. My cousin's calling me.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Have the fun. Hopefully it's good news.
So I have that 3-day window to accomplish the things that I wanted to for the full moon. So for the full moon for yesterday, I was supposed to be outlining characters. So making sure that they are fully developed, they have a full developmental arc, they have a wealth of experiences, but also focusing on the directional association with the moon phase. So like the full moon would be to the south. So in my setting, I need to think about what is going to be in the southern part of my setting. So like, is the academy going to be down there, or is there going to be some sort of like secret base down there? What is going to be in the southern part of my setting? And so I went through with this particular video and sort of outlined what I should be doing on which dates. So it was very fun to sort of figure out how I could incorporate the moon phases into Preptober for me. So
nice.
It's such an interesting idea, and like I said, I have contemplated something like not exactly the same, but for me the hardest thing is getting things edited once I have them written, because I have so many ideas that I just want to keep going. Like, I don't want to stop. Like, I just don't want to stop. And that's also been problematic, especially when I've been working on series in the past, is stopping and then taking forever to get back into the heads of the characters for like book 2 in the series, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I've every time I've thought about it, it was kind of like in that context of like, so we write a little bit and then we edit a little bit and then we write a little bit,
right,
and try to get into the flow of it. But I'm really curious how all this is going to work out.
With that, my friend Aaron was telling me about the wheel of the year, and then we were using the moon phases sort of in the same wheel to kind of get our brains figuring out the associations. So her advice was to add to your story, to draft and write more of your story when the moon is waxing, when it's growing bigger. So from the what is that? The new moon.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, brain. Anyway, but yeah, so right when the moon is waxing, edit when it's waning. So you would have like close to a 15-day window to write, and then a 15-day window to edit. Or if you were splitting your days up by the associations, you would write in the morning until noon, and then edit afternoon. So there's that.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's going to work. We're going to try some semblance of it. It's why it's an experiment.
I really like the idea of it and also I think learning your own biorhythms are going to help you because I know for me, my creativity actually wanes in the spring. Like when I say like I'm a goth to the core, I'm a goth to the core. My creativity blossoms as we approach fall. Throughout winter, I am like all of the ideas, and then when spring comes about, it's just like, why is there sun?
Yes, amen.
I'm the other way around, but that's because I have like seasonal depression, and so when it gets darker, it's a lot. I don't get enough vitamin D, so I'm like, bleh. But in the summer, I get enough vitamin D, so I'm like, yes, all the ideas, creativity.
Yeah, I'm literally the opposite. Like summer is my dead season. Winter, on the other hand, it is time to just start spinning the horror, spinning the fairy tales. It is time to scare children.
I love
That's why I was so amazed that I actually got everything done for World Building Summer Camp, because that's my dead zone. Like I don't do anything in July. Like I usually take the entire month of July off from creative endeavors because that's my dead zone. And somehow this year, miraculously, it was not. And yeah.
I have a real quick question. What do you guys think about me writing that book in this book?
Nice.
Is that book going to be big enough? Show me the other side so I can see how big it is.
I would need more than one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But
that's really pretty.
I can at least start with this one and then probably order more.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
it's very pretty.
I don't know if I like that.
I have to make sure books call to me before I can write in them.
Amen.
I would probably want to figure out which, like what flowers those are and what their meaning in the language of flowers are. That would be my like question before I went.
They look like they're related to Queen Anne's. Like I
I'm
can.
not 100% sure because they don't. Of course, they're not going to go.
No, they're just meant to be pretty flowers.
Yeah.
They probably too much anyway. You know,
wild in my area.
Yeah, all it says is Punch Studio. It's not telling me at all what this is. So.
Yeah, they look like they're in the same genus as Echinacea and Queen Anne's.
See, I wish I could share more of my journaling, but the vast majority of the journaling that I do is of the more spiritual bent, and so like I don't show my journals themselves. Like,
pretty,
really pretty journals that I do. I love this one because the way they edited the papyrus, it looks like an angry mouth.
Yeah,
nice.
Like it just, but like I love my journals. I absolutely love my journals, and I want to share more of them, but I don't know how to do that. Like, I mean this when I say that. Like, I look at envy on channels like Sako has and that Caro has, and even now what the stuff that you're starting to do, Jules, because I feel like there isn't a lot of cultural baggage that gets brought onto these ideas when you're talking about tarot or, you know, some of the witchy stuff, like even some of the stuff that Lauren does, that Lauren and Nikki and Nicole are doing on their channels, you know. And honestly, I don't know that I want to attract some of the people that are using similar religious iconography as I do. if you catch my drift, you know.
Right.
And so I really want to be like sharing a lot more of this. Like, you know, every time I get my tarot cards out, like people are like, well, are you going to show us the card? And I'm just like, I use angel cards, you know, so all of my cards have like angels on them. And even the major arcana, there's one, are various angels that you need to know who that angel is to understand what that card means. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is very much where my spirituality comes from, and I want to share more of that because I not like, because trust me, we are not converting people in my faith, because we can't even figure out what to call our own like spiritual leaders. We've been working on that for like 9 years, and like we don't want to be like not inclusive enough or excluding anybody. And so, like, you know, maybe someday, like,
be right back,
because we're the most hippie people on earth. You know, so it's not like that kind of a thing, but I don't know how to share this stuff without being like, oh, we didn't know Charlie was that creepy Christian one in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to do.
I think we kind of have had a clue of that Charlie is spirituality. Yes.
Oh, I mean, I've talked about it, but like, I actually want to do some of the more like some content thereabouts.
Yeah.
You know, because I do. That's the thing that I want to do, but I don't know. It's so easily confused with other things.
I am for my paranormal coming of age series. That's been like the reason I'm writing fiction from 15 years ago. I have ended up purely by accident having to do a lot of research on angels and trying to find, you know, citable sources to trace back, essentially on a free scale because I have no money. And also because I do not have good library resources here because, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're not going to find, not here. So, and, you know, I think that there is probably a desire you know, in this world for you to share your information, but yeah, just figuring out how you want to do it, how you're comfortable is, you know, really just all that you need to worry about. Cause I think that people are interested in it. I certainly would be.
Yeah, me too.
Cause like right now I'm having to freaking make up angels. Cause I've just had enough with like the sources I've been finding and how I'm like, cite your sources. Where are you getting this information? You've just made it up. Just tell me you've made this up. This is not a real angel. This is not part of Catholicism, Islam, or Judaism. Just tell me so I move on.
Yeah. And, you know, that's the one thing like about the angels that I used, because I, again, not wanting to step on anybody's toes, I picked from Sethian Gnostic tradition because nobody knows those names. And so I can say pretty much what I want to without like upsetting people. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can say all I want to about the Grand Luminary Elileth because nobody knows who that is. Nobody knows who that is. I'm fine. I'm all good.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the other thing when you're doing like, especially stuff about angels, is being very clear about the tradition that you're coming from, because I'm like,
yeah, good night, Tessa.
Good night, Tessa.
Good night, Tessa.
Night.
Because like Barachial in the Roman Catholic tradition and then the Orthodox tradition, very different critters.
Right. And that's what drives me nuts about people not citing their sources when they're, you know, talking about this. It's like, I need to know from which you're talking about. I need to know like where that's from. Like, is this Babylonian? Is this Mesopotamian? I need to have an idea so I understand the like proto version.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's because I'm that kind of weird researcher. I think most people don't care.
I have a book of angels somewhere.
Gremlins.
Gremlins.
I'm telling. Yeah, my life is riddled with gremlins this week. I'm so frustrated. Y'all just don't know.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's probably in the same stack or same shelf as my book on Gothic horror stories were published in the Victorian era.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a collection of synopsises. And I was like, oh my God, this is beautiful. This is wonderful. I love this. And I don't know where it has gone.
Gremlins.
So my husband has decided to make an intervention. He wants me to use this book to write that one book.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
I like it.
I actually made the cover.
Oh, that will explain. I'm like, what am I looking at? Stuff.
Yeah, because it's actually this. It's a blank canvas, and then I just draw something on it, so it's very blank.
I like it.
And it's much bigger, so there's more room.
Yeah. There's more room for
story
thought
in there.
It is. Well, I was like, but I dedicated it to him. I mean, but he wants me to use this book for that story. So I was like, okay. Well.
Is that a phoenix?
Sorry for disappearing real quick. The hubby just got home, and I wanted to
what is that?
let him know about the cat's problems.
Can you blow up the picture here?
Yes, can.
So it's actually a peacock dragon. I created it for him.
Ooh,
nice.
That's super cool.
Nice.
Love it.
Just the way that you did the feathers on that. What are they called? They're a type of dragon that's in Persian mythology. It's SMUG Smurge. Yeah, SMU. I'll have to look it up.
I know Quetzalcoatl has feathers like these, but that's Aztec.
I don't think it's an actual peacock, the one I'm thinking of, but I know that they have big tail, like feathered tails.
Yeah.
And I don't know. The name has escaped me, but it starts with an SMUR. I do know that much.
Want to see the shirt that I'm hopefully getting on Wednesday?
Sure.
Does it say make the screen bigger, or are you sharing a thing?
No, I'm gonna have to share my screen.
Okay. Just so I know what I'm looking out for. Wait, where did it go? There it is. Why did it put the screen over there? That makes no sense.
Nice.
So basically, I'm
Yeah. Nice.
That's gonna be a great T-shirt.
Yeah,
See
I
where
love that. I absolutely love that. That makes me like, I don't know why that makes me so happy, but it makes me very, very happy.
I still need to make the raging asexual shirt though.
Just a bit, Adrian. Books by Adrian, just a bit.
I want to see that raging asexual shirt.
Do I just wanted to say raging asexual or?
I can never tell which one I like better because like that works somewhat, but it feels really claustrophobic to me to look at.
Like we're all squished together.
Yeah.
But then this way,
now I have space.
One person is left on their own.
Hey, my ego's big enough to fill the whole thing.
There we go. I can be down here all by my lonesome. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. The ego, like literally, the ego fills everything up. You can feel it when you're down there.
You're right. Oh my goodness.
I know. Right? It feels fantastic.
I'm serious though. They really should not have given me the power to do that. Because like half of what I want to do, like when I'm like not focused on a stream, is just shuffle everyone while we're sprinting and see how long it takes people to notice when we come back.
I did that the other day with me and Ginny on my stream. It was only two of us. Like the sprint ended, and she's like, "Wait a minute, we're gonna get over here."
I'm sorry. Every time you mention you streaming, I just have to turn my camera off and go woohoo noises, woohoo noises, woohoo noises, woohoo noises.
I was trying to figure out how to move the people around on my stream the other day, and was like, "Well, I'm not figuring this one out anytime soon."
You
just click on them and drag them.
Yep.
Okay. It would never have occurred to me to like try just clicking on people and move.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, you have to click and hold the click while you drag them.
Yep.
No, why didn't I think of that? I'm so glad I'm here to finally answer this question, even though all the gremlins keep stealing my notebook. Anyway, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. I hate everything.
I kind of wish you could do it where you flip everyone around and they have like the Charlie logo, and then when we're all done, we flip and we're all in different areas. Kind of like stuff.
That would be amazing.
If we all uploaded an avatar and used the same avatar and turned to avatar mode, and as long as you had a comment up, no one would see the name.
Yeah.
I was so sad the other day. I was on one of Heather's streams, and I didn't feel like being on camera, so I was like on camera. I was like, "Hi, I'm not going to be here so much." So, hi, avatar mode. Yip yip. And like only one person got it, and 2 people called me out for like, "Yip yip is not how he goes into avatar mode." And like, I'm just like, okay, no, wait. I'm sorry. When he was in the Fire Nation and they did the play about the Aang, that's how the Fire Nation perceived him. Like, are you seriously trying to actually me on The Last Airbender? Oh honey, I will break.
It just reminds me of
a joke about what is it? Oh shoot, it's Move on. I'll have to think. Oh, Milady Man.
Find a way to turn my camera around so people can watch you dance.
We joke about Milady Man and, revenge of the actuallys. Yeah.
It just reminds me of the gatekeeping thing where people are like, well, if you know this and da-da-da. I actually got one over on somebody because I said, Chicago's my favorite band. This guy's like in his 80s. He looks at me and goes, oh, yeah? Well, if Chicago's your favorite band, then what's their real name? And I said, Chicago Transit Authority. They had to change it because the actual Chicago Transit Authority got really mad at them. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry, you really do like it. I was like,
yeah, what if the Transit Authority started releasing music? It would be so confusing.
But but do you like them better with or without Peter Cetera?
Oh. Only Bobby Lamb is there now. It's so sad. It's like, I like them all. I miss it. But yeah, the guy was all like, you're too young. And I'm going, honey, I'm older than I look, but thank you. How
forever going.
I don't know. There's a reason we came up with the word forever stream. Like it happens, and then people are just like, I don't know, are we done now? Fine, we're done.
I think we have
when we want to.
I think we've stayed on till like 1 or 2, haven't we?
Yeah. It's Friday. It's Friday. We're blowing off steam.
I just have 2 D&D games tomorrow, so plus I don't go to bed till about 4 in the morning anyway, so it's like, whatever.
My goal is to do absolutely nothing tomorrow. I have yet to get to play with the new Origins update for No Man's Sky, and it's driving me batty because 3.0 is finally here, and I want to go hunt some kaiju. That's a thing you can do now.
Who knew?
I need to do that, and I'm at a really sticky place where the cave lions keep attacking me to steal my sheep in Dawn of Man. Because I don't know how they're finding a way through the walls, but those cave lions, man, they're sneaky.
I'm gonna start making the shirt.
Woo!
Woohoo! So I'm sorry, I honestly don't know because we have accidentally left people behind before because we were all done and somebody was in a BRB situation, and when they came back, we were all gone and the stream was over. And I got some very I have on numerous occasions gotten some very confused messages from people because sometimes, it is
I
what
took a bathroom break, and when I came back, everybody was gone.
Well, we could smell what happened in the bathroom.
we fed the mogwai after midnight. He became grumpy. They stole us all.
Can I just say, I love my little mogwai.
Aww.
He is so cute.
Such a sweet little baby.
like they spared no like just the little detail on like the hands and stuff.
Cute.
Like I expected it just to be a cheap little toy, but like they put like all the little veins and lines in the ears. Like they really went to town on the
My older brother
details
has
for this thing.
my older brother has one of those first edition Gizmo plushies from the original.
I don't know if they first edition.
You have Gizmo somewhere? So my husband apparently has a Gizmo. I can't remember where it's at. Just exactly where gremlins are supposed to be. They're hiding.
They're hiding.
Mogwai. Okay, it's a Mogwai.
Mogwai.
For now. For now.
What are you complaining about? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The hubby and the dog are kvetching with each other right now, and I'm just like,
commiseration corner.
yeah.
And then they jumped me, and nobody warned me, and I don't know what I did. I just sniffed some butts.
All I know is like there's a bunch of just everybody here needs to the Shankara. Like it's bad over there. It's bad over there. Just watch out. Watch out. They may be about to. Yeah, that's definitely a Shonda.
Oh man! Do you know how long it's been since I heard anybody else speak Yiddish to me?
Okay, so
like how many times do I just tell my brother they're just a walking Shonda right there, just walking Shonda?
Among my friends, they often refer to me as the Hasidic Quaker. Because yeah,
y'all don't know how funny that is.
Like
y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. I'm sorry.
But it pretty much explains everything you need to know about me in like one sentence. Like this is why I want to do more of those like we were talking about earlier, like the spirituality videos on the channel and stuff. Because like I can sit down and hold my own with a rabbi like nobody's business. Like I've sat at the knee of the Rebbe on many an occasion, and like we've gone to town on exactly what the gematria should be properly if we properly read this passage. But I'm also, it's like a Quaker. Like there's light, and like we're all good. Like
yeah. I mean, I've been loving like watching Jessica Kellgren Fozzard's, whole thing on her Quaker videos, and I'm like, maybe I'm British Quaker.
So yeah,
because American Quaker, no, I am not. No,
no.
But British Quaker, I'm like, well, you've been telling me some fascinating things. If I ever get to Britain,
like. I fit that moniker so much. I actually sat with the rabbi for a very long time where we talked about whether or not I should convert, and he was just like, "You're Goyim, why convert?"
So at the last sci-fi convention I went to in New Orleans, I can't remember what it was called. I met a writer who she's converting to Judaism, and the very first thing out of my mouth was, "But why? Why?" And she's like, "That's literally what the synagogue's council said to me." Because she lived in Memphis at the time. She's now moved to New Orleans. And I'm like, yes, because like she's also African American. And I was like, don't you have enough problems? Why would you add to this?
This is the cultural effect that Seinfeld has had. After he got past the why, he stopped and he went, "You're not just doing it for the jokes, are you?" I'm just like, no. This isn't. It's not just about. I don't just want. No.
It's like, do you know what you're getting into? Why would you like willingly get into this? I mean, the rest of us, we were born into it. We can't escape. You can't unJew a Jew. But why would you willingly? And it's just part
Raised
of it.
Baptist, converted Catholic. I've got all the guilts. Like I've already gotten the.
You really
the Jewish
have
guilt.
like set up the bingo card already.
What in the world? What? Oh my goodness! What is this? That's really. I don't even know how to explain. Explain. Get over here.
So, how does Sydney sound like for a girl's name?
Sydney?
Yeah.
It's a pretty common one, you know.
Is it a whale or just
it looks like a whale?
Yeah.
It does. It looks like a whale. Nice. A whale on a boat.
I don't know.
The sauce in there, and that's for holding the sticks. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Did Oma find this?
It really makes me think.
Oh, that was in the kit.
That's why I decided that one as a final kit because I wanted something really cool.
That's really cool
for holding our sticks.
So there you go. That's a little bit better.
Together like that.
Cute.
For when I make sushi.
Because
Nice.
There's nowhere around here we trust with making sushi or sashimi, so we make our own because we own a restaurant. We can order sashimi grade fish,
right,
without it being a problem. And
Charlie, I wish you could have been there when I was teaching Southern sushi to teenagers at the local library.
Oh no! Okay, continue. I got to get the hubby in here. No, continue. There's a story you need to hear.
Okay, because I was like, look, you can do sushi just based on what you find in the fridge. I mean, it's a snack thing. So use chicken salad, use tuna. But what I taught them was barbecue chicken sushi. And these kids thought I had invented ranch or something. Because there's this sushi book written by a chef who is formally trained to do sushi, but she's from Memphis. And well, actually, she's from Mississippi State. But anyhow, she's worked in Memphis. And so she would get called to do bar mitzvahs. And she came up with Southern sushi bowls. And when I saw her cookbook, I'm like, oh, we can do this. Because she's like, it's not that far to go from Japanese barbecue ribs to Southern barbecue ribs. And she did barbecue bowls and everything. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we're doing sushi now. What?
It's easier to go from Korean food because Korean food and Southern food are oddly you just change the spicing really slightly. Yeah. But a lot of Korean dishes and Southern dishes have. And
that's really what I was doing was sort of a bibimbap situation. But the kids loved it because I'm like, yeah, you can just use regular rice if you need to, leftover. So and I showed them how to do the dressing.
My dinner time is approaching, so I'm gonna have to go.
Alrighty,
I'll see you guys
later.
later. Yes.
Bye.
See you guys later.
Have the fun.
Bye.
Enjoy dinner.
Bye. Well, hello everybody.
I had asked about Sydney because I'm trying to think of a name for this girl in this book.
Virtual hugs.
Virtual hugs. Virtual hugs.
Everybody moves in. Virtual hug, and then back.
Need more spice.
Here, you can position that up there.
Okay.
First of all, there's the Southwest sushi.
Okay.
Which was the first fusion.
This is the first fusion dish.
Oh, very nice.
Sushi.
It's the Southwest sushi. Speak up.
It's seared tuna over grits, cheddar grits.
Oh my god, that sounds good.
It's literally Southwest sushi. I think we did a chipotle sauce underneath. Yeah, there's a chipotle sauce underneath. Instead of wasabi, like a chipotle type sauce for the Southwest notes. But you still get the spice like you would normally get with a sushi roll.
If you can't tell, we do a lot of fusion cuisine at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Speak louder. I don't know if I'm doing my.
Can you hear him?
No, I can hear. For Passover, I used to do a gefilte fish sushi with remoulade.
Wait. Let me put you on the other speakers because somebody else needs to hear that. Okay, say that sentence again.
Okay, for Passover, I used to do a gefilte fish sushi with a remoulade sauce accompanying it, and that went over super well.
That's awesome.
It was really good. People were shocked. What is this? Look, I can't tell you how many Gentiles I've converted to buying gefilte fish, Manischewitz gefilte fish at the grocery store. And they're like, I'm addicted. And they've fallen in love with matzah. And it's hilarious.
Yeah, a couple days ago, my husband made a matzo ball soup.
That's a mitzvah right there.
Because it's truly the healing.
But we are Gentiles. We're Catholic. So still eating all of that good stuff.
It's so good. I would
be good if it wasn't for a friend's rabbi. So I feel like I'm grandfathered in.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, especially coming in through the food.
If you would like to look at the possible design, I shared the screen.
So, ooh.
Oh, I like it.
Nice.
There we go. Let me get a little bit bigger. I like that.
Yeah.
I really like the font.
The font does look okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the font a lot. Yeah.
You can read it just fine.
The only thing that I would say, because I don't know if it's my eyes or if it's
the eye is a little close. It's the only thing.
Good point.
There's that too, but there's also, with it being purple, with this going up on Redbubble, and you can't turn off the other colored shirts.
Mm.
That to be black, and then that would work on every color shirt.
That's a good point.
Except for black. Well, it might work on black with the gray in the background, with the gray.
The only thing I would point out is the I, because that can get really lost in there.
Well, it's just I typed it and that's how I put it.
Yeah, sadly, that's what happens when the font is a certain way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie, I couldn't hear what you said about the color.
I was just saying because you can't adjust the because you can't say what color T-shirts are available on Redbubble. If you made the actual lettering black, then it would work on any color.
No, so the Raging Asexual is actually black, but then behind it is a purple shadow.
Oh, okay. That should still work.
So I think you're missing part of the first A.
I wish we had more control over what colored shirts we could offer because they don't work equally well on all shades,
Right.
And that's a whole. Oh, how did that happen? Wait a minute.
What? Why?
How did we do this?
Why are we doing this?
No.
Needs
I
to
was trying to figure out how to do this a while ago. Wait. I figured it out. So if I put cat over here, and then I did this.
That makes sense.
Whoever's in the first position. So it's whoever's in the
we
first
stay
position.
here long enough, we learn things.
Yes.
Yeah. We've been productive.
Yes, we have. The zeitgeist.
Because when she was drawing earlier on the stream, I was wanting to do that with the timer in the one window and the drawing in the other, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. And now I know. I'm going to half a battle. Jeez.
Yes, you are Raging Asexual.
We learned how to do the thing where there'd be one person here and then the timer would still be there.
Ooh.
We figured it out earlier.
Yeah, that's really exciting. That
have the technology.
That makes me very happy. So whoever's in the first position, when you go into this mode, they get bigger. So you have to preset it up so that you make sure that Queen Jules is in the right spot. So that all the fabulousness is right there on display. Oh, and you can. So this would actually be an easy way to set it up. Because then you've got the right person in the right spot that you wanted, and then switch over.
Although with that, you just see half of Yoda's face, and I'm not gonna lie, it's a little off-putting.
Can I just say he's a little bit of a creeper, but
yeah, I would say, like he's got them droopy bedroom eyes. I think that Yoda/Charlie thing might be coming soon.
He is my Valentine's Day gift. I mean, you realize this, right? Like he's holding a heart that says Yoda won.
Yoda won. Oh, how cute!
Like he was a Valentine's Day present. So, okay.
Explains the bedroom eyes.
This is the other one he wanted me to show you.
Ooh, nice.
Just let me move the mic.
That has all the caprese salad.
That is a caprese salad.
I was about to ask. I thought those were fruit roll-ups.
I was wondering what kind of fish it was before you said that.
Okay.
Don't face palm. It's an honest to God question.
So if you you blanch the sous vide the tomato, and it actually has the texture of tuna.
Yeah.
So it actually has, when you take the bite, it pretty much has the same texture as having a tuna roll, except for it's a caprese salad.
Cool. Nice.
It's
tomato, mozzarella, and fresh basil.
I have confusion.
You have confusion.
How is it tomato? Is it fish?
It's tomato with the texture.
No, Kathleen. It's the Italians have been hiding a special genetically modified fish from us that looks like a tomato.
See, you can see it in the picture. It takes on the texture even of fish.
Yeah, that's really cool looking.
I didn't
You have like a little balsamic dip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been awesome. Yeah.
It tastes just like a caprese salad, except for you're eating sushi.
Yeah.
How did you make
How did you crossbreed a fish and a tomato?
Very carefully. What do you think he's always doing in the back room?
How?
See,
know what? I think I'm gonna do that.
the hubby watching his TV shows is just code for our island of Dr. Moreau that we have in the back room. Because we are trying to do a hydroponic tomato farm back there with some heirloom tomatoes. So we are trying to do all manner of crazy things.
Well, I mean, that's already crazy. My mind is blown.
They're so yummy.
But then again, I'm a very simple human being.
I'm like, challenge accepted. Yeah, I'm like, all right, I'll make that happen. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta buy tomatoes. We gotta see if we can, what else we can fuck up tomatoes with.
There's some, because we were watching something, because it was back a couple years ago when we started like doing a lot more sous vide stuff, and we just came across this little reference that said if you, what's the temperature for the tomatoes? Yeah, I don't remember that off the top of my head. I think it's like 118. It's not a very high number, but if you sous vide tomatoes for a certain period of time, they take on. It has to be Roma tomatoes. It takes on the texture of tuna, and we're just like, that can't be true.
Is the thing about how if you grow watermelon, it'll take on the texture of steak? Is that a correct thing too?
Kind of ish. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of, so
box full of toys.
He just got a, I'm not going to put it up too big because it doesn't really matter, but that's all of the things that came in his box of sushi nom noms, because we were watching Emmy Made in Japan, and she had this child's sushi maker where you put everything into it and then basically just go chunk rolled. And I was just like, that would save so much time. And so we went on Amazon and started looking them up.
I thought about those too, but I didn't have the guts to go buy one.
No. I went and had our library's 3D printer print them.
See,
and I have the whole set to make the sushi, presses.
Nice.
Let's just say it's technically
and it was supposed to be for the sushi
we got them
class,
for
but
the
it didn't
store.
work out, so I kept it. Because it's trash.
I am trash. I understand that.
$3,000.
But yes, you can 3D print sushi.
I don't have the all around on, so they can't.
Amazing. Did you see that thing where apparently you can actually use chocolate to do 3D printed models?
I have. I
think that would be a pain in the butt to clean.
I should not be allowed to have a 3D printer. That's all I'm going to say.
But like,
I want
imagine
one
if you have like a whole like little hexacube thing, and then you just put like some cream in the middle.
I kind of want that.
I'm just saying, like those impossible shapes that like you can't like actually make on your own by hand.
I love how official Haley makes me feel. Sorry, I accidentally checked my email. There's an email there, like, here's what we need for the...
Is there an email?
Yeah.
Hold
she
up,
sent another one out for the Ren Fair. It's like, here's what you need to make everything wonderful.
When you buy it, you can pick
Oh, yeah. I was trying to make sure that she actually got my headshot because I sent it to the Instagram before
Yeah,
she
I did
said
too.
she wanted to email.
Yes.
Right. Well, it is past 10 p.m. for me, and I still have to edit this video. So
Alrighty.
I'm gonna
Alrighty.
peace out for the night.
Have the fun.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Although Charlie, I just want to say I'm sorry that I haven't messaged you on Instagram recently. Been a little crazy at my work and like with my other job. But like I just need to know how many pieces you would like of the full color thing before I can like guesstimate on what a price would be.
Oh, sweetie pie, honey bunch, you just confused the crap out of me because I was trying to figure out how one of the other people on screen changed their voice. And then I realized, oh, yeah, you.
She's still here.
You're a coward.
Sorry.
Yeah, I need to figure all that out because the project that I'm hoping to move forward on, I'm going to do some 8-bit stuff for, and I may or may not have downloaded a plugin today that lets me do chiptune music. Well, I did that yesterday, but I may or may not have played with it a bit today. So I made a few involved. So I need to figure that out. Yeah, because I need to figure out what all I need. Because I think if I actually go through with making the chiptune stuff, there will also be like an album cover as part of that. Yeah. Because I love you, but I shouldn't hear you clean yourself. Be a lady.
What? You all don't find that fascinating to watch? Said the cat. I thought it was my performance art.
What is that?
Oh my God! There's more cats.
I know. Like I've been enjoying to mamas. Like, hey, baby. And once you pet the bed.
See, this is why we have a food thing.
Oh, he's cute.
He's in there.
Look at that face, the baby.
Meanwhile,
It's
a pork schnitzel. Right here.
Look, it's just your priority too, Charlie. No offense, but
oh no, I'm talking to the hubby. The hubby's
kitty face.
The hubby's trying to talk over a cat.
See,
and
that's
yeah, you can't talk over. Oh, hello,
baby,
with the pretty eyes.
You can't talk over the kitty.
Oh, I love mackerel tabbies so much. They're so pretty to me.
Poor Tamama, like I've taken over the entire screen. Why are you doing this?
Although if we ever
I was just trying to be up in your face, Mama, not the rest of
show him off because he is a small boy and I love him.
So did you want to do your
Okay,
thing?
now what?
Are you? Oh no, he's moved on.
Oh, poor man. Poor man. Oh, if only he could compete with cats.
I mean,
but I've never met a man who can compete with a cat, frankly.
I was just about to say something really inappropriate, but
I say that as a fan, man. But
this is the point where I wish I knew what the rules were for like just playing random videos while you're streaming on YouTube. Because I just want to put the Ben Shapiro remix of WAP on in the background right now because it is the greatest thing ever. I played it for the hubby last night because I thought he had seen it. He had not.
Put the link in the chat at least so I can open in my own.
I will definitely do that because it is what gives me life.
I found the first bit of music I think 3 days ago that has haunted my nightmares and my YouTube playthrough list. That really, I recommend you do not listen to it, or else it might hurt you.
Anymore. I'm trying to adjust my red bubble.
I'm so glad I muted it because it just auto started playing and it's just too good. It's too good. It's kind of like if you haven't listened to the radio edit of WAP, you don't do that because
that's the one that you're talking about. But
50% of the song cannot be played on the radio, and so they had to get very creative with the radio version.
Well, that's like the music video version. I think it's probably the radio version as well. The one their official music video is all bleep. Now I have to look this up now too.
Yeah,
just send me links.
Okay, so one is now in the chat.
Okay.
I can share my new one then. Recklessly artful plating.
Recklessly artful. Okay.
Because if you haven't seen the Ben Shapiro remix, because I think everybody by now has seen Ben Shapiro reciting the lyrics, but the fact that somebody went through the effort of making the remix.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Okay, I've got that link open. I've got that saved to watch for later.
Do we need to
hold on. Let me just copy that link and just send it to Tom.
I was going to say, do we need to do a sprint so that
everybody can listen? All right. Now you need to what is the other link? The radio
edit. Yeah.
Yes.
I hated that. I was assigned to listen / watch WAP. I had no choice in the matter.
What is that like Friends?
Okay, so here is the radio edit, which
I love how my friends keep trying to talk about WAP. Like, can you believe that? And I'm like, why are you so stuck up? And also, no, that is not a medical problem. Anyway,
can I just say,
assigned it for a class.
Why? I don't. Why? Why? What is your degree that you were going into that this is somehow?
no. This is the thing. It may be the best-selling track by a female rapper ever recorded.
But no, seriously, Kat, what are you doing that this is appropriate?
I'm a classics major, and it's for my body, gender, and sexuality in antiquity class.
In antiquity?
Yep.
Like the 2020s antiquity.
Well, there are the statues and fountains on the wall in the video.
Well, no, we were reading medical passages from the past, and we had to do a diagnosis based on Ben Shapiro's response to it and the video and antiquity stuff, and do a diagnosis as an antiquity doctor would have.
Are we talking about the four humors stuff? Is that where you're going with this? Is the four humors the phlegm thing?
The fluids type thing, kind of.
Yeah, you're talking about I think the Greek with the four humors and the phlegm, yellow bile, black bile, and blood. Yes.
Yeah, we actually haven't gotten to that part yet.
You haven't gotten to that bit?
I'm retaking the class, so I do know that part. But yeah. We're just at the part where there's the fluids and the wandering womb and all that.
Oh, hysteria, the wandering womb.
Yep, we're on hysteria.
I mean, wombs have been running wild for thousands of years, apparently. You got to be careful. Although, ironically, that is actually true of ovaries. Ovaries have been documented running loose in women and ending up in their upper arms under their skin.
That's insane.
But where they were not before. So it's not like they were born in an unusual place. It was they wandered there. But no, wombs don't.
Yeah, wombs don't wander.
Yeah, I wrote a sex column for my local university newspaper. The president of the university tried to get me kicked out for doing that. And at the time, the chair of my department was his daughter. So I had to have many meetings. But as an educator, since that was my program, I was like, look, I'm just educating. But nevertheless, pretty much I would talk about sex for free every day of every year forever because it's funny to me. It's fun. But I still, as an educator, because I was a licensed K-6 teacher, I would never have assigned WAP. Because I think when you sign up for the classics, you're not wanting anything modern to impede on your education. But whatever. I have a difference of opinion with college.
I didn't expect to have to listen to WAP. In all honesty, I'm like, couldn't we have just stuck to the same curriculum as the last?
I cannot tell you.
I can tell you.
Is macaroni in the pot? Is that a medical condition? I'm like, no, and I will cite sources how that is not a medical condition.
I can think of 6 different things that could mean, and none of them are a medical condition.
Well, I've been there, being a pansexual. Nobody was complaining. Sorry, Charlie. I'm sorry. It's already 9 p.m. here, and apparently it's late night glory. I apologize, y'all. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so that's the other part where I have to do live stream after dark.
Well, I did do that one Glory After Dark pop-up one. But it was literally after dark, after midnight.
I have a question. Do you guys want to hear the premise that I just wrote for that one story I was telling you about?
Okay.
Yep. Okay. I said, after a tragic accident stole Rose's brother, she spiraled into a deep depression that has her revisiting the accident site every day at the exact same time it occurred. When history almost repeats itself 1 year later, the librarian, Grim Reapers who collect the autobiographies of mortals, who comes is her brother Liam. He's alive, but she watched him die. Needing answers about what really happened, Rose stages a coup to break into the library where every autobiography is kept. It is risky, because if the chronicler catches her, she will forfeit her own book and be written out of the world's memories as if she never existed.
Ooh.
Nice. Very nice.
I chose Rose because that was my grandmother's name, so I was like, significance.
Right, exactly.
And Liam's my favorite boy's name, so I was like, why not?
And can I just say, on all of the, like, that's the filthiest song ever, like, I can think of 5 artists that their entire musical catalog.
Yeah, their whole catalog.
Just like right off the top of my head. Just right. Like, I don't even have to, like, think very hard about it. Like, I just, no.
Well, I know. I can think of a couple that, like, really educated me as a child.
I'm not even talking about just as a child. I'm just like, yeah. Like,
Well, I'm thinking more of that time, called the 80s and 90s.
Oh yeah, I'm
educated.
I don't know where all of these sheltered wallflowers are coming from, because I'm just like, where have you been forever? Like seriously, like this. Okay.
Also, why are my friends complaining to me like I have called so many of them old biddies, and they are all younger than me? Of all the people in all the world, my background. Why would you complain to me about this song when I am like such a feminist and love? I mean, like, I tried to get a degree in sexual research, and I just could not find a grant for it.
We had to go on a long trip to a food tasting, and we brought our new chef with us. And I asked the hubby for permission to test and make sure that he was the kind of person that we wanted working for us. And the hubby said yes. So the entire trip up there was songs by like Willem and Anastasia and Johnny McGovern and all that. And he just bopped along and sang along to a couple of them, and we realized, okay, he fits here. He fits here. But like all the people that I just named, like Johnny McGovern has an album called Dirty Gay Stuff that kind of makes that song sound a little tame. Like,
exactly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because I can't say that one without putting the adult tag on, because I think we've hit our limit.
I think so.
Of F's before we get it forced upon us.
Bye.
Bye.
If you want to come back, we're still here.
Trust me.
Yeah, my brother is still driving all the way here from another town to bring me dinner.
But I'm just saying, like, this sheltered people, because like I can think of like
that's creepy.
I can think of one Kevin Aviant song from 1979 that is one of my absolute favorite songs that makes that song sound like it should be sung as a nursery rhyme by children. Like, I can't even say the name of it. I will say that song starts with a C and ends with a Y. And it's a euphemism for a female body part.
Right.
Yeah, no, I just started laughing.
Yeah.
Well, I think like actually it used to be a name for young women, very young.
Yes.
As in, here we go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of hunting.
That song came out in 79.
Like when I first got to college, I received a catalog for old time radio, like because I used to love like old radio mysteries and stuff. I still do actually. And they had on clearance, what was it? Naughty songs from the 1920s and 30s.
Oh my Lord!
$5, y'all! $5 free shipping on these clearance. And so, of course, being a young teenager, 18, I mailed away for it. And like, let me tell you, I used to love to regale my other suite mates with Two Old Maids in a Cot and strumming on my banjo.
What was that that artist was? What was it, like Pork Chop and Cassie? That
sounds familiar.
Like sweet. One of their songs was like sweet cocaine on my lady's thigh. Was like
yes, that is the real lyric. Yes, I am familiar with that one.
Yeah, like.
And it drove my suite mates nuts because I would sing it like a kindergarten teacher, and that's always been the complaint. Is I always sing every song like "Ring of Fire" by Johnny Cash like a kindergarten teacher, and people are like, "Why do I feel sick?" Because
that's the greatest thing ever.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. Just singing a little too happy.
That's because they were rebelling against the nature of being so this way. So they were being wrong.
Catherine, you're echoing.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Here we
yeah,
go
you
again.
got some
No,
echo going.
not even like the silent. I'm just saying, I want to. Is somebody speakers? Because here, I'm going to start randomly muting people.
Yeah.
Because I can hear me echoing too.
Am I still echoing?
No, it stopped.
I don't know.
I don't know what that was, but all of a sudden, like, you were the voice of the univerce.
Of course, that's because I'm that awesome.
Like, no, I'm serious. Like, it was like, you know, that 70s, 80s movie effect where they just like all of the echoes and also
I could hear
all
it.
of the versions of the same person.
Okay, how about now? Is it okay?
I don't know. Do I sound okay?
No, back.
It's fine. It's back. Is it me?
No.
I don't think it's me.
Hey,
I did.
Hello?
Know what's going on.
echo,
Echo.
Echo. Echo.
Echo. Echo.
echo.
I don't know. Like I said, honey, if you want to come back, we're here.
Echo. No, I don't know.
Oh yeah, the 20s. The 20s. Oh my
God,
goodness.
yeah.
Like every time I get into an argument with somebody about how, oh, things used to be so much nicer and people knew how to act, I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, do you know your history at all? Like, the 20s, like there are songs in the 20s that would make like some of the hardest hardcore rappers blush today.
It's mostly because those were like the underground music, and they wanted to portray a society of manners. So you would have the portrayal on one end, and then when you knew where to go, you'd go and see what people do when the cameras aren't on them. To you know, like the flapper dresses. I mean, come on, you know that they were doing more than just that.
I mean, I grew up in the clubs, and I know that house music is like not well known by a lot of people, but oh my goodness, like the stuff that used to play in the clubs. Like, there's like don't get me wrong, like Cardi B is a national treasure because I need something to smile about in these dark days, and that Ventura remix.
Amen.
Oh, hallelujah! Thank you, Jesus, for the Cardi B. Like, just
preach it.
Thank you for the Cardi B. But you know, like, oh my goodness, like how sheltered. I don't understand. I really don't understand this. Like, I almost said the person's name, and I don't want to be that person who literally calls people out. I am not Linda Bloodworth Thomason. Oh no, very well known. She wrote Designing Women, and one of the characters is from Poplar Bluff, which is the town I'm from, and all of the stories in that show are true, and she did not change anybody's name. Like
Couldn't everybody there like sue?
You should definitely change people's names if you're going to do that. I mean, the Reddit people do that.
All of those stories are true. All of those people that Charlene tells stories about, all those stories happened. Like, she told all of our towns, not all of it, but a lot of our towns dirty laundry on that show. But I was arguing with somebody, and they were like, you know, I just remember back in the 50s when there were no rapes and nobody ever got murdered. And
my God.
Nobody got murdered too. And I'm just like, sweetie, you can't be that innocent. Like, there's no way that you're that.
You know, this is why nostalgia is dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, I love a little sentimentality. I grew up on A Christmas Story and the whole 24 hours of A Christmas Story. We loved it.
Yep.
But there's a point where it becomes malignant.
Yeah, like,
and this whole thing about, they were simpler times. No, baby, they've never been simpler times. They've just been with less technology or different technology, but they've never been simpler.
It's because technology has made what people tried to hide actually come forth in light. Because, I mean, if there were no such things as rape and horrible murder, look at Jack the Ripper. That was way, way before.
1880s.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been going, except now social media makes it come more into the light.
Right. I mean, like everybody has a camera that can automatically go up.
200-300 years in the future, talking about how this is the simple time.
Yeah. Hans was saying Isaac Asimov called them medievalists.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, And that really frustrates me. I work at the Renaissance Fair, and I love how they want to make it all family friendly. And I'm like, honey, do you know what the real Renaissance Fair was like? I can't say details because we're trying to make this a not adult chat.
Right. I mean,
But
like,
I'm going,
seriously.
They're trying to say, oh, the Renaissance was so much simpler and beautiful. I'm like, honey, you don't know. You know
Have you
nothing.
picked up a medieval Bible? Like, have you ever actually seen a medieval Bible? Have you looked at what people are doing to each other in the margins of medieval Bibles?
Oh yeah.
Okay. But I still want to know what's up with the snails.
Today. Like, you put that stuff on Pornhub and somebody's
Why
gonna
is
come
this still a
after you.
mystery? What is up with the snails, y'all?
Oh, I
That's
know.
a good question. I have no
I
idea.
want a time machine, and that's actually all I want to use my time machine for, is to go back and ask, please elucidate me on the snails.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're still streaming. And if you want to join us, I sent you a link.
I was gonna say, like, about like the murders and the rapes and stuff. Have people not realized that in
It's been
almost
going on?
every ancient Greek story,
oh my God, yeah, read
someone
those.
is raped?
It's not fiction. I mean, like, we like to think of all the Greek stories as fiction.
So what they used to do with like the plays and the epics and stuff that were part of a performance was you get in trouble if you talked about events in your current present day moment. So if you had events that were happening at that time, that was okay, but you couldn't have the characters be in your time. They had to be from an epic time, mythical time, because that was more acceptable.
Preach it, Kat. Preach it.
This is my study.
Amen.
I literally am paying thousands of dollars for this degree.
Yes.
Heather, it's okay. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm just saying if you had the inkling, if you had the inkling.
What's bed? Bed's overrated.
I don't know. It depends on what or who is in the bed.
That's true. Well,
nothing.
Mine's empty, so there's no reason. My husband's up.
Oh no.
Some people have got some squishies, is all I'm
My
saying.
sister has a
I got
bed
squishies.
that you would that you would thirst after, because somehow that mattress cradles everything, and you feel like you're like in your mother's arms being rocked to sleep.
Nice.
Glorious.
I miss having a Tempur-Pedic.
It always depends on.
Or not a Tempur-Pedic. No, not a Tempur-Pedic. I missed having the ones where you can actually change the sleep number. Because I like the firm 70 set where it's like I'm on a rock.
Yeah.
That's
I
why
used to have an off-brand Tempur-Pedic, and it was lovely, or whatever the sleep number was.
The sleep number thing.
I think it was like called Nautilus or something. It came from New York upstate. I got it after Hurricane Katrina. That was what I used my Hurricane Katrina money for. And they shipped it down just in an 18-wheeler all by itself and brought it all the way to my house. And they didn't even charge me. They were so sweet. But yeah, it's Nautilus or something. And like it was like, oh, thank you, finally. Because raccoons got in our bed after Hurricane Katrina because we didn't have half a roof.
So fun story about that happening. When that happened, my older brother looks at me and goes, "So, what did New Orleans ever do to you?" It gives you a hint as to my real name here. And I looked at him dead in the eyes and I said, "Well, they had Mardi Gras and they didn't invite me."
They didn't invite you.
They didn't invite me. I had
just bees everywhere.
I crashed the party. That's what it was.
That sounds like my front porch. Bees everywhere.
Yeah.
Bees. Frickin' bees. Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
Pre-code Tarzan. Everybody gets educated.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Because Sarah made a very good point about that. This is why the Hays Code came into being. Like,
yes.
Yeah. Like, I can't wait because a lot of what's going to be going up on the new, what is it, DC Universe Unlimited next year is they're basically going to have all of their comics. And so that's like all of the old like House of Horrors and all of those, like the reason they got slapped down so that they couldn't say anything. They couldn't even say heck because that's too harsh of language.
Right.
People will be able to read those.
I still remember Excalibur.
Oh.
You want to talk about a filthy movie, Excalibur?
Oh my goodness, yes.
I mean, I watched it when I was young. I watched it before I was 10, 12, and of course the opening scene where they're not explicit at all about what happens, and I'm going, hey. It's like little kid looking at it going, holy moly.
You're welcome, Heather. Yeah,
believe me. Yeah, like people want to believe that it was
it's up.
More innocent times.
See, getting things accomplished.
Nice.
See, who says that these forever streams aren't productive?
Exactly.
Hey, you guys are helping me to, get this book down into its grassroots so that I've had this idea for about a year. Just didn't do crap on it. So
I really like that idea. So
yeah, me too.
I wasn't sure. I was like, who wants to read about a library that holds everyone's life in their hands?
Me. Me so much.
While it's nowhere near the same story, the similarities, I just have to put up, like, people obsess over Bleach.
Bleach is nice, yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, it's a bunch of Reapers running around doing things. Like, who wants to read that? Who wants to watch that? Like, me and my friends still talk about Dead Like Me.
I love that show.
Yeah. Still on television, okay?
Well,
sit around and talk about Reapers.
I watched that show religiously. I loved it so much.
Well, the book that got my agent before the whole split, amicable split, was about Grim Reapers. It was a horror romance about Grim Reapers. So, I mean, I've kind of been deep in the Grim Reapers for quite a while. Now, the book that I have going to Pitch Wars, though, is not Grim Reapers. It's all about the Tuatha De Danann, which are these Celtic fallen gods / fae / elves.
5 Irish people explained to me the proper pronunciation of that phrase, and the closest I can get to it is Tuatha De Danann.
De Danann. I know. I don't know why I put that A at the other
It's Tuatha.
end.
I know that part for sure. Like, the first word is Tuatha.
Yeah.
Tuatha De Danann.
Yeah, De Danann. And for some reason, yeah. Oh, I don't know why. I mean, yeah. I don't know why I keep putting the pronunciation wrong at the very end, because it's like my brain wants to put an extra A on the end for some reason. Yeah, that one came into being when I was watching the sewer manholes and all the steam coming up, and I was like, what if there's a big brass city under Baltimore? That's kind of how that one came into being.
Can I also just say one thing about all the old Tarzan? All of those books, including the Zoom books, came about because an intrepid writer realized that if they independently published their work in the 1930s, they might be able to get through the Great Depression.
That makes sense.
That's where we get Tarzan and all of the Barzoom books, which are epically wonderful, and all of that from.
And there's a city in California called Tarzana that's because of the author.
Yep.
Yes.
Interesting enough, I learned that Isaac Asimov's family did not suffer too much with the Great Depression, because since they owned a candy shop, they were still allowed to keep that business open. Their profits just were a lot smaller than they used to be, but they did not have to go out on soup kitchens and stuff, which is really interesting. I was wondering how his family actually got through that.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to go with whatever's most lucrative. I mean, that's how I ended up with a back room at the video store. Was Disney Rentals did not keep the business open, did not pay the employees.
Yeah.
You do what you got to do.
I don't know how my great grandmother survived it. She had left her abusive husband because she had to, and then raised 7 children on her own in the Great Depression. I don't know how she did it.
I know my great aunt ran a speakeasy in St. Louis.
Nice. I like that.
She told me all manner of stories.
Well, yeah, she'd have a lot.
I'd love to bring it up. I actually have the glassware from that speakeasy. That's
nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
My mother's grandmother, my great grandmother, she ran during Prohibition. She sold liquor out of the back of her house in a Dutch store.
Nice. Hey,
And it was it wasn't just controversial, but what happened, what got her into it, this was in Iowa, was her 8-year-old son, my Uncle Irving, he got run over by a Model T taking a curve.
Ooh.
And the only one who's ever broken a leg in America on my mother's side of the family because of the Ehlers-Danlos. And it was a clean break instead of a shatter. Like for regular people, it would have been a shatter. But it was a clean break. And so they said, you have 2 weeks. We can either put in a piece of coral into his leg, and he'll always have a limp because it'll never grow right because the way the bone will attach to it, it won't keep growing. Or if you can raise the money for a gold disc, we can put that in and his leg will grow properly. So she had 2 weeks to make that money. So she started selling liquor out of the back of the house.
That'll give her enough money. That was
her 14-year-old, her eldest, her 14-year-old, my grandmother, was about to graduate at valedictorian of her high school and was like, Mama, please promise me you won't sell liquor the day before graduation so that we don't get arrested. And she was like, oh, I won't. And then sure enough, Mom broke her promise the day of, and Grandma Marion has died, having never forgiven her mother for the police raid that happened, and they all ended up in jail into their graduation clothes. Like, I can't believe you did this. She's like, what? He seemed so nice. He just needed a little liquor.
So that's Welsh, because that looks Welsh.
That is Welsh.
That would be
The problem is the Y has 3 different ways it can be pronounced in Welsh.
It's my understanding. Most commonly, it's the ooh. It's the ooh sound. So that would.
Yeah, I know. I was learning Welsh a few years ago, but really, unless you're in Wales, it's hard to get somebody to help you.
Yeah, I've had Irish on my list of languages for a while, but I have higher priorities because honestly, it's purely media driven. I watch and listen to way too much media that's either in Japanese or Hindi, and so I want to learn both of those because then I don't have to rely on subtitles.
Mm-hmm.
And especially because now I have super goals because there's a new picture book of Yoshiki coming out.
I'm sorry.
And I don't think there's going to be an English translation of it.
No, sorry.
I need. I must have. Not that I'm obsessed or anything.
My husband was reminding me that we have a Welsh teacher that works at his school, so.
But I have more motivation because that just got announced, and I just I watched the announcement trailer and just went, I need this. I need this in my life because the story of Yoshiki and Toshi is the greatest story never told in the United States, well, rarely told in the United States, and everything that they went through. Granted, I don't want to take the weird side jaunt through the cult, but I love powerful stuff.
All right, well, my food has arrived.
Finally.
And I do need to get ready for bed. Excuse me. So, I think it is time.
Oh. All righty. Glory.
Good night,
You've
everybody.
been waiting on that forever. It's been 5 hours since you put in the order when we started. And we've almost been doing this for 6 hours.
Well, Tom had to get off work first. So the orders had to stop
fine.
coming because, he does food delivery. And it's the first Friday of the month. And it has food delivery down here has not been very good. I mean, we were really hoping that stimulus package would go through.
I guess that's a full excuse.
So he was like
Same
riding
here.
the wave while
Hi,
he could.
Tom. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but hi.
No, because I got plugged in because I think like my computer was the echo.
Tell him I said hi.
I will. I will tell him. I had a wonderful time. I will miss you all. I will think of you all as I eat.
Have a good.
You'll have to post pictures to the Discord.
Yeah.
Well, it's just takeout Chinese. I mean, look, I'm not proud, but y'all don't want to see
Actually,
this.
should be proud because of the epic quest that it took to get it there.
Well, yeah, because it actually came from another town. Because like I'm on the search for decent Chinese food.
You just need to take pictures of
Chinese
the boxes and be like, the treasure chest has arrived.
I can
So
make
you're
that
saying
happen.
it went on the hero's journey.
Well, I mean, that is actually sort of fair because when he messaged me that he was picking it up, it was already 9 and then it still didn't get here for like almost an hour.
Wow.
It's worth it. It smells really amazing, by the way.
That's good.
So I will post a picture because I'm all about the food.
All I know is the hubby is making something that he's enigmatically calling sushi in the other room. And
I
don't
hope you
know
will post pictures as well.
I don't know what manner of things he procured for the making of it. So it's going to be a surprise.
It's magical.
I already ate my hubby's chili at 4, so can't show
I
you
had
pictures of that.
smoked salmon for dinner. It was delicious.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
I am thinking of making my own locks. I'm just saying.
Tom and I have actually been researching that. We've been talking about that.
It's not as complicated as I thought.
Yeah.
Like I expected it to be a lot more complicated.
What really stopped us was we realized we would have to wait till wintertime down here to be able to do a cold smoke because it's so freaking hot.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've looked into that too, been very interested.
Because the worst part about living away from the coasts is the lack of access to Jewish delis.
Before the pandemic, we were literally planning to go to Houston to the deli there. Like this was like an odyssey we were going to go do and just stay there for a couple days and just eat there, like only eat there for like 3 days.
We are learning alternate sourcing because we go to Maryland every year in July. And we didn't this year because, plague. And we usually buy in bulk all of the dried everything that we need to make our various Japanese, Korean, and sundry Asian meals that we rely on because we live here and there's nowhere around here to buy it.
Yeah.
We've looked.
I mean, I feel really blessed that in our town, there's a little old lady who makes homemade kimchi and sells them in mason jars at the local Asian market. And it's like, yes.
See, I got spoiled by my friend's mom's kimchi. And so no kimchi tastes right to me because I have this like weird, like it's not my childhood memory. Well, it is my childhood memory, but not like a memory of my You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
I really do. I do.
I grew up having her kimchi.
Right.
So it needs to taste like that.
Which, by the way, while we're still talking just for a minute, but check on back to the Jewish food. I have helped 3 different friends recover from perforated ulcers with Jewish food, specifically noodle kugel and chicken matzo ball soup, along with smoked brisket.
Yeah.
Just saying, it heals.
Yes.
And also it's delicious, okay? People were like, noodle kugel. And I'm like, I know, you're not thinking noodle pudding. That's going to go well, but let me tell you, it's amazing. It's also
amazing.
the amount of butter and dairy is off the charts.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Like, it's only for people, like, near death.
Don't forget the schmaltz. That's the one thing that, like, everyone else in the United States is completely missing out on because if you've not, like, lived near, with, or around a large Jewish community, you've never had things cooked in schmaltz. It is it's basically chicken fat that you can buy at the store.
Or you can make it yourself.
Yeah,
I mean, we literally made it. We used to like inadvertently make it for our dogs by like putting the chicken skin on the baking dish and baking it so that we could give it because it's so good for dogs' coats, the chicken skin. But then we'd have all the schmaltz.
Oh, it's such a problem.
I know. What a burden.
What a burden to have all the schmaltz.
It's so good. It's so good.
So I'm going to show you guys what I've got, since I should eat another
You
thing.
should probably, yes.
Well, that's probably.
Is that pie?
It looks like that, baby.
I don't think I'm allowed pie.
It's a homemade butterscotch.
What kind of pie is it, babe?
It's butterscotch. Homemade
Oh,
butterscotch.
nice. Yeah. Oh, I love Kat, who's like, well, hello there. I see you suddenly have my interest.
Suddenly what?
She's like, well, hello there. You suddenly have my interest.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure if I tried to eat pie, Charlie would yell at me.
I really wanted to go. Like, I wish we lived close together. I really wanted to go to your house the other day and take the pie. Like, stop. You're just hurting yourself now. Don't punish the pie. The pie did nothing wrong.
There's nothing wrong with living on pie for a few days. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, the problem was I almost ate like 3/4 of a pie in like 2 days.
She's sitting there like,
that's not a problem.
Yeah, that's not a problem. What are you talking
But I'm
about?
technically lactose intolerant, and it was a chocolate cream pie.
Okay, maybe there's a little problem there.
Yeah.
I'm not
problem.
So I'm not lactose intolerant, but I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I have to be very careful about what I decide to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like this little bugger is my pancreas, so that tells you how much I definitely need to watch myself.
Right.
I really haven't, I ate chili, and that's about all I ate today.
Kind of problematic, Catherine.
It is. I need to find
Why
out.
do you think every time I see Catherine anywhere online, I'm like, have you eaten recently?
I think that's a legitimate like response to see
You're
Catherine.
not the only one. So I
also very Jewish. Have you eaten? Would you like to eat?
My husband's always.
Let me try things out.
Yeah,
Hasidic Quaker.
Like I would. My business would have me driving to different states because I audit large businesses. My husband was always saying, "Have you eaten? Have you eaten? Have you eaten?"
Yeah.
And then I had what was called a work husband, who was another auditor, who would go, "Have you eaten?" Because his wife had autoimmune deficiencies like I did. Have you eaten? Have you eaten?
Yep.
Believe me, I get it a lot. I will get a lot of people asking me, and it's mostly because I don't like food. I really don't like it. I find food to be just tedious, something I have to do. Stay alive.
Yeah, no, I do not have the problem. I love food so much, but I do forget to eat because I get so distracted with storytelling that like 6 hours will go by and I'm like, what is world? What is water? Why do I feel bad? And Tom's
my problem,
have you had any liquid?
My problem is that I find when I eat, I have to focus all my attention on eating. I can't focus on writing and watching and all this other stuff. I have to focus only on eating. So I find it like frustrating. I'm like, why do I have to take time out to eat when I need to write this chapter? It's like,
I feel you.
Failed us because we were supposed to have those pills by now.
I know,
right?
Everything you need in a pill. Just
Yeah, I wish I could just take like a pill once or twice a day and then only have to worry about one meal at the end of the day. It's sort of like your reward for getting to the end of the day.
Yeah. It's like,
speaking of, I need to find my second cybernetic part. Where the heck did it go?
Cybernetics, for real though. If only it'd remind her to eat.
So,
something for the 2030s.
I was so confused when I did this yesterday. My stomach actually growled.
How dare it, back talk?
Yes, because lately, like for the last several months, like my stomach wouldn't growl or anything. I just get nauseous when I was hungry.
Yeah.
Right.
Like it just
I have that
point where my stomach was like, "You're going to eat, or I'm puking."
Right.
Yeah.
These are your
I have that problem too.
But my stomach actually growled yesterday, and I was like, "What the hell? You haven't done that in like a year."
You're like, what's that? That's foreign. What's that?
Back talking at this young age. How dare it?
I'm going to turn off the camera because I don't like people seeing me eat. I don't like to eat in front of cameras.
Yeah.
And it's like, you just don't understand how your system even functions at that point because you're like, so if I don't put anything in you, you're going to empty out what little you have. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
It's not a well-designed plan, is what I'm saying. Yes, I get the same problem of like if I go long enough, I start feeling sick and lightheaded, and that is not where I'm going to go into a kitchen I want to go to the bathroom, get my sick over with, and go lay down. Again, not in any way getting the food I need to feel better.
And it's only like I don't. Nothing else is wrong with me. It's just my stomach feels like it's going to.
Yeah, it's a very neurotic response our stomachs have. What is up with that?
That's why we need those pills. You take the pill.
What?
If I might quote the All Holy Book of Depeche Mode, I don't want to start any blasphemous rumors, but I think that God has a sick sense of humor, and when I die, I think I'm find him laughing.
Yeah. Tom does say that often. Of like, I can hear the angels laughing at me right now, Glory, and I'm like, seriously, you got some paranoid, dude. They're just laughing. They're just tormenting me for their amusement. I'm like, we're not on heaven television, dude.
You never know. You never know.
That's literally what he says. You don't know. You don't know.
Have you ever seen the film Defending Your Life?
Yes, I have.
I mean, then you're on television.
Right.
Like, if it's anything like Defending Your Life, you're on television and everything's being recorded.
I don't know. I just feel more and more every day when I wake up and I watch the news that we are living in the good place. Not the good place, but like
the bad place, good place.
The bad place, good place.
The good place.
Yes, the good place. Like
I say that we're in the wrong timeline and Doc is dead.
Yeah. It's weird. Like everything is just weird now. Like it's just weird. Like can we not?
Feels like we're in bizarre times.
Yes, I agree.
Bizarre times.
And like it makes you wonder how people felt. Could you imagine if they had like live streaming in the 20s? Like, what would people have been talking about then? Like, if we instead of just like newsreaders who just had something handed in front of us, we have these recordings of them, in Munich today. Like we don't like really know.
Well, they really felt like it was end times then too.
Well, yeah, because they also had the Spanish flu.
Yeah,
didn't start in Spain,
didn't we lose like 5% of the overall world population from between World War I and the Spanish flu?
Yeah, they said you would know if you were. They said you were going to know if you were going to die from the Spanish flu in like an hour after having it. You could have somebody come up and say, "My family is sick," and then the whole family is dead by the end of the day. Spanish flu was pretty vicious. Although it started in Kansas, not Spain, but whatever. The weirdness of why we name flus, but yeah.
Actually, do you know why we call it the Spanish flu?
Because Spain was the only one reporting on it.
Yes. Because it was a violation of the anti-propaganda laws in the United States and Britain and France to mention it because it would harm the morale of the soldiers. And Spain was the only country that was actually talking about it.
Knowledge, it harms soldiers.
Yeah. Which I'm just done with that like whole thing. Like, we're here to help the soldiers. No, you're not. Like, prove it. Prove it. Like, I don't want pretty words.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I say that as an ex-military wife. Yeah.
Yeah, my husband was military, and we've been serving since Revolutionary War in my family. So,
yep.
But it's like that. The military runs in my blood pretty quickly. But
my
yeah,
family fought on the correct side of the Civil War, and I think everyone was in indentured servitude during the Revolution, so I don't think they were allowed to fight. I know most of my family that were in the United States during the Revolution were indentured servants. So beyond that, I don't know if they.
So we have at least somebody documented who served with Washington on Valley Forge, and then we have undocumented papers. I don't know where the document is that my family's actually part of Washington's family through the second bastard brother that actually had children, because the first one didn't. So that there are actually pictures and land that belong to Washington that are in my family now. The question is all the documents were destroyed, so I can't really utilize that, but I do have a document of a soldier that served with Washington in Valley Forge.
That's it. So Catherine's talking about Washington. We have to watch Turn again.
Okay, I really am going to leave now because I really do need to eat. Bye-bye. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Bye. And then there were 5.
And then there were 5.
You know, that just reminds me of Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None.
That was such a bitch move on her part to write that book. Like the whole background to that, it just amazes me. But anyhow. Oh no, did the water jug scare the dog again?
Alrighty. He's done now.
It's just water, dog. It's just water.
I'm going to go get some chocolate ice cream and put some caramel syrup on it.
You're living your best life.
We have some cream puffs defrosting on the stove area. I can't wait to eat them. They just need to defrost. They need to hurry up.
During one of my depression was winning moments, I decided I was going to buy caramel to make like a no-bake cheesecake but swirl caramel into it.
Ooh.
So now I have 2 different types of caramel.
Good night, Heather.
Good night, Heather.
Before
Have the fun.
Before I submitted the order, I was like, why do I have 2 types of caramel?
Because you can never have enough types of caramel. Hi.
So I guess at some point I'm going to make a no-bake cheesecake and put caramel on it.
Nice.
I love how you say that, just so dejected. I'm going to make it and cheesecake and put caramel on it. Such a hard thing to do.
Such a hard thing.
Like, those are the kinds of problems that I live for, Miss Cat Leo. Like, that would be like the greatest thing ever. And no, you're not. No.
I will share pictures of it when I do eventually do it.
Ooh, yay. I love food pictures.
I think my 16th birthday, my dad made me, because I really do love no-bake cheesecake. Specifically, like the Jell-O brand no-bake cheesecake.
Oh, yeah.
My dad made, he took 3 or 4 boxes of it, and he made a layered cake of it, but he used fresh strawberries to layer it.
Ooh.
Well, and that was my 16th birthday cake. My dad tried to finish it before I got home from school, but he's like, darn it, you're not supposed to be home yet.
I love this person more than I already am. Like, I'm telling you, I'm literally already writing fan fiction about this man. Like, literally writing fan fiction inspired by tales I've heard of this man. Like, the greatness is profound. Just absolutely profound. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. The hubby has sat down in front of a computer and has gotten quiet for a moment. What is going on? What?
Charging my phone.
Oh, yes. Of course, you came over there to charge your phone. Nothing untoward is going on. Just charging the phone.
He's preparing to go on camera with you.
That would be hilarious. I keep threatening, like, I'm just going to create a YouTube account specifically for you to stream with me.
Yeah, you should do one he should do one about the restaurant and all the food he makes. And I mean, come on, people love food.
I would watch that so much.
Right?
I would
you
watch.
want to bring success to a business? Do that.
I would. Wait, what?
What?
Is that like happening now? Is Haley actually streaming right now? Or is that just like a super late notification?
I get those a lot.
I just looked out at my phone and saw a notification about. Oh, I think she scheduled one, or did it already? I don't know.
Well, it's kind of like how you had received my IG message about I'm willing to join you guys on the chat, and I was sitting here.
Yeah. that. Okay. It started playing the video. How long ago was? Oh, so you did this 2 hours ago. Okay. Well, give her a like. All right.
I'm
get
How long ago did this happen? And why are you just telling me now? It does not do any good to tell me now.
I'm actually going to do something unthinkable for a pantser. I'm going to write the synopsis of the book that I'm planning on writing. I know. Let's just get blown away.
I think I'm going to have to outline my 355 story, and I am terrified.
What is a 355 story, if I may ask?
Okay, so I am obsessed with the Culper ring from the Revolutionary War.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know the identity of Agent 355.
Okay.
We know precisely two things about her. She lived somewhere in New York, and she was a she. That is all we know about her. There are 6 prime candidates for who may have been 355, Agent 355. And a lot of people have written their own personal takes on it. I think it was Elizabeth Berger. I am almost convinced it was her, and so I am planning on doing a pseudo alternate history story about her later. But because I am involving a lot of like real events, like I'm hoping that just like a timeline of what actually happened will be sufficient. I won't have to actually outline the story because
what
my writing on an outline is painful. I don't like doing it.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I've done even Save the Cat outlines, and those can be okay, but I just can't. I just can't stand outlines. But then, of course, as my husband points out, my book will go on tangents. I'm like, well, honey, that's what you're there for. You're there to rein me in a bit.
We'll see what I like about Save the Cat.
My book doesn't go on enough tangents. That's part of my problem.
Well, I kind of need to go on tangents because he'll come by and he'll cut like 10 to 20,000 words. So if I'm not on a if I underwrite, then my book's gone.
So
what's this?
This is the story that I've been working on, and this is actually how I use. This is actually how I use Save the Cat, where I have done the math that I know I want my chapters on the first draft to be around 1,600 words, and so I did the math for how long each beat should last.
Mm-hmm.
And I just have blank documents. Where's my blank? There's my blank. Blank documents that have the word count goal on them. Now I can go over or under, like I don't stick to them, but I know what the next beat is that I need to be hitting.
Mm-hmm.
So I keep the story actually progressing forward. So it allows me to have freedom in that I can write whatever I want, but I know, I need to be thinking about, that beep story needs to come in somewhere around here. I need to be doing the bad guys need to be closing in at around here, and bring it all together to keep me on track. And that's how I use Save the Cat, and I find it very helpful as a pantser because it keeps me from going off on wild tangents. Because I use it like a Matryoshka doll. I have Save the Cat for my chapters. I have it for each chapter. I know where in the beat sheet it is for that chapter. So I don't let myself meander. Because I don't want to meander. The worst thing that I can do is waste hours, years, days of my life writing words that have to be just completely thrown away. Like, I know words are going to have to be rewritten and all that, but I don't want to like write an entire side story and then go, no, clip. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to.
Yeah. No, for what I do is I world build while I'm doing my first draft. So a lot of what does get cut at least gets put into another document so I can build the world at the same time. But how I have to, my husband asked me once to explain how I do my writing, and I'm like, you know the Coyote and Roadrunner thing where he paints the little train overpass and the Roadrunner goes through, but he tries to go through and he just runs into the wall. I have to kind of do that for my brain. I have to make that little thing so that my brain thinks that it's got somewhere to go, even if it's an outline, so that I'm not running into the wall itself. Oh, she's making something.
I'm sorry, that was just watching you struggle squeezing the. It was giving me life. I just felt like it needed to be full screen.
Is it the pie she was talking about, or the ice cream, or?
It's the ice cream. It's the chocolate ice cream with the caramel chocolate sauce.
Ooh,
nice.
I thought about peanut butter, but I should have put that on before the sauce, so no peanut butter.
It actually kind of looks like one of those Girl Scout cookies. I can't remember what they're called, but
the Samoas.
Yeah, the Samoas.
Well, it depends on where you are in the country because they have different names. But
yeah, I
think
knew the Samoa name.
Yeah, I think around here they call them the Taiwan.
Ah. I think my husband doesn't like them because they got coconut. He does not like coconut.
Actually, only one kind has coconut.
I don't like coconut, but I like the Samoas.
I like the Samoas, and I can taste the coconut in them, but maybe they're different in different areas.
They are. There's, I think, 3 companies that make cookies for the Girl Scouts, and I don't know if each troop is allowed to. I don't know if it's troop or region. Is it the region picks who they order from?
Yeah, I think it's the region because in my region, when I was a Girl Scout, we had the same amount. We had the same type.
If you want to see like a full breakdown of this, Emmy Made in Japan, her channel, she actually got people all around the country to order Girl Scout cookies for her and ship them to her. So she got all of the Girl Scout cookies, like every Girl Scout cookie. And then she found out that some of them are available in stores under yet a different name. And they're different. So she went and got those 2. So it's every kind of Girl Scout cookie and even the ones that they sell in stores. And she did a taste test of all of them. And
cereal that is Girl Scouts.
So if you really want to deep dive into this, I highly recommend. If you can't tell, I watch Emmy's channel a lot. I like Emmy's channel. It makes me.
You keep yelling at me, so you're going to be here.
Uh-oh. I'm getting some hush sweeties. What are hush sweeties? Oh. It's the parts of cucumber that, thank you, that he does not want to use. Yes, I am, yes.
Are you wanting to go now? Do you want to go now? Don't throw the controller.
I'm like, how loud is that? Am I like making really bad ASMR noises?
No. No, I can't hear anything.
I love that everybody turns their camera off when they're eating, and I was like, okay.
Oh, honey, no one needs to see me taking little white tubes and putting them in my mouth. Like, nobody needs to see that. Ain't nobody needs to see that. That's not a thing what needs to happen. So, Emma, I don't think we've asked. What's the name of your cat? And if we did, I missed it.
She's Kalani.
Kalani.
Aww.
Well, Kalani is beautiful.
She's currently standing on my mini outline.
Is it Hawaiian?
Yeah, she's from Hawaii.
I thought so. I had a friend whose daughter was named Kaylee Lonnie. So I heard Kalani, and I'm like, that sounds very Hawaiian.
Yeah, we found her in farmer's market. She had like worms and she was all skinny and stuff.
Oh.
Oh, well, she's well taken care of now.
Yes. I love her coloring.
Yeah, she's really pretty. It's like a silver type of tabby. You called it a mackerel tabby, was it?
Spotted.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you want?
That's hilarious. So apparently at the restaurant today, Kat's dog wandered into the establishment and they had to get Kat's dog out. And everybody got confused because the hubby's going around going, "Why is Cat's dog in here?" And they thought he was saying cat dog. Like, why is there a cat dog in here? And we're trying to find out what a cat dog was. And he's just like, "No, why is Cat's dog in here?"
And of course, that's making me think of a Push Me Pull You from Dr. Dolittle.
Well, Cat Dog was an actual show, wasn't it?
There was a cartoon.
Yeah, it was.
I think they look like Push Me Pull You.
So now he's doing his best Letterkenny over there. So Cat's dog walked into the restaurant today. We were a little too addicted to that show. We just started yet another.
You and your friends were talking on the porch the other day. Apparently, it's time for me and Nat to rewatch Letterkenny. It's been.
We started by rewatching Letterkenny because I don't know who thought it was a bright idea to give them money to make animated shorts about all the characters as children. But I'm so glad that they did. Like, my life goal right now is just to learn how to speak like Squirrely Do. Because the only time I can do it is if I literally quote him. But I want to learn his speech patterns because that's what I appreciate about Chiz. Is probably my favorite sentence ever spoken in the English language. But I can't figure out his syntax. Like, I can't figure it out. I need to know. You're just throwing random S's in.
Yes, because that's what he do. He's a follow pattern.
What is it, sweetheart? What?
You know, if Brian's not careful, I'm going to completely make him do a Letterkenny podcast with me. And we're just going to go through it episode by episode.
You're close like that, man.
Have to start the recap in the style of Wayne.
Well, pitter patter.
Pitter patter.
You're gonna bite me.
Let's get at her. So, one thing we about Letterkenny, the one thing we don't like about it is the cousin from Michigan, who's obviously from the South.
Yes.
And it pisses them off so much. They're like, come on! We are in Michigan. That is not someone from Michigan.
Can I just say though, have you ever seen an American in a Canadian or a British series that actually was appropriate for the region that they say they are?
No.
It's how everyone else in the world must feel when they watch American media.
Probably.
Yes.
I mean, thanks to Sage, I now know that the language that of hell that's in Lucifer is Afrikaans.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is the language that the actress who plays Maze knows. So they made the language of hell Afrikaans.
Interesting.
I am so obsessed with, like, too much. Why is all the entertainment in my life right now about the devil? I really need an answer to this.
I mean, it just fits with the times.
Like,
What happened to her?
it's okay. I'd be in the other room just shut it up because, like, the dude lines. that maybe I might have to put that on a T-shirt.
I fixed it. I now know how Caitlin got all that earlier when she screamed.
Oh no.
Stupid faucet.
Oh man, this was a weird week. I think we had 6 Fridays at my last count.
Yesterday felt like such a Monday.
Right?
And I think it's because like on Wednesday I had my weird. We're gonna call it my brain had a 404 error like all day. Thankfully, it wasn't as obvious when I was in the creative sim, but after the creative sim, once we got to Jace and Meadows streams, yeah, you could tell. My brain was 404 error.
All I have to say is woohoo noises. Woohoo noises. Seriously, if you all have not watched that play along that Jace, Meadow, and Kat did, it is so worth it.
I can
I'll
even
have to add it to my watch list.
I can drop the playlist in the chat. Hold on.
It was so worth it because I was having a nightmare day because the neighbors were trying to burn the neighborhood down because they're idiots. And if I didn't have the sweet voices of Kat, Jace, and like every time I wanted to get angry, I could just hear Jace and Kat in the background going, woohoo noises, woohoo noises, woohoo noises, woohoo noises. And you can't be angry when you hear their voices saying it. Like you just can't. Like I'm gonna make a Zen timer that's just them saying that over and over and over again. It's like,
I don't think we can hear you, Nikki.
Can anybody hear me?
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
You're just
You're just a little quiet.
Oh, okay. Can I have yours? Maybe if I put in a plug-in one. Hold on.
I put the link for the list. That's where we're just gonna put we're gonna link all the videos for the thing. So it'll just grow.
that's cool. Like I enjoyed that so much. Like I've told you this a couple times already, but it made me so envious. Like I want to have fun like that, and I don't think I'm capable of it anymore. Like I'm just a hollow husk of a human being.
You need to come to the Ren Fair. We'll bring life back to your step. Well, not this year, obviously. But.
Well, see, that's the problem. Like I didn't get my cons this year, and so like all the light is gone out of my world.
Oh.
Hola.
I mean, we have some cons on. It's really not the same.
Yesterday, my boyfriend had won a concert, like a video concert. It was the weirdest experience ever. Just because you're watching it on the computer and it's just not the same.
No, it's not.
All this online content, it's just not the same.
I mean, it's nice because it gives so much more accessibility, but at the same time, it's just not the same.
Yeah.
And it's made me think a lot because about I don't know if anybody here subscribes to the YouTube channel Sideways. It's he talks about music and a lot of stuff on there. He did a wonderful video today called "The Problem with Autotune," and it's really not what you think it is. And his entire argument was it's that people learn what the word autotune means, not what autotune is, and they're blaming the wrong things for problems. And the actual example he used was the live-action Beauty and the Beast movie, because they actually went into the studio and recorded all of the tracks for that album. They were going to lip sync. But then Les Mis, they jumped up on Academy Award. And so the director decided that they were going to sing live to tape.
Oh.
So we had them on set singing live to tape. And then decided that he would mix the two together. So what makes that sound so weird is it's literally parts of the live recording and parts of the studio recording getting mishmashed together.
Oh.
And he actually takes this wonderful moment from when Belle is singing about how she's tired of this provincial life, and she spins around. And when she turns around, he looped it, and you can hear acoustics change in her voice as they switched which track, which word was coming from.
Oh.
Because the rest of the other music has died down, so it's her voice. And it's like everybody attacked that movie for auto-tune. And who knows, they may have, for parts of it, used that, but that's not what made that movie messed up. And it was just, and he talks about like live experiences and how people think are like, well, live is where it's at. And he's like, no, you can auto-tune live. Like, pitch correction live is a thing. Most
it's been a thing for a while.
Most performers are auto-tuned. And then he went through and talked about the tech that BTS uses that automatically switches between their vocals and pre-recorded tracks just on the fly. So they can either lip sync or sing whenever they want.
Weird.
Or whatever part that they want to do. And like all the stuff in the tech there, and I'm just like, that's fascinating. And he's just like, but the thing is, we have favored this live experience, but we've not asked ourselves what is a live experience. And I kind of wanted to do, I'm trying not to do things that are just like reaction videos, because I feel like everything that I've done since I've been on YouTube has been a reaction video to one thing or another. But I really wanted to do a thing because like I think about like drag culture, like that's a live show, but you're literally there watching somebody lip sync. Like you're literally there for the lip sync, but you accept it because you're also there for their performance that is added on top of the lip sync. And like there's so many layers of this. When you're talking about like watching the concert live on screen is not the same thing. I agree. But why? Like what is it about live? Is it just the other people?
I think it's just the vibe you get, the energy of being around the other people, but that's an extrovert talking. For me, it's the people.
I loved the live action Beauty and the Beast.
I liked it too.
I thought it was awesome.
I do wish they hadn't given the Beast an I Wish song because I don't think it fits the story. But
what?
I do. I think it's unfortunate that they gave the Beast an I Wish story because a song I don't think that it fits the story that well. Trying to give him that much more character, but it's fine.
What do you mean?
That's the only thing. It's the song that they added that he sings when he's like up on the rooftop.
The Evermore.
Yeah.
I actually really love it. I love the
You
song.
like that song?
No, the song. No, I like the song. I just don't think it helps the story.
So I like the song, but look up Jonathan Young on YouTube. He actually does a really good rock version of Evermore.
She likes it.
That one I just absolutely adore.
Because, like I said, I think it's a good song. I don't see what it, as when you look at it from a story point of view, I don't see what it adds.
I think it was trying to add a softer side to the Beast, a more sympathetic angle. I don't know. That's just what I got from it.
That's my problem. Like, an I Wish song should be so iconic. Like, it's like Belle's song from Beauty and the Beast is because it's the song that I was just talking about. I want so much more than this provincial life. Like, you really get a sense of her character like completely in that song, which is what an I Wish song is supposed to do. And it's a beautiful song. I'm not like saying anything bad about the song. It's just for what it's trying to do, I don't think it succeeds, and that's sad. Like there's so many choices they made in the live actions that I don't quite understand. But like, I love the live action Aladdin. I think the live action Aladdin got unfairly maligned by a lot of people, but I get why. Like, they made some seriously weird choices for that movie, but if you're willing to sit back and go, I want to watch a blue Will Smith do crazy things for 2 hours, it's a great movie. And that's what I signed up for. I wanted to see a blue Will Smith do silly things for 2 hours. And that's what I got.
What, are you gonna interject, my love?
My robot is such a capacity as long as adaptation.
With Will Smith? Okay.
So for me, that song, the Evermore song, I feel like I would say no offense. I kind of disagree. I feel like
Oh, no. Wait. Stop. You're breaking up. Start
he
again.
realized he was me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were breaking up.
I feel like
You feel like
I feel like that song. What part was it? I'm trying to remember the scenes. That was after he let her go, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That was after he said, "No, go be with your dad. I want you. You know,
Yep.
your dad needs you." Well, like I feel like that song was so perfect for that scene because he's seeing how much he's seeing how much he's changed. And he's realizing, oh wow, like I'm letting myself fall for this girl. Like
I do not disagree with you. I'm just it's the musical theater geek in me that when you do an I Want song in a musical, it has a specific purpose. Like there's a point and purpose to putting that kind of a song in, and for what it's like, it functions, it works fine. Like that's what I said. Like it's fine in the movie, but as far as like what it wanted to do, it could have done it with more oomph.
I think it would have been better if they did a song where he started realizing other people were certain. Because the whole point of him being a beast was he was so vain that he would not even help the little people.
Yeah.
So instead of having the I wish for the one person, which I understand, I love that song, I think it would have been more becoming of his character, of his change, if he had a song that included the little people, the people that he neglected.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because an I Wish song in proper musical theater should be basically them finally realizing what their goal is. So it should hint at the resolution. The resolution that they went for in that movie is not him getting the girl, though he does get the girl. It's that he realizes that he needs to open the house up and be kind of the lord of the manor and be there for the little people. And so the resolution that they did for the movie doesn't match the aspirations that he has. It actually would have worked better in the original Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
Where the resolution is he gets the girl, he becomes human and gets the girl at the end.
Are we talking about the Disney version or the Grimm or the?
I'm talking about the Disney version.
Okay, I was about to say because my personal favorite one is the actual. Well, the uncut French novel that has been cut so many times. But the uncut French novel is my favorite version, and that one is pretty messed up.
Yeah, I love that episode of The Witcher.
They actually did a really good live action one in France. It's literally is French. It's not even translated to English, and it was absolutely beautiful. It was really close to the actual novel. So
The Siloning has begun. Wait, what?
You're starting to sound funny.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you're doing the Cylon thing again.
You've been kind of sounding funny for a little while.
Yeah.
Do I need to just
Austin's doing. Yeah, I think she said something about that. Starting to do a morning thing on Saturday. That's crazy.
I'll leave and come back. See if that.
All right, that usually does.
Alrighty.
That's crazy. That like I love Austin K streams. Can I just say I live for Austin K stream like that? Like no offense to anybody else who streams or to my own streams. I love her streams more than like that chill like. Oh my goodness. Like I feel so good after an Austin K stream that like I almost want to get up early just for the one tomorrow. I'm not, because that would not end well for anyone. But
You were saying that.
Does it sound better now?
a little bit.
A little, yeah.
I want to be a Cylon. That's the whole point.
Well, it doesn't have that weird robotic thing that it was starting to get.
So Laura said she applied for a job at Disney in 2021. So hopeful, crossing her fingers, she might be going back to California. That's exciting.
That is. I really wonder what Disney's going to look like going forward, because they rely so heavily on the cruise ship and the parks for their revenue, and that's not happening this year, or who knows, next year, hopefully at some point. But it's also.
I mean,
Hi.
If it's modeling the 1918 to 1922 Spanish flu, then we're in it for quite a while.
Oh, that's so disappointing.
Yeah, it was a very long flu, and it just went away. They didn't get a vaccine. It just went away.
Well, they didn't even know what really viruses were when it.
They didn't. Hopefully a vaccine will shorten it, but that depends on how many people will take the vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's a big controversy too. And you need at least 70% of the population to really make it a viable vaccine.
I know as soon as it's available, I'm donating my arm for getting jabbed.
Oh yeah.
I know I have to, because I have 2 autoimmune deficiencies and scarred lungs, so I have no choice in this matter.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, my doctor was still otherwise.
By the way, I was laughing at Charlie's kitty.
Oh, and can I just say, Jules, pretty much every Molly Harper book is just a retelling of Beauty and the Beast. I'm not saying that to like denigrate her stuff, because I'm kind of addicted to Molly Harper books. I read too many of them, but pretty much every Molly Harper book is a retelling of Beauty and the Beast. I would not say that they're. We can discuss the feminist qualities of how to date your dragon and all of the others, but
date your dragon.
Yeah, that's
makes me think of How to Train Your Dragon just for adults.
Kinda. It's the first book in the Mystic Bayou series that if you like the Sookie Stackhouse books and you just thought to yourself there needs to be more sex and shapeshifters, or read the Mystic Bayou. They were written specifically for you.
But see, I'm one of those who I like a lot of horror with my sex.
Oh no, there's that too. Yeah, like each one has like a murder mystery or other thing happening in it, and
I scared the pants off. I scared the pants off my agent, my ex-agent, when she read about the ghosts coming out of the house through the walls and pulling the main character from
Laura?
her computer chair. It was interesting.
Laura, I need to have a nice little heart-to-heart with you. If you get this job and you end up working on either the Cassian series or the Mandalorian series, you don't like low-key let us know. I don't know if I can forgive an oversight like that. Like, I mean, I understand NDAs and everything, but
hint, hint.
If you're looking at a ship that Diego Luna or Pedro Pascal may or may not be flying, and you don't share, like we need to know these things. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are like, and if there's anything with the Guardians of the Galaxy, which I'm like half interested in. Don't get me wrong, I'm excited. I like the first 2. I really like the first 2, but oh my goodness. Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome? I'm just saying. It's a job doing lighting for Disney. Think about some of the Disney projects that are going on right now, honey. Like, there's some interesting things you might end up working on should you get that. Like, yeah. Yeah, like, I'm just saying. Like,
a lot of fun projects.
There's a lot of really cool stuff on the horizon.
Okay.
And if you ever actually get to meet Dave Filoni and you don't tell me, our friendship is over. I'm just gonna like lay that out on the table here.
All right. I should probably get off here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the hubby says, and if anybody ever meets Dave Filoni and doesn't say that you know a guy who would love to go out and go into the garden and do some cooking for him.
Yes.
Because if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a wonderful show called The Chef Show, which is John Favreau basically cooking with his friends. And yeah, there's an episode at Skywalker Ranch with Dave Filoni and running around in the Skywalker Ranch garden, all of the stuff. It's awesome. All right, I think we should call it.
Sorry, I was laughing at a Joseph Morgan video.
I think we should call it. I've got cats moving themselves all around me, and the sounds are just. I hope you can't hear any of the sounds. Let's just say this is probably what the set sounded like when they were filming Cardi B's new video. I'm just saying, like, like I don't need this.
Anybody know who Joseph Morgan is?
No.
The Vampire Diaries played Klaus. That one?
Yes.
Yes, I do know who that is.
He played Klaus Michelson.
Yeah.
He just posted something on his Instagram. That's why I was cracking up. Because I just got the crap scared out of me. He made a creepy video that was like, come closer, come closer, come closer. And he kept saying, come closer, closer, and all that. And then he goes close to the camera and goes, too close. Or like something creepy like that. I'm like, oh my God, that is so him.
Just about, yeah. Because it's just about time to eat here. And I don't know. I actually have games kind of calling me.
What are you eating?
The hubby is making some manner of sushi in the other room. So
Yummy.
I know that some of it's going to involve salmon and some of it is going to involve other things. I know he said one of the things is going to be some California rolls because, we're basic. But
Remind me when my dad gets home. I need to give you the chicken. What is it?
Yeah,
the chicken curry casserole.
I looked up several recipes the other day, and everyone is different. Everyone is dramatically different. Because, like, some of them you make a bechamel for the sauce, and others, like, you just melt a block of cream cheese, and I'm like, that would be delicious, and really, like, I would fall asleep, like, immediately. Like, it's basically just...
He uses shredded rotisserie chicken and cheese and ham, and I think it's cream of chicken soup or something.
But see, I get to keep some of my street cred because I was listening to Priest earlier today, and like nobody knows who they are, so I get some of my hipster points back. I get to keep some of my goth hipster points. I listen to Priest, all right, okay, like. Which, granted, like in that community makes me like super basic, but to everybody else, it's like, ooh, this weird indie band that nobody's ever heard of. Oh. But if you want to dip your toe into some of the new wave music that's coming out, Priest is a very good band. I like them a lot. History in Darkness is such a good song, so definitely check them out. Anywho. Does anybody want to actually do an outro?
I'm good.
The only thing I can say is I put my ASMR readings up on my channel. So if you want to hear, I did 2 on the same read. It's just one has sound effects, one doesn't. So if you want to be creeped out by a Grim Reaper and ghosts, it's in my channel. That's my news video.
The only thing with me is I'm doing my live stream, another live stream on the 10th at 2 or 2:30, I think. And then on the 12th, I'm going to be joining Word Stitches with Chloe and Sandy.
I thought about signing up for that, but I've been doing so many live streams. Like, I want to help, but something's got to give.
And if any of you want to co-host with me, just let me know on my Instagram.
I'm also participating in the 36-hour write-a-thon.
Same.
I am going from 1 to 3 in the morning and 3 to 5, something like that. Like, I'm morning. I am overnighting this.
I have the one thing that I asked not to have. I'm going to be running sprints starting at I think 10:30 Eastern. Because so that's going to be fun.
I think my sprints are 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. and then I have a chat at 3 a.m.
And with the exception of Stephanie, I've never actually talked to any of the other people that are going to be on there. So that'll be fun because it's Sarah, and Raphael are the others that are going to be on there.
And I'm also trying to make a personality tag video and another video about my disability that a bunch of people asked questions about. So I'm trying to put those two videos together. So yeah.
Kat, do you have anything that you want to tell the Pepples?
Hold on, my brain.
You can now get your Raging Asexual shirt at Kat.
Yes, you can now get a shirt that says Raging Asexual, which you saw the design for, at Redbubble at Moshi Cat. Because they won't let me change the username, and I'm not making a new account.
It's back here somewhere.
And you
There it
stream
is.
in the mornings.
There it is.
And I do Wednesday morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, my productivity streams, and then at noon starts the collaboration with me, Jason, and Alamaro, for playing Sims 4. We're calling it Sims 4 3-play. There's that.
I may start just making weird fan videos on my channel that's just nothing but clips from their live streams. So my channel may devolve into a very strange place, but I'm kind of like becoming that person. So,
And then random thing that I don't know if you heard Caitlin before she left for work mention that. So last night we kept hearing like at different times, and so like last night I heard it when I was home alone.
that's not good.
And then apparently Nat heard it after I'd gone to sleep. And then I guess at some point Caitlin had heard it. So we're just like, let's hope that was a one-time thing, because I'm home alone tonight.
Like in the house? Not like on a door, but like in the house?
Like we could hear it from inside, but we were like, where the hell is it coming from? But we live in a trailer park, so when somebody's knocking on like one of our neighbors' doors, it sounds like they're knocking on our doors.
Unless you've got a visitor.
And they're always fun.
Some of them can be quite fun. It just depends on which visitor it is. What type?
I have not posted it yet, but I have a video we actually caught. There are two things that haunt the restaurant that we own. One we call the Whistler. We actually caught the Whistler and the piano guy talking on the cameras.
Nice.
Because one of our employees texted us and just like, I GTFO'd because it's so loud. I just can't. And so we loaded up the cameras and we're looking through them, and you can hear chattering. You can hear talking.
I would love to see that.
I haven't anything to do with it. This is why when I say like I don't know what the future of my channel is going to be, because like I would love to do like a lot of different things with this. Like it's going to still have like the author stuff, but there's a lot of weird stuff that I've got that I would love to like put out.
I am here for the haunting. I am here for the haunting.
Yeah,
Me too. And Lindsay too.
It's gloriously creepy, and I'm hoping we can get a picture of him because everyone who's been to the restaurant, like most of our regulars, have seen him at some point. Like he's not shy, and I'm hoping we can get like footage or a picture because
Yeah, it can get so hard to get pictures of them, but
like
it's easier to get their voice recordings than it is to get their actual photos.
what's really fun is our previous bartender used to just talk to him, and the videos are insane because she'll say something and you can just hear him back at her, just whistle back in response. Like that's why we call it whistlers. One of them literally whistles.
Yeah.
And
Jasmine the other day.
you got Jasmine the other day?
Yeah, he started.
Story time.
So she was upstairs in the storage room, and she started hearing a childhood song that her mother used to listen to her, and it freaked her the hell out because her mother's in Mexico right now. So it's not even like she was anywhere nearby. Like the whistler whistled a childhood tune back to her.
Yeah, that would be creepy.
Good like that. But you got to be nice to him, or he.
Yeah, well, the piano man's temperamental.
Piano man's very temperamental.
Because he was pressing on Ashley again the other day when she was up there messing around. I shouldn't laugh, but it's funny.
But so who knows what's going to be happening with all that? I see that you've come back on screen. Did you have something you wanted to promote?
I just carried a 30-pound dog to the neighbor's house.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
I don't have anything to promote. I filled out my ballot, so I voted.
Yay. See, I wanted to do that, but in our state, we still have to go out in public to vote by mail because everything has to be notarized in front of so many witnesses. So it doesn't matter. So we're just going to bring a lot of hand sanitizer and masks with us to the.
Good luck.
And then there's people like me who, if I can't be able to mail my vote, I'm like, am I going to be able to vote? Because I cannot leave. It's doctor's orders won't let me touch any, be near people. So that's going to make me upset.
We were doing a lot of different things tonight. I was primarily in Star Wars tonight. But we were just wrapping up LC, but we did a lot of stuff. We're almost at 7 hours. So
I mean, there was a cat cooking segment. There was
there was an Isaac Asimov sci-fi section.
Before we get into the super secret, I actually have something that I need to talk to these nice people. And Jules, if you'd like to be a part of that and jump back in real quick, if you're still listening, because it's just a little thing that I'm wanting some help with for a thing in a month or two. But
thing in a month or two.
Well, I don't know the math. It's like 2 months. It's a thing in October, which I've already talked to some people about. I stream on this channel Wednesdays and Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm currently only just doing my weird audio vlog thing until I figure out what kind of videos that I'm going to be doing, because I'm having an identity crisis on the YouTubes. And yeah, lots of stories coming from me. So let's just end with the rage that I end everything with. Remember, folks, Black Lives Matter. Like, especially like now with stuff. I'm not even going to list. Black Lives Matter. Black Trans Lives Matter. Trans identities are valid. Especially anyway.
Especially now. Yeah.
Especially now. And may you please have the courage to ride your dreams into reality. And don't forget to have fun. Bye.